I would call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda. Nani Buena Migweche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Ruth Lockhart Abbott and the victims of the Lapu Day mass casualty incident. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the 50th anniversary of Toronto Paramedic Services during Toronto Paramedic Services Week. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. This morning we are taking a very special moment at Council to celebrate 50 years of life-saving service by the Toronto Paramedic Services. We're joined here this morning by past and current members of the Toronto Paramedic Services, colleagues of the Toronto Fire and the Toronto Police, associates from other services, and representatives from our union partners. Let me give you a list of who they are. Just 1 second here. We have some old friends here. Of course, Chief Bikram Chala and the members of the Toronto Paramedic Services. Hona Tan, the President and CEO of Orange. You're here somewhere. Thank you for taking people to the hospital and keeping them getting the best medical services. Is it Orange, okay, pardon me. Greg Sage, the Chief of Halton Paramedic Services. Jim Jessup, the Chief of Toronto Fire Services. Brett Nicol, the Chief Superintendent of Toronto Police Services, on behalf of Chief Demke. And from the Toronto Civic Employees Union 416, Peter Shera, Unit Chair of the Union Hall. Stephen Rocks as TBS Recording Secretary. And Ron Kaluski, an old friend, former Chief and General Manager for quite a few years in the Metro Toronto days. And Tony Lagallo, the President of the Toronto Paramedic Service Pioneer Association. Thank you all in joining in this celebration. On behalf of the City of Toronto and its residents, thank you to all paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, and call takers, support and leadership staff, past and present, for your unwavering dedication to the health and well-being of all Torontonians. In 1975, several municipal ambulance services amalgamated into one coordinated system called the Metropolitan Toronto Department of Ambulance Services, known formally as Metro Ambulance, which sometimes I still call Toronto Paramedic Service, which then became the Toronto Ambulance, followed by Toronto Emergency Medical Services, and finally today, Toronto Paramedic Services. What started as a basic hospital transport system has evolved into a world-class emergency healthcare service, providing top-tier compassionate care. Today's paramedics deliver critical interventions to stabilize the patients, relieve the symptoms, and provide life-saving treatment before arrival at a hospital, truly bringing a mobile emergency room to the doorsteps of their patients. Our Central Ambulance Communication Center has also become a vital link in emergency response. Emergency medical dispatchers and call takers provide callers with life-saving instructions and reassurance and calmness before paramedics arrive on scene, making sure that every caller is treated with respect and receive the right care at the right time in those critical moments. As we mark this milestone and look back at how the service has evolved and transformed over the past 50 years, we also look ahead. This June, coming to a committee near you, a multi-year staffing plan will be introduced to make sure we are ready to meet the needs of a growing, aging population and continue to deliver the best care to our city's residents and visitors that they so critically relied on. Toronto Paramedic Service is more than a response team. It's a lifeline, a source of comfort, and a symbol of courage and compassion. Congratulations of 50 years of outstanding services to our community. And if some of you have time, go down to the rotunda to look at the display. And you will also notice there's a lineup of the paramedics, ambulance, EMS, cars, old and new, right on Nathan Phillips Square. So go take a look. And thought, oh, look at it. Yeah, I saw it coming in. Thank you on behalf of members of Toronto City Council, past and present, as well as the residents of the City of Toronto. Let's view a short video right now.
On February 12, 1975, the municipality passed a bylaw, number 2675, forming the Department of Ambulance Services, which was formed through the amalgamation of 6 private operators, and the Department of Emergency Services. First approved staff complement is 459 staff, including 19 in admin roles. In 1979, tiered response in the 911 emergency number was implemented, transitioning from the former emergency line of 489 to 111. In the 1980s, box-style ambulances were introduced at a cost of $20,200. Also, portable radios for paramedics were implemented into the field in 1988. In 1995, symptom relief was introduced with paramedics administering 6 different medications. Today, Toronto paramedics are responsible for more than 35 medications. In 1998, the Critical Care Transport Unit is established, providing a higher level of intensive care for critically ill patients. This CCTU unit joins the many already established specialty teams across the division. Medical Priority Dispatch System, MPDS, was adopted by Toronto Paramedic Services Central Ambulance Communication Center in 1998, bringing medical protocols to the call receiving process. In 1999, the Community Paramedicine Program was established, with a single paramedic making home visits to frequent users of 911. Today, this program has expanded to include over 50 highly skilled and specially trained staff, providing community-based medical care, referrals, and system navigation to seniors and vulnerable individuals through home visits, remote consultations, and wellness clinics. Over the years, Toronto Paramedic Services has supported the city through several significant health challenges, including SARS in 2003 and the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2017, Toronto Paramedic Services opened its first multifunction station. Known as 01 Station, it provides efficiencies through centralized book-on and logistical support for paramedic crews within a geographical area, which is considered an industry best practice. In the last 50 years, paramedicine has evolved with paramedics now bringing a mobile emergency department to our patients. Our service has flourished as world leaders in paramedicine. Happy anniversary, Toronto Paramedic Services.
Isn't it? Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. The city is so proud of your service. I would now like to welcome Bekram Chella, the Chief of Toronto Paramedic Service, to join me and receive a commemorative scroll and say a few words. Woo! Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, for those kind words, and thank you to all members of City Council for being here with us today to celebrate this really special occasion. And I also want to thank our colleagues, past and present, for being here with us today, and our partners, Toronto Fire, Toronto Police, Locals 41679, Orange. Greg Sage is actually, he's from Halton Paramedic Service, but also the president of the Ontario Association of Paramedic Chiefs, and representing that organization that we're also work with very closely. And to all of our partners that help us do the great job that we do every single day, thank you for being here with us today. It's an honor to speak with you, not just as the Chief of Toronto Paramedic Services, but as someone who's had the privilege for the last almost 35 years of witnessing firsthand our team's extraordinary work every single day. 50 years ago, Toronto Paramedic Services was formed by uniting several ambulance service providers. Different names, different uniforms, but one shared mission, and that is to help. And you can see some of the old uniforms in the audience today. And look how far we've come, from basic patient transport to delivering advanced medical care right where it's needed. Homes, streets, workplaces. Our paramedics now relieve pain, detect heart attacks, clear blocked airways, stabilize trauma patients right on the spot, and of course, so much more. This evolution is powered by skill, training, and deep compassion. Our communication center has become a quiet powerhouse. Emergency medical dispatchers and call takers now guide callers through CPR, giving naloxone, and even childbirth, all before paramedics even arrive on scene. They quite literally are the first responders, and their calm voices are often a critical lifeline. In 2024, Toronto Paramedic Services responded to more than 350,000 calls for emergency medical service, and that is expected to continue increasing over the next few years by 2 to 5% annually. As you saw from the video, we also have a number of special teams that we're very proud of. Our critical care transport unit, our chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear team, our emergency task force team, our bicycle team. Those all support better healthcare in our city. And we have other innovative programs as well, as many of you know. Our community paramedicine team, the stabilization center, direct referrals to 811, and now we're already starting to pilot direct referrals from our call center to the Toronto Community Crisis Service. At the heart of it are our people, paramedics who leave their families every single day and care for others. Telecommunicators who stay calm during life's worst moments. Educators, logistics, fleet, facilities, finance, and administrative staff. And leaders who keep everything, and I mean everything, running. Every role matters. Every person makes a difference. In the coming months, as you heard from the Mayor, we'll introduce a multi-year staffing plan for your consideration to meet Toronto's growing needs and to support the incredible people behind this vital service. We're working to build a future where paramedics are well-resourced, supported, and empowered to keep delivering world-class pre-hospital care. This isn't just an anniversary, it's a celebration of lives saved and families comforted. To everyone who has ever answered a call on the road, on the phone, in our training rooms, garages, offices, wherever, thank you. You make Toronto safer, kinder, and more resilient. Here's to 50 years of courage, service, and heart, and here's to many more ahead. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, 50 years. Okay, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Crisanti. So if you can read the motion, please, Councillor Crisanti, when it's on the screen.
Good morning, everyone. So that City Council confirmed the minutes from the regular meeting held on April 23rd and 24th, 2025 in the form supplied to the members.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members, there are two administrative inquiries under Council's procedure. City Council can receive and and administrative inquiry for information and refer it to a council committee. We have administrative inquiry 30.1 from Councillor Bravo regarding the development of the proposed demonstrations bylaw. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agendas on the city's website. Members, there is another item on the agenda that relates to the same subject as this administrative inquiry, item CC 30.5, proposed bylaw to provide access to social infrastructure. In order to keep the related information together, I would ask the city clerk to post the administrative inquiry and the city manager response as background attachments on item CC 30.5. As council will consider the proposed bylaw amendment later in the meeting, I rule the administrative inquiry redundant. We have administrative inquiry 30.2 from Councillor Chang on requesting a fair consultation process regarding the North York Secondary Plan. The answer to this inquiry from the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Okay, moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do. I rise to introduce the agenda from meeting 23 of the Executive Committee. Listen on agenda of council presented for consideration. At the committee, we consider a number of important items, including one of my key items, the Safe TO 2025 implementation update and the city's ongoing improvement of 911. And I look forward to discussing these issues later in this afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report. Councillor Moyes. Members of council, please stay in your seats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for accommodating me. That the report from meeting 24 of the Board of Health listed on agenda for council presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I do, Madam Chair, and I have a technical amendment that I can move that the staff already have.
Hold on. Does the staff have your?
Yes.
We'll do it during the order paper, not now.
Okay.
Can you just read
Sure.
the motion, please?
That the report from meeting 25 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. We interviewed a roster of very talented people for TO Live Board, and we're excited at the new additions to our board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, Chair, thank you. That the report from meeting 16 of the corporation's nominating panel listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I move that the report of meeting 20 of the Economic and Community Development Committee be listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I just want to highlight a couple of things. One, of course, the importance of the culture grants at this time when we are ensuring that our local economy is robust and that culture is alive. And secondly, that the access to outdoor ovens was a real collaboration of many councillors, a lot of debate, a lot of thoughtful approach, I think, working with staff and community members to make sure that we're making this kind of asset more available, more accessible, lower cost, while at the same time recommitting to a community development approach to our parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce General Government Committee report.
I do. Good morning, everyone. I would like to move the report from meeting number 21 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coe, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, thank you. As Vice Chair of IEC and on behalf of dearly departed Chair Jennifer McKelvey, I'd like to introduce the report from the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, meeting number IE 21 from May 7th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning.
I would like to move that the report from meeting 21 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda for Council be presented for consideration. Members, there are two items I want you to particularly pay attention to. PH 21.1, which is an official plan amendment to align with provincial legislative and policy changes related to employment areas. A fascinating thing happened at committee on this. We had deputations from the Toronto York Region Labour Council, the Toronto Board of Trade, and the Toronto Industry Network, all agreeing that we have to take every measure we can to protect Toronto's employment lands, despite the new laws at the province that put them increasingly at risk. As people at the committee said, you can't buy Canadian if you can't make Canadian. So please notice that one. The other, of course, is PH 21.4, Toronto builds a policy framework to build more affordable rental homes on public lands. This is, in many ways, a consolidation report. It brings together many different programs we had in the City of Toronto to create socially owned affordable housing, and gives them a clear set of rules, a clear policy framework for deciding when the city is going to support affordable housing, how we are going to guide it through the public service, which members of the broader public service family have which responsibilities. It's a real landmark in this council's commitment to making Toronto a place where everyone can afford to live.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. I do. That the report from meeting 22 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 23 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting number 22 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Thank you very much. I move that the report from meeting 22 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And I want to thank all of my colleagues on Toronto and East York Community Council for making it such a productive and efficient meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, just a sec. Hold on. Yeah.
That the new business from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Councillor Candeval. Your mic is on.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to declare an interest on item CC 30.1. As I shared in the declaration, my spouse is considering running in the by-election.
So have you submitted in your declaration? Okay, thank you. Are there any further conflicts? Councillor Mallow, you have a conflict?
No. Given that I didn't hear anyone else, I just want to take a moment just a point of order to request that when we do get to the Ombudsman's report, that, and I want to give the heads up, the Ombudsman be requested to give a presentation on his recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any petitions at this time? Point of order, Councillor Cole.
I think that we should have a moment's silence for the 3 children that were tragically killed in a car accident in Etobicoke last week. And for the children and the parents who both work, I think, for the TTC, I think we should have a moment of silence.
Councillor Cole, what we'll do is we'll prepare a proper condolence motion and we'll present it after lunch, okay? And we'll have, you can move it, the condolence motion? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 30.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 2 deferred items before us today, items SC 21.1 and DM 30.1. The mayor has designated item CC 30.3, Ombudsman Toronto Report and Investigation into the city's response to a vital services outage in multi-tenant home as the first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item EX 23.4, headed Management Update, Auditor General Recommendations on 911 Operations and Responses to Calls for Service by the Toronto Police Service as the second key matter and second item of business today. Members, with the mayor's consent, I would propose that the mayor's second key matter be considered together with item EX 23.5 on 2025 update on safety implementation, as they both relate to community safety and were considered together at the executive committee. Mayor, would you consent to that? Okay, thank you. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that are proposed to be considered together if they are held. Items NY 23.7 and MM 30.16 relating to the Marley Glencairn study if council votes to waive referral on the member motion. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay. Executive Committee. Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. On the second deferred item, DM 30.1, Scarborough Bluffs West Project Environmental Assessment Agreement, that was deferred from last month. I can move that along with the supplementary report that's with it that was posted. I can release and move that item.
So you can release that. And just on that matter, So the clerk has advised me that there's additional materials that are now available. I'm sure you've seen that, Councillor Ainsley, in the clerk's meeting portal. And so, so you're going to release that with the additional information.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so on DM 30.1, okay, let's put the motion up.
DM 30.1, the one I seconded.
Yes.
Taking that one out.
Okay, there's the motion on the screen by Councillor Ainsley on the amendment. Any questions? No? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Candavel, on the executive committee?
No.
No? Anybody on the executive committee? No? Okay. Board of Health? Okay. Economic and Community Development Committee? Economic and Community Development Committee? No? General Government Committee? Councillor Perks?
Yeah, Speaker, I held GG 21.9, which is the award to Carla Construction for the operation of a passenger transportation shuttle in High Park. And if there are no objections, I can release it now. Oh, okay, I'll hold it then.
Okay, so Councillor Perks, you'll continue to hold it in your name?
I sure will.
Okay. Are there any others on general government? Infrastructure and Environment Committee? Infrastructure and Environment Committee? Councillor Candavel? Councillor Candavel?
Yeah, I'd like to hold IE 21.9, remediating flooding and minimizing flood vulnerable areas associated with the Taylor-Massey Creek near Eglinton Avenue East between Bircham Mountain Road and Kennedy Road.
Okay, IE 21.9, thank you. Planning and Housing? Councillor Perks?
Okay, let's see how I do here. There are a couple I'd like to release if it's possible. One is PH 21.1, which is the aligning with policy changes related to employment areas.
I believe on that one,
Okay.
Councillor Perks, Councillor Crisanti indicated to me that he wanted to hold it.
Okay, well, I'll continue to hold it then. Thank you, that's
Okay.
good feedback. PH 21.3, the development application fee review. I'd like to release that.
So Councillor Perks.
Oh, okay, so no, that's not going to
No?
be quick.
Okay.
I'm just not having any luck today, Speaker. I'm trying to make the meeting more efficient. That's all I had.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any more from Planning and Housing? No? Etobicoke York Community Council. I would like to hold EY 22.2. And Councillor Crisanti, I believe you have an item you would like to hold?
Yes, Speaker. Actually, this is really a quick release, if I can hold and release. It's a technical amendment for release of Section 37 funds as advised by the CFO. There's a recommendation that we had staff put together for us.
Well, I don't, does the staff have the technical amendment?
This is item...
Well, first, Councillor
What do you
Crisanti.
want? Hold and release? What do you
Well,
want
hold
to do?
on. Let me find out if the staff has it first.
Yeah, it's 22.30.
You do? Okay, can we put it on the screen? The staff has your amendment. Let's put it on the screen. There's two amendments.
Right? Okay, I was given one here. Okay, that's right.
Okay,
Sorry?
let's just hold it. Councillor Crisanti, let's
All right,
just hold it. Okay. Okay, North, Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
I do have a piece of paper that the clerks just let me know there's a supplementary report on 22.1. Excuse me, so I'm going to hold it unless Councillor Morley is prepared to move these because it's Councillor Morley's area. I don't know if she's had an opportunity. This report was just posted yesterday. So I'm happy to hold it. I'm happy to transfer it to Councillor Morley, but I think Councillor Morley should move the recommendations.
Councillor sorry. You're on the screen. Councillor Morley, have you received the supplementary report?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm supplementary.
I didn't hear that. She's moving. Okay, so Councillor Morley will move the supplementary report. This is, there it is there, EY 22.1. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole, do you have a hold?
Yeah, for North York Community Council.
Well, okay, we're at Etobicoke. You want North York?
Yeah.
Okay, we're at North York now, so go ahead.
Nice, good work.
Go ahead. North York is next.
Yeah.
Councillor Cole, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure whether it's held already. North York 23.7, the Growing Glencairn study. Want to hold that, make sure it's held?
You're holding NY 23.7?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, North York.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hold two items. One is 2311 on behalf of Councillor Carroll. There is a supplementary report, and we'll just wait on direction from her. That is 23 to 29 Greenbrier Road.
Councillor Carroll is on the line. Are you holding this on behalf of Councillor Carroll?
I was advised by the clerks to hold this on behalf of Councillor
Councillor Carroll, you want to hold the item down, correct?
Well, Madam Speaker, no, it was, I put my name on the list about item number 10. I wasn't planning on holding 11. That one, we were okay with the outcome. It's 23.10 that is without recommendation, and I have a motion on it.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak, 2311, Councillor Carroll does not want to hold.
All right, no, there's a supplementary.
Okay, so there's recommendations in the supplementary report, Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was a recommendation in there. Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Yeah, I knew there was a supplementary. I forgot there were recommendations in it. I would like to move the supplementary recommendations.
Okay, so we'll put the supplementary reports on the screen. There it is on the screen for Councillor Carroll. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
I have one more.
Now, Councillor Carroll is holding NY 2310 because it's here without a recommendation. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you have another one?
Yes, I'd like to hold North York 23.28 Meniza Road parking restrictions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll, did you have another hold?
Yes, on 23.10, I have a motion prepared. If clerks are prepared, I could just move it now as a quick item with many thanks to North York planning staff and the applicant for getting together and making some improvements to visitor parking.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, I believe that you have two motions on that item?
Yes.
Okay, so let's put the motions on the screen and we could deal with it now. Okay, there's the first one, motion 1A by Councillor Carroll. On favor, carried. Okay, the next motion.
Yes,
motion
these are the
B,
improvements.
Motion B by Councillor Carroll. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor. That's it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perks, do you have something on North York?
No, Speaker, actually, it's on planning and housing. I got so discouraged I forgot one.
Okay, we'll go back to planning and housing. Just a sec. Okay, which item?
This is PH 21.9, providing housing opening today, Toronto Inc. with Section 37 funding for the purchase of affordable rental housing building. And there's an error in the agenda. This should say Ward 4, not all wards. This is literally to purchase a property or to assist with the purchase of the property for a Mura property in my ward.
Okay, so this is on 21.9. So you've held the item, so you just want to change it to...
I just want to release it, and the clerks can note the error in the minutes.
Okay, we will correct. We will correct it.
Yes, I know. I'm quite upset, as you can
So
tell.
on PH 21.9, providing housing opening today, on favor, opposed if any, carried.
Thank you so much.
We will do the correction. Councillor Cheng? Pardon?
No, I didn't. The civic appointments on the review order paper? No, I did
No.
not. We introduced it, and now we just have a technical
Did we
amendment.
skip that? Oh, I guess it wasn't in the script. Okay. So, okay, let's put the civic appointments. I guess. Okay, we'll put it. There it is, Councillor Cheng.
Thank
Civic
you.
appointments.
So we're directing that the confidential attachments 1A, 1B, and 2 to 4 to the report, April 23rd, 2025, from the city clerk remain confidential in their entirety because they relate to personal matters.
On favor? Opposed if any, carried. Thank
you.
Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Actually, you're right because it was at the bottom of the page. Thank you, Councillor Cheng. All right, so where were we now? We did North York. Scarborough. Any holds in Scarborough?
We're solid.
You're solid?
We're in a happy place.
You're in a happy place. All right. How about Toronto and East York? Toronto and East York, you're in a happy place? Toronto and East York? Any holds for Toronto and East York? Well, I guess everybody's happy in Toronto and East York. Okay, we'll now go to new business. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to hold a CC 30.2 Office of the Integrity Commissioner 2024 Annual Report, please.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is holding CC 30.2, which is the Integrity Commissioner Annual Report. Mayor Chow.
I would like to hold CC 30.1.
Okay.
This is the vacancy.
Thank you. Are there any further holds in new business?
Madam Speaker.
Who's
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Carroll, sorry.
Yeah, on the issue, item IE 21.4 has not been held. I'd like to be recorded in the negative on that when you do the order paper.
Well, we have to do it now. So,
okay.
IE 21.5, you want to have a recorded vote?
21.4.
Sorry, 21.4. Okay, zero
Yes,
emission
thank you.
outdoor power equipment. Okay,
Yes, thank you.
recorded vote on that item.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 18-5.
I will now, at this time, consider requests to make items urgent and time-specific. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I am requesting on behalf of Councillor Myers that the deferred item SC, sorry, I'm doing this on the fly here, SC 21.1, 900 Middlefield Road, official plan amendment, zoning amendment application, decision report be considered tomorrow when he can be here. And
just one sec, I just want to make sure the staff has been able to hear that item. You okay with that item? You got that? Okay. Oh, it's on the screen, good. So SC 21.1, Councillor Bravo wants it to be dealt with on the first item of business,
no,
the second day of council.
that it be considered considered on
No,
the second day.
I think there's an item, another item that's going to be the first item tomorrow.
I am only asking that it be considered on the second day. That is my request on behalf of Councillor Myers at any time on the second day. I'm doing this on behalf of Councillor Myers, so perhaps we can change the motion to reflect that it's on the second day. I'm looking at his staff.
Well, I think, Councillor Bravo, it looks like we're going to be on the second day anyway by the time we get to
I am
Scarborough.
not doing this for myself, Speaker. Councillor Myers has made this request of me. I will defer to you if it's coming on the second day. It's simply he would like this item to be considered when he's here as it pertains to his ward.
Mayor Chow?
That motion by saying that any time in the on second day, not as the first item.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Yes, that was my understanding,
Okay,
that it
so-
would be second day.
Okay, give us a second, and Mayor Chow will amend that. All three of them. All three of them?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Would it make life a lot easier if Councillor Bravo not move that, withdraw the motion, and I'll just move that those two items be considered when the councillor can be present at council? Would that just make it simpler? Why don't I just move that?
Mr. Bravo, why don't you just withdraw that? And is Councillor Myers coming in tomorrow? Okay, so when he comes in, we'll deal with it. That's it. No, but you don't need to move that timed item. All in favor of withdrawing the motion? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, timed item.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nothing comes easy at City Hall. I'd like to time CC 30.5, proposed bylaw amendment to provide access to social infrastructure. First item tomorrow morning.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pasternak. On favor? Carried. Are there any further timed items? No. Okay. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. So, didn't Councillor Candeval? Oh, it's held. Okay. Okay, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The City Clerk, staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk's staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully, and I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion, in turn, Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the Mayor's first key item. Councillor Matlow.
Just want to point of order with respect to asking for a presentation. I don't know if you were.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, I had a member of the clerk's office come and ask me to say it again, and I've done so thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so it's the first item is the Ombudsman report. So is the Ombudsman, where's the Ombudsman? All those in favor of requesting a presentation by the Ombudsman, on favor, carried. So there's been a request for a presentation. We'll give you a couple minutes to set up.
No.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, go ahead. You can do your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Speaker, and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about my office's investigation into the city's response to a vital services outage in a multi-tenant home, commonly known as a rooming house. Our report outlines how 11 tenants were left without heat, hot water, or electricity for more than 6 months, largely due to staff's inaction and arbitrary decisions. But first, let's go back to September 2023, when a small fire broke out in a 2-story rooming house. After the fire was extinguished, Toronto Hydro and Enbridge shut off electricity and natural gas. About a week later, after struggling without essential services, the tenants contacted the city, hoping it would compel the landlord to restore them. They weren't asking for anything special. The city's vital services bylaw requires landlords to provide heat, electricity, and water. The city has a legal authority to enforce this. But from the outset, municipal licenses and standards decided not to enforce the bylaw. They didn't attend the property until 2 weeks after the service request. They didn't keep proper notes or files or conduct an investigation in line with their own procedures. They were more sympathetic to the landlord than to the tenants. As fall turned to winter, the tenants remained in uninhabitable conditions. They slept under multiple blankets, wore jackets to bed, had their clothing and bedding ruined by mildew, and lived without running water to cook or bathe. One tenant described it as torture. The question I've been asked most by media and community members is, how could this happen? Especially when the city's vital services bylaw protects access to heat, water, and power, and the Housing Charter commits to helping the most vulnerable. Our investigation found that staff assigned to the case had not been properly trained. They didn't know that they could compel the landlord to restore services and that the bylaw had been breached. They thought it was simply a landlord-tenant dispute. Staff were not adequately supervised, and there had been inadequate oversight, and initial errors that may have been caught were missed. And when the landlord failed to act, MLS staff still didn't use their authority to restore services. With support from a tenants' union, the residents reached out to the city's housing secretariat through the Eviction Prevention in the Community Program, or EPIC. With no clear guidelines on what to deliver emergency help, staff relied on strict rules instead of sound judgment. When MLS staff later sought help for the tenants from EPIC, EPIC staff took more than a month to respond. Still, they refused to help. Taken together, the actions and omissions of the city staff were not consistent with the human rights-based approach to housing. Staff, both in EPIC and MLS, were unaware of the Toronto Housing Charter, which requires the city to act in support of vulnerable tenants. Unable to survive the conditions, 10 out of the 11 tenants were eventually moved to more expensive and less stable housing. I'm encouraged to see that MLS leadership has accepted all of my 27 recommendations, and these include reviewing how it enforces standards for rental housing and developing a clear process for responding to the loss of heat, water, and power, improving training and supervision for bylaw officers, and creating guidelines for the delivery of emergency assistance through EPIC, and ensuring staff at EPIC and MLS are trained on the requirements of the Toronto Housing Charter. While these recommendations stem from a specific case, they address broader systemic issues that affect many tenants across Toronto. Council asked our office to investigate systemic barriers to housing, and we remain committed to doing that work fairly, thoroughly, and with integrity. I want to acknowledge that the city's approach to rooming houses has improved significantly since the fire in 2023. While the changes would not have helped in this case, which was about enforcement failure, the new multi-tenant housing framework introduces new safety and inspection standards, allows rooming houses across the city, and requires operators to be licensed. In closing, rooming houses are a flexible and affordable part of Toronto's housing stock. They serve some of our city's most vulnerable residents. It's in everyone's interest to preserve and improve this important form of housing. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, you have questions? Your name's on the list.
Not to the...
Would you have
ombudsman.
questions to staff?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
But do you want to have all the...
Well, we cannot,
all the
I think,
questions to the
I think at this point we
ombudsman
ask
person?
questions, if we have any questions to the ombudsman or city staff.
Or city staff?
Yeah, or city staff, yes.
You want to do both at the same time?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Chow.
This would be for MLS. The service that were requested was on September 12, 2023. And at the time, the MLS supervisor managers are all aware that this address is a rooming house. And the tenants, who included a pregnant woman, had no heat, no hot water, and no power. How come it took them more than a week rather than 48 hours, which is the standard operating procedure, to actually get onto the case? Why?
Both the officer and the supervisor did not follow the established processes. The timeline is for vital services is actually 24 hours. They failed miserably to meet the timeline and to address this issue and the impact that it was having on tenants. We take this very seriously. That's why the response rate is to be 90% within 24 hours. Last year alone, we met that 92%, and this year we're meeting at 98%. We track this very carefully and closely because of the nature of and the importance of tenants' right to vital services, heat and water.
How do you do the tracking? Because in this case, the case management system was in place. Neither your officer nor your supervisor actually used it. So what percentage, and how do you know that what percentage of your staff actually used this case management system? Because obviously they didn't, and no one checked, and no one reported anything, and no one actually documented properly their investigation.
You are correct. The case management system of the day was very cumbersome, and as a result of the cumbersome nature of it, it didn't highlight what should have been highlighted. We have made changes moving forward that we review priority ones such as this daily by managers, supervisors, and directors. This needs to have the attention that the reason it has a high standard and the fact that they didn't meet it is unacceptable.
Yeah, when was that change made, and when was you first made aware of this case where for 6 months there's no heat and no running water?
That is another flaw in this system. I was not this issue was not escalated by 311 or the tenants to the director nor the executive director myself. I became aware of this matter when the ombudsman informed me that they were doing an investigation on this property.
And there's no training, apparently, and that the 66 procedures and policies were impossible to locate because it was listed in alphabetical order. So what kind of training improvement has taken place, and the procedures that are critically important, how does your staff know any of them?
So that is a gap that has been identified in this investigation. We fully concur with it. Since becoming aware of it, we have updated our standard operating procedure. We have trained all staff in it, and we are in the process of training staff on, from a human rights perspective, related to multi-tenant houses as well. We are committed to having the clear, easy to understand, easy to follow checklists in these operating procedures that staff know what to do. We are establishing as many guardrails as possible in our operating procedures and we are committed to this exercise so that it does not happen again.
Thank you. May I have a question to whoever might be in charge right now of 311? Yeah, Deputy City Manager. The first call came into 311, and subsequently there are 5 or 6 more calls to 311. And the log said that it's all been completed. Everything was done. It was finished. Each time that 311 was called, nothing happened. It was sent to MLS, and 311 did not follow to see whether heat or running water or power was restored. Why is that the case?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, so the process is that if a call comes into 311, they'll issue a service request to the appropriate division. The appropriate division will take action. They'll update the work order with a status, and then that gets communicated back to 311.
So in this case, MLS said that...
That was your last question.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, just last question. Last question.
Okay. So in this case, MLS said, the officer said, oh, we've solved the problem. So 311 then closed the case. And then the second call, 311 got another call, and then MLS said, oh, we're finished, and then it closed the case again. It went through that 4 or 5 times. Am I correct?
That's correct. Again, that's not the process that should have happened. That's a individual, isolated incident of one officer saying an item was completed. We are completely revising our operating procedure so that when you're closing a file, it is in fact closed and not based on discretion.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Ombudsman. Did Toronto Fire Services say it was unsafe to turn the utilities back on, or they gave a green light for them to go back on?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, the fire service didn't order the shutdown of the utilities. That was done by Enbridge and Toronto Hydro. There were repairs that they wanted to ensure that the house was safe to restore those utilities, and they asked the landlord to get in touch when the necessary steps have been taken so an inspection could be completed, which would allow the utilities to be restored.
So was Enbridge insisting along the way that it was still not safe to turn it on, or they simply didn't respond?
So through you, Madam Speaker, my understanding is that Enbridge was waiting for the landlord to request them to come back to the property to do the inspection to ensure that everything was in order to allow the services to be restored.
So usually in these cases, when we have a fire in a multi-unit residential, we have mitigation. We move people to temporary housing, or we bring in generators, we bring in bottled water, we do things to mitigate. I think this is through the Office of Emergency Management. Was there any effort to mitigate these disruptions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, the fire was relatively minor. It was contained to one room in the rooming house. It didn't require the displacement of those individuals. As it turned out, when the repairs were finally completed, they turned out to be relatively minor. It just required an electrician to be hired, the furnaces replaced. So relatively minor repairs, and it didn't require individuals to be removed from the property.
So I couldn't follow the whole stream. Were there multiple requests to get power and, I guess, heat back into this building, and that there was and the problem was you had to get the owner to make the request, the owner of the building to make the request, and it sounds like Enbridge and Toronto Water to act.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure I understand the question, Councillor.
Well, there had to be, was there a line of communication where the request had to come from a very specific source, let's say the owner of the building, and that these various divisions, although Enbridge is a private company, this request was backlogged?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the issue that we looked at and is germane to this particular case is that there are bylaws in place which the city failed to enforce. If the city had determined whether or not the landlord was non-compliant with the bylaw, they could have taken enforcement action, forced the landlord to effect those repairs, and make arrangements to restore the services very, very quickly. As I said, as it turned out, the repairs were relatively minor, and it shouldn't have taken 6 months for these vital services to be restored.
Yeah, no, I'm not making excuses for them. So would that have gone through rent safe TO?
This was a bylaw enforcement matter. As the executive director from MLS has indicated, they are required to respond within 24 hours to these type of issues. It took more than nearly 2 weeks before they attended at the property, and they failed to determine whether or not the landlord is in compliance. So without a finding of non-compliance, they're not in a position to take any enforcement action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
To staff, Madam Speaker, it's been 6 or 7 years at least that we've been talking about having very clear standard operating procedures, both for your staff to understand and work with, but also to be transparent to tenants so they know what to expect when they have a legitimate complaint that needs to be addressed. Why has that not been done, and why are we hearing from you today that more work is being done only in reaction to the latest report from the Ombudsman?
At the time of the incident, just to be clear, this was an illegal rooming house. It's not a rent-safe building. We did have processes in place. The officer and the supervisor did not follow those processes. As a result, we are always continuously improving. We do have standard operating procedures for these, and we continue to improve upon them, continue to ensure that they are relevant, current, and they have the necessary steps to protect the tenants who deserve the protection.
Do you believe that there's a single tenant in our city that knows what they are and what they can reasonably expect as far as the support they'd receive from the city, though?
I don't think standard operating procedures in my division nor any of the other 44 divisions are necessarily public. I think what's important is that we have service standards and that we communicate that vital services, no heat, no water, should be addressed within 24 hours and corrected soon thereafter.
Let's go beyond that. What about pests? What if you have bed bugs? What if you have rats? How long would it take for the city to respond and have it addressed?
I believe pests are responded within 5 days. 10? 5. It is 5 days. Eradicating pests, when the root cause can be a number of factors, I cannot guarantee pests will be eradicated in a number of days. That would be irresponsible of me. We do our best to ensure that the landlord has a pest management plan, and we do have the ability to issue orders for pest control companies to come in and to eradicate the pests. Pests often come back. It is a challenging matter, but is one we continue to take seriously and we continue to address in our service standard, which is approved by council. Council sets the service standards is 5 days.
Why has the culture and the approach at the city been more about seeking compliance on these matters rather than taking remedial action and just going in, getting these things fixed, and charging the landlord afterward?
That's a fair question. The reason is we receive voluntary compliance once we identify an issue 93% of the time. We use remedial action as a tool, and we use it as a last resort. It is a tool. We have used it before. Have we used it enough? That's fair. Can we use it more? It's something that we will be looking at. It is a tool in our toolbox, and we need to use it when necessary. We cannot become every building's property manager. And I will also note that when we do remedial action or we give notices, there are several councillors who say it should be extended. There are several councillors who say remedial action is too expensive. So I get equal amount of pushback from yourself and your colleagues, not necessarily you, but your colleagues about you should have extensions and you shouldn't use remedial action because it's too punitive.
That I'm digesting that. Ultimately, are you aware that sometimes when, even if you send out an officer and the landlord is given the heads up, they know they're the ones they're the touch point for the officers, that they will put lipstick on a situation to look like they're in compliance, but the problem has not been solved. And then we wash our hands of it. If we have a motion on the floor today asking you to actually focus on remedial action, have a roster of contractors ready to go and do the work, will you make sure that happens?
We've been working with you and your staff, and absolutely, we're supportive of it. We need, again, the ability to have a roster so that we can implement quickly versus having to go out for 3 quotes and losing time there. It is a great idea, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Just for 311, I just want to be very clear and quickly. The 311 shows the property standards and maintenance violations, how it was characterized. Would that be coming from MLS staff? Or would that be something that would be captured by the 311 operator?
So, Speaker, that would be captured by the 311 operator when the member of the public called in.
So adequate heat, no water is not listed here. It just looks like it's maintenance violations. So does that trouble you that it's not clearly an emergency in your 311 taking? Yes, no?
I think certainly one of the things we'll look at is the ability to characterize service requests appropriately.
You're agreeing it's a problem to not say no heat, no water, no power in a place, correct?
I think it's certainly something we need to look at, yes.
I think yes, exactly. Thank you. So the management structure in MLS, I'm reading there was a manager, there was a supervisor, there was a lead investigator. Is that correct? And the lead investigator, pardon? Sorry, James. James, Chair.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Would you hold that for me? Thank you. Lead investigator, who didn't know what they were doing, supervisor who didn't check that they knew what they were doing, and manager who didn't check either that once they knew what was going on. Would that be correct?
That's correct. That's correct. I just need to clarify, we do not use the term lead investigator. It's a bylaw officer. It's his term. I'm fine. I'm just,
okay,
so you're correct.
So no lead, just a regular bylaw officer.
Correct.
With a supervisor and a manager, and a bylaw officer who didn't know the job, correct? You're agreeing?
I'm agreeing.
Thank you. And it says in one place, they were on a session with their manager. Was that an online session or an in-person session? How were these sessions carried on during this time while this investigation was going on? Online or in person?
This would have been a phone call.
A phone call. A session is a phone call? Okay. And is that a phone call because that manager was on their 3 and 2? How many members of staff, can you tell me that now, or will you be able to report for your bylaw enforcement officers? Are they 5 days a week in the field? Are they 3 and 2? For your supervisors, are they 3 and 2? For your managers, are they 3 and 2? So the business of your unit during this time was being undertaken virtually. Probably. Would you agree with that from management's side?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
So your managers are in 5 days a week?
They're in 4 days a week, sometimes 5.
Sometimes 5.
They exceed the city's policy of 2 to 3.
That's great. So can you tell me how, with all of that, there were no case conferences here, and somebody said it's a civil matter? I'm very concerned about that from your staff, saying it's a civil matter, and therefore the city had no role. Can you tell me in any way, shape, or form how anybody working in MLS could ever think that no heat, no water, and no power was a civil matter, and tell the tenants and the tenants union that? How egregious is that?
It is very egregious. I completely disagree with how the officer handled this, how the supervisor handled it, and how the manager handled it.
And
they did not follow the processes that we have placed. They made excuses. They did not provide reasons, and I do not agree with that behavior, and we are making changes.
It does look to me like there was a bias towards the landlord. Would you agree with that?
The
landlord's insurer can't get money, poor landlord can't do this, it's a civil matter. That becomes very clear to me. I actually asked the ombudsman that question. Sorry, I can't because he's being distracted, Speaker. Hello, Speaker.
Councillor
You're going to have to hold that time
please.
because I've had 2 interruptions.
Yeah, I'll hold your
here.
time. Okay, go ahead, Councillor
Well, I'm trying to
Fletcher.
get a question and it's my time. Would this appear to me, Ombudsman, that this was a bias to the landlord on behalf of staff? Civil matter, can't get involved, no heat, no power, no water, and somehow the city couldn't get involved. That's my impression. I don't know if you can say it's your impression.
Through you, Madam Speaker.
Yes or no?
Oh, yes or no?
Yes.
We found that the approach was biased.
Bias
That's
to
what
the
we
landlord.
said in the report.
Thank you. I read that. Clarifying. Who did the EPIC program before it moved in-house? Because it's a colossal fail there as well in not responding. I understand it wasn't the exact role, but once you find out someone has no heat, no power, no water, what would the expectation be in EPIC, now that it's inside the city, to actually flag that for somebody to get it fixed? But I want to know who did it before it came in. Which agency had EPIC?
That was your last
So
question.
that's going back a few years before my time, but I believe it was a contract with a community agency, Wood Green.
With Wood Green?
Yeah.
Had EPIC?
Correct.
Okay, I'll deal with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. First to Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, when this happened, this rooming house was not licensed, and it was impossible to license it under the rules that existed at the time. Is that correct?
I'll clarify. It was an illegal rooming house. It was in a portion of the former municipality of York that did permit them.
Okay.
So it could have been licensed. It was not.
Well, that's fine. When the city approved the multi-tenant housing or rooming house licensing regime, we gave you extra resources so that instances like this and others, you would have better resources to go and find illegal rooming houses, get them licensed, and bring them into the system. Could you detail for me what some of those extra resources are and what some of the additional procedures we've adopted since are?
Yeah, great question. At the time of the incident, we had 4 bylaw officers, a supervisor, and a manager. With council's approval of the multi-tenant housing program, we now, MLS alone, and our colleagues have other staff, we have 37 staff, 28 of which are bylaw officers, and then we have supervisors and managers. And then we have a really critical position, which is stakeholder engagement. And that position deals with tenants and tenant issues and works with both tenants and landlords to ensure that they are following the rules, that they are aware of the rules, that they know how to navigate the city and navigate this particular process. The other pieces we've put in place with the development of this program, which just launched in April of 2024, so it's in its infancy, we have put in a lot of rigor around dashboards, checklists, standard operating procedures, It's critical that we put the pieces in place to make this successful, and we have done that. And we've put a number of pieces in place as part of the implementation with our multiple partners in health, Toronto buildings, etc.
Thank you. Now, the issue of whether multi-tenant homes or rooming houses should be legalized was something that council was seized of for many years. I know that in the various reports that came forward over those many years, municipal licensing and standards consistently advocated that we would make people safer, provide them better protections, and give you better tools to enforce our rules if we legalize them. Is that correct?
That's correct. I've been in both city planning and MLS over the last 20 years. Both divisions have advocated for multi-tenant housing and legalizing rooming houses and providing a pathway to legitimacy. Several times, council rejected those until 2023.
Thank you. To the city manager, the final recommendation here asks that there be reports from time to time on progress, I think starting in November. Unfortunately, the recommendation doesn't make it clear who reports to whom. Would it be appropriate to amend that to ask that you report to the executive committee with status updates?
Speaker, yeah, that would be appropriate, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask our Ombudsman some questions about his recommendations for EPIC. You know, one could say that MLS officers can do so much, but in terms of, you know, placing someone who who needs eviction protection, things of that nature, those go to the EPIC program. You found it to be lacking in response. You have quite a few recommendations for them.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we had several recommendations for the EPIC program. One of the things that we found was there wasn't really a policy in place to help guide staff to be able to entertain requests for emergency support. And so that's one of the things that we've recommended, that they create a policy. We also had recommended that staff be trained on the Toronto Housing Charter, that be part of their training. And the thing that staff had indicated during the review is that they didn't feel that they had the discretion to entertain this type of requests. And so we're hoping that with these new changes that are in place, in which the city has adopted, that these type of situations wouldn't occur in the future.
But we also need to really consider resourcing them as well, don't we? Because they were quite late in response. MLS reached out to them and they took a long time to respond. So we need to really consider how we resource this program, do we not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Council, that decision will obviously be ultimately left with Council, but in order to make sure that the program operates as it should be, and it's attempting to provide support, emergency support for those who are most in need, then the city must look at how that program is funded.
Yes, and I noticed you put it, and it's a simple line in the telling of events of the investigation, but we forget it all the time. This rooming house, licensed or unlicensed, once the tenants are in situ in that tenancy and have signed some sort of lease, whether the rooming house is licensed or not, they really are still covered under Ontario's Residential Tenancies Act, are they not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's my understanding.
So we've got to craft a policy for EPIC where it's clear that that's where we want response. It should extend to rooming houses, and licensed or unlicensed, that's where we should be responding when it looks like an eviction. And this seems as if the landlord was just not repairing because he was it seems as if he was interested in having the building emptied out. So really, if Epic had the proper policy, they would have assisted MLS with the proper response. Am I right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's hard to speculate exactly what would have transpired, but if they had guidance, that would have probably helped to inform their decision-making. But I think it's important to remember that there existed bylaws on the books that if they had been enforced, staff could have taken action against the landlord, which would have required him to effect the repairs in a quick manner and restore the services much more quickly than the eventual 6 months.
Yes, because it was a minor fire. We're not talking about a big deal fire here. He could have done them quickly.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I put you on the spot with a couple of those questions, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. And now Speaker Nunziata, 1 second, please.
Yeah, thank you. So my first question is the 311. So what we have before us is the number of calls. So I have the list in front of me, the number of calls, different times of the day in 2023. So that was all from one individual or numerous individuals?
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure. I don't have that data in front of me. If it was multiple callers, what I can say is the requests were against the same address.
Okay, so but it's 311 that responded as far as the status that the issue was completed, resolved.
Deputy Speaker, so the process is that 311 will take the call in. They will issue a service request to MLS. MLS will determine whether the action against the service request should be closed. They would close it in the work order management system. It would then come to 311.
So in other words, MLS reports to 311 that it's been completed, or so who responds?
Correct.
Who responds to the constituent?
So depending on the nature of the call, if it comes in as a call, 311 is going to respond back to the caller who initiated the service request. Same process if it's an online service request.
So in this case, was it 311 that responded to the complainant?
So I'm going to assume that, Deputy Speaker. I can't say that for sure, but it could have been 311 who is responding.
So this seems to be a lot of confusion here between 311 and MLS. So for Carlton, so can you just then kind of give me an update on this, like who responded and why it was recorded as complete? Who responded as the item being completed? Was it MLS or was it 311?
MLS responded to 311 that the task was completed. That was done. That was inaccurate, but that's what was happened.
So
our process now is that our person responds to the complainant with an update on their request.
So I see on the list there were a number of calls that were made different times. So can you tell me if it was from one individual or a number of individuals?
It's my understanding that they were from a number of individuals that lived in the same location.
That live in it, and so the response was given to all the individuals that called in.
That's our process now. I can't confirm what
happened then.
What happened back then.
Okay, and then to the ombudsman, just a question. So this happened in 2023. So can you tell me from 2023 and now with your report, like what happened in between? Like, was there an investigation before, or how did it just come to council in 2025?
Oh, through you, Madam Speaker. This issue came to our attention through a complaint that was filed by the tenants union on behalf of the affected tenants. And I believe we initiated our investigation in late 2024. We we completed it in this past April when we shared our results with the division.
Well, it surprises me it took that long to file the complaint. If it was in 2023, I would have filed it immediately, not wait to 2024 to file the complaint, if that's when the union filed the complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next is Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Addo, can you explain to me the nature of the repairs that were necessary? You mentioned they were minor. Was a wire that was replaced?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, my understanding was that the furnaces needed to be replaced, which they were done. The individual entered into a rental agreement with the service provider, so the upfront costs were rather minimal.
Sure.
And secondly, because the fire was contained to one room in the rooming house, yes, my understanding was that there was a wire that needed to be replaced in the wall. That repair was conducted or completed by an electrician, and the landlord did the drywalling to repair the wall himself.
So a day or two worth of work.
I don't know about the extent of the work, but it wouldn't have from my understanding, wouldn't have taken very long to complete.
And that's important because it was a very small, it was a service call. It wasn't like a restoration after a fire.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct, Councillor. The fire was contained to one room in the rooming house.
Got it.
And it wasn't extensive.
Why was the furnace tagged and shut off? Was it a pre-existing condition or was it related to the fire?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that is a standard operating procedure when responding to a fire, when the fire services have extinguished a blaze or fire. And the idea is that the individual is supposed to have a licensed technician complete any repairs and get back to Enbridge to notify them that those repairs have been completed.
And if they're still around, I could open the yellow pages and find lots of people that could do that work because, you know, furnaces break all the time.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that it shouldn't have been very difficult for the landlord to identify a service provider to do that work.
So the issue here is the landlord. The landlord didn't make what sounds like rather simple repairs very quickly, and this went on for months.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's not a specific the failure of the landlord to effect repairs, but really it is the failure of MLS to enforce the bylaw.
I don't disagree. I mean, that's the second step, but the root here is that the landlord, after the fire, didn't call people in and fix that right away. The furnace went out in my house, you know, somebody would be called within minutes, right? Because, you know, that I want to get it back on. And if there was a broken wire on one of my walls, I have the electrician there right away. It wouldn't take me months. It might take me a couple of days. So why didn't the landlord do that? And why aren't they being called out on this?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we didn't investigate the motives of the landlord.
Okay.
But the real question is that the city did have the ability or the power to restore, to force the landlord to effect those repairs. And because they didn't determine whether or not the landlord was in compliance with the bylaws, they weren't able to take any enforcement action.
Thank you. My next questions are about EPIC. I understand and I remember EPIC's reports in council, and it was primarily a discussion around a program that could help somebody that was at risk of being evicted, generally for non-payment. That's what the literature says, right? They're in a situation and it's a benefit that can help stabilize someone, and it's a limited benefit. How did we get from EPIC, that program, to EPIC being involved in emergency response, where people are knocked out of a home because of a fire or emergency? And, you know, how do those two things get mixed up? I don't have a lot of time here, but this is really important because I understand EPIC one way and it's being written up here differently. So, and I'll just articulate my question. We have a situation where a landlord didn't make a repair. No one's being evicted. I'm not saying the house was livable. How did we get into the bucket of EPIC in that situation and EPIC's being called out here?
Through the chair, and thanks for the question, Councillor. So EPIC, you're correct. EPIC's primary role is to support individuals who are housed who are at risk of eviction. Apply a number of tools to help stabilize or move them into accommodation they can't afford. Through the city's emergency human services policy, we also partner with the Toronto Emergency Management Office. When there is an activation and individuals are removed from their home and put into temporary accommodation, EPIC will be deployed to help rehousing work on a limited basis.
Rehousing.
So in 2024, 95% of our service requests for eviction prevention, but we did support Toronto Emergency Management Office in 5% of our cases to help people who are in temporary accommodation and can't either return to their home or find alternative accommodation. So it is a small area of our business, but an important one.
That was your last question. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, question.
Thank you very much. So my first question is just, can you remind us how many complaints or cases were filed with 311 about this situation?
I believe the number is around 5. 8. Thank you.
Okay, and when several complaints come in about a location, what is the process? They're assigned to one officer, they're assigned to MLS in general. What's the system for that? And are you just looking at number or at the severity?
They are assigned to officer, and because it's vital services, it should be about severity as well. It's in our new system, we identify that as a priority 1 response, and because of that, it must be responded to within 24 hours, and we're meeting that 98% of the time this year. It is also reviewed daily. All priority 1s are reviewed daily by the management team.
And I guess building on Speaker Nunziata's questions, not having a clear sense of what the escalation was and what the process was and how these cases were closed is deeply concerning for anyone who uses 311 and counts on it as a means to have these serious issues and daily issues addressed. Can you speak to what happened there?
I would say it's deeply concerning to me as well. We work closely with 311 on a number of areas. It's important that we learn from this and we distinguish, separate, disaggregate vital services from a general inquiry. It's important that it gets that highlight that it needs and deserves, and that's something that we have done and will continue to do with our partners in 311 so that it gets the attention that it needs and deserves.
So as far as I understand from your answers, 311 closes the case on the direction of the division.
That's correct, and in this case, the officer closed it inaccurately, inappropriately.
Okay, so as we have concern from one end of the city to the other of what's in this report. For me in particular, in Spadina, Fort York, a majority of our residents are renters. And in this case, as the Ombudsman laid out, the tenants had a tenant union to advocate for them, to get this recourse, to have this examination of what's happened here. So as a city, what are we doing to ensure that individual tenants or small groups of tenants, when they're facing these serious issues, actually have a place to have these issues addressed and not to be subjected to the experience that was laid out in this report?
So thank you for the question. I'll start and then pass it to my colleague. Both the multi-tenant housing program and the Rent Safe TO program have a dedicated stakeholder engagement lead, which is a starting point for tenants. It is a support, it is a resource. It is critical that they know how to navigate this system. It's also critical that we work interdivisionally, and when there is tenant relocation, that we have a referral process and it's timely, and that's where I'll pass it over to my colleague, Mr. Rollins.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I would just echo the director of MLS's comments about the partnership interdivisionally. I think that's an area for improvement. In terms of on the ground, through the multi-tenant housing work and our partnership with FMTA, we do have dedicated outreach workers who will go on site to where there's issues with multi-tenant housing to provide support and a liaison to the city where we could address problems that arise in the future similar to those that are before us today. Another important tool the city has is the Spider Table, the specialized interdisciplinary group that works on elevated multi-divisional challenges. Going forward, issues like this will be targeted for that group so that all the divisions who have a responsibility to respond and a component to play in that work, solution together and in partnership, and that we can ensure there is sustained outcome that meets the needs of the residents.
Okay, so just in the interest of time, you've talked about a lot of what has happened over the last short while, I guess, since 2023. So since this happened, how many complaints of this kind have been investigated? And can you please share some of the practical outcomes?
Yeah, I don't have specific number of vital services requests. All I know is that we do track it very closely. We've had 11 and only one in a multi-tenant house. And again, all 11 would have been addressed within 24 hours at, again, around a service standard that we've exceeded the 90% at 98% in 2025 and 92% in 2024.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if this is to the city manager or one of the deputy city managers, but as the chair of the General Government Committee, there still seems to be a deep disconnect between what's going into 311, what's coming out as a service request order, and how that gets validated back, in this instance, from municipal licensing and standard, that the work is actually done. And how are we dealing with that? Or how are we going to deal with that?
Yes, Speaker. So, yeah, we don't disagree. There are opportunities as identified during the course of questioning today. Improvements do need to be made. I think, it's fair to say we issue the service requests. They're prioritized by the operating division. The operating division takes action, and the service request gets closed as a result. I think there is opportunity for us to look at high priority calls to 311 against a similar address as an opportunity for an escalation.
So is there...
Speaker, I wouldn't mind jumping into the councillor as well. I've also been very clear that as we do talk about other improvements with 311 around technology, potentially AI and everything else moving forward, I've been clear that our primary issue that needs to be resolved is the closing the loop. This is what I hear time and time again, and before we worry about better apps and better technology, we need to make sure that when people do connect with 311, that they are clear the information they're receiving back is the accurate status of that. So the other piece we're taking is prioritizing exactly the issue you've raised.
Okay, and just further to that, is there currently no mechanism? So this address, for example, has been repeatedly had calls or contact with 311. In the file, it says numerous times it's been completed. Is there nothing currently within the 311 system that if I'm currently complaining about an address, that nothing gets flagged either to MLS or through 311, that they should be going to MLS and saying, you're having multiple contact, we're having multiple contacts with residents or about this address, and you keep completing it. Why is there a disconnect here?
So we agree that represents an opportunity for 311 to proactively identify an address with recurring issues back to the operating division, whether it's MLS or one of the other integrated service divisions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow, you held the item down?
I have some amendments, if you can, if the staff can put it on the screen, please. Here we are. I'll talk to about the amendments in a minute. Okay. Thank you. Well, it's hard to believe, actually, that in this day and age, that a city of our size actually have workers, and not just one, frontline workers, be they 311, that heard the pleas of tenants that said, help us, we have no heat, we have no running water, we have no power. They heard it 8 times, and nothing was done. And then a frontline enforcement officer with the supervisor, with a manager, so there's 3 levels, completely ignored or didn't care whether someone living in this city could survive in the middle of winter without heat, without running water. What does that tell us? What kind of culture do we have in this city, in our public service, that ignore the essential need of the public? In this case, they're vulnerable because they are low income. They are newcomers. They did not know the system. They did not know to call the councillors or the mayor. They only heard about 311. So they called 311 repeatedly, pleading for help. One of them for a 7-month pregnant woman. So they had to give up the tenancy. Some lasted longer than others. Some left faster. Others had to go to work without taking a shower. I don't know whether they lost a job or not. And they lost the opportunity for affordable housing. These are the kind of housing, these rooming houses are the kind of housing, affordable housing, that we need in this city. And guess what? 11 tenants lost their opportunity to live in these affordable homes. And I don't know where they are now. I can't imagine that they would be able to find homes that are $600 or $700, $800 a month. I can't imagine they would be able to find it. And that's the result of our city service being broken in these cases. And I don't know, and I am not confident at this point, that we have fixed this kind of culture. I don't know. But I will not stand by, I will not allow this kind of behavior to happen. And none of us in this room, all the managers, all the deputy city managers, our city manager, all the leaders here should have any of their staff with this kind of uncaring attitude. We can do so much better than that. And we have seen staff that have rose above what they really should do. They've gone that extra mile, whether they're park staff, whether they are housing, shelter staff, EMS. We have seen people that have put themselves above, that put service above themselves. And yet that is not what is happening here. It is just unbelievable in terms of the what was happening. To make it even worse is that there seems to be no training programs. There were 66 procedures and processes that and bylaws that people couldn't find out where they are, and there was no structure in place. There is a so-called case management system that no one seems to know or use, and no one checked. What kind of department are we running? And how could, after reading this report, the public would have confidence? I know that there's been improvement. I know more officers been hired because we know how difficult life is for some of the tenants. I'm very thankful for councillors here that stood up and said, yes, we need to do more, we need to protect our tenants, and therefore we have hired many more bylaw enforcement officers. But as long as one bylaw enforcement officer have the kind of attitude that this person had, nothing good will come out of all the people that we've hired. So we have to root this out. We have to establish system that make people accountable. We have to appeal to our staff to say to them, you can make life so much better for the people you serve, and give them that incentive. But those that are not performing should not be tolerated. I will not tolerate this kind of failure. I know none of the councillors here would do the same. And to allow tenants to fend for themselves in this kind of horrible situation and to endure this kind of ordeal when the fix was so simple. Councillor Holiday, thank you for asking those questions. It was pretty straightforward. You would have done it immediately. 6 months, it didn't happen. Let us move ahead, make those changes, and do much better.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday does have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, question?
Thank you, Speaker. And Madam Mayor, we can agree on a lot of parts of this. There is part 4 of your motion that includes EPIC. EPIC, the eviction prevention. If you can just let me lead into this question, because I think it's important. The EPIC program, as I understand and got in the questions, and I think we generally understand, is about individuals and families, cases where people run into a precarious situation, they can't pay their rent, they're in arrears. And so there's a financial assistance that comes in and helps people. But it's about the individual tenant and their circumstances. In part 4, you talk about the situation of when a rooming house might get in the situation where it can't house all the tenants anymore, whether it's a fire or some failing. Do we really want to drag the EPIC program into that scenario? Because what I would put to you, Madam Mayor, is that the EPIC program is then backstopping the landlord and the landlord's shortcoming in this case, as opposed to the situation of the individuals and families.
And your question is?
Do we really want to do that? Or is there a better program or a better way to deal with this gap?
Thank you. That's a very thoughtful question. If this landlord actually would do the right thing, and if this landlord require, in this case the landlord did not have to have their tenant leave the place.
Right.
If they had to, then the tenant had to find a place to stay for a couple of weeks maybe, or then move back in. If the tenants don't have much income, the landlord might not have that, then someone in the city service should be able to step in and say, hey, we have a rent bank program. We can help you for a couple of weeks while your room get fixed, for example, or the wire get redone, if it required, vacancy of that unit. Then at this point, yes, I can see EPIC. What does EPIC stand for? Eviction Prevention in Communities. So someone can step in and say, and sometimes it could be pest. We heard that it might take a bit of time, and that if the person is in a serious, let's say if it's a mental health crisis, okay, then they may need some kind of, I guess you can call it counseling or social work assistant, find another place. That is another situation where EPIC can step in. So by no means should EPIC step in to offload the landlord's responsibility. Absolutely not. The landlord should follow the law. We have very clear bylaw that needs to be enforced by MLS, and they should lay charges, give clear guideline, come in and say, if you have 10 days, give you 10 days. If you don't act, give you a little bit more, see if it's reasonable. If it's not, go in and which is what this motion is about, go in and find the procurement, find that electrician to fix that wire. Probably can be done in one day. Fix it, and then charge the landlord in their property taxes.
So the motion in your explanation infers that the EPIC program might do things like pay someone's hotel bill if they have to move out for a number of weeks while the landlord fixes it.
No, or find them a shelter.
A city shelter?
It could be a city shelter, why not?
So
if it's a few,
few
days.
So you're suggesting then that the EPIC program becomes caseworkers like shelter caseworkers?
No, eviction prevention community program, what they do, they are mostly social workers. So if a person has a bit of a mental health issue, for example, I'll give you an example, okay? My dad likes to feed pigeons, but God help you, the pigeons, when he was living in an apartment, what happens in the balcony is all the feces will get into, other floors.
Yeah.
He has mental health issue. I was able to help him clean it up, make sure he doesn't do that, put screen up so the pigeon can come back, all of that, okay? But he wasn't able to because of mental health issue. When EPIC is involved, they could, in fact, help someone like that. Biology teacher, love animals, but God knows, like that is not something one should do, living in an apartment. But EPIC and then those caseworkers can then step in to prevent the person from being evicted by doing the right thing with the person's support and intervene, right? Not everyone have someone that could back them up. So EPIC is really to prevent someone from being evicted, because once the person is evicted, then it comes into, if they have no funds, then they become homeless. They then land in our shelters.
Thank you. We do have another question. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for making this your first item. I think that you would agree with me that right now, mission critical for our city is saving every affordable rental apartment that we have in the city of Toronto.
Absolutely.
And that is why this is your first item of business, and it is such a problem that 11 units are lost.
That's right.
Just lost, that were affordable. I saw the rents in
because
there.
It was rent control.
It was rent controlled, and now moving from whatever date that was in September all the way through to it being finally closing a sale in 2025 with the listing saying an amazing opportunity to own this vacant 3-union building in Toronto. Main floor unit has been recently renovated with new kitchen, quartz countertops, stainless steel appliances. This is the listing that was there in order to sell this for $1.5 million. And somewhere along the line, the city failed in keeping 11 people in an affordable apartment unit.
And the city also lost 11 units of affordable housing.
Yes, we lost 11 units of affordable housing, which is mission critical for the city. Are you worried, as I am, that this is, as I think you said, we have to worry about the culture, that somehow this would be acceptable and that everybody wouldn't have thought 11 units, tenants, no power, no water, no heat, critical issue, let's get it solved, that somehow through all the people that had this in their hands, MLS, bylaw, supervisor, manager, EPIC, never talked to one another, never flagged it anywhere. Is there an issue of not flagging an emergency somewhere, in your opinion, or how can we change that culture without training everybody?
I think if you ask anyone on the street, ordinary people will say that if it is my job to actually do something about that situation and I have power to do so, if someone are in need of running water or heat, ordinary folks will say, of course I would do that. I don't know how any workers that call themselves a public servant could ignore the pleas of people, pregnant women, for example, of living in a place where there's no heat, no running water, and a floor of it with no power.
The ombudsman indicated there could have been a bias there somehow to the landlord, or that the staff said it's a civil matter. It's a civil matter. In other words, that the city had no role. And I think you're pretty clear. The city had a role, and there was a failure in the city role in this instance in saving 11 homes and having people in far more expensive homes and going through what they went through.
I would call it a failure of common sense. I mean, it's common sense that if someone have no heat, you go and help out. It's a failure of caring or giving a damn. I don't know what you want to call it. It's just, if this is your job, do your job. This is the case where the person did not do the job. Neither is the supervisor, nor the manager, or the system that allowed this to slip through the crack. There's something wrong with the system when something like this happened. It's inexcusable.
Including 311, when somebody calls and says, I don't have running water, I don't have any heat, I don't have any power, and it said property standards and maintenance violations. That does not appear to be the emergency that it actually is. That could have been rats or somebody left their garbage out, correct? So this is an issue.
Graffiti, whatever it might be.
Or graffiti. So it doesn't accurately describe the situation that we learned about here.
No, it does not.
And for Epic, I just wonder, I did ask about what role that Wood Green had in dealing with tenants, because that's what their job is, their main job, hands-on tenant work. If that, and I'm going to move that motion that we review what actual work they did, because right now they're pulling Metrolinx out of a hole and helping with their tenant evictions to find affordable housing. And I'm wondering if that's something that we can also just review. What role did they have for tenants without being this hidebound policy only, can't talk to you about it?
I think one could
That was your
always-
last question.
One could always improve the services in different areas, where it's 311 MLS or Epic. I think today everyone here listening or reading the report or being, should commit themselves to say that we will not tolerate this kind of culture where people didn't care, or whether a system or a management system or a structural system where we have workers that feel that, it's not my job, and then move on. Or take anything with face value without checking whether it's true or not. I think we just need to commit ourselves to vastly improve the system so that this kind of incidents will not happen again.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to speak. Speaker, I have a motion. Where is it? There it is. This pertains to the question I asked the city manager. The final recommendation in the report, it's unclear who reports to whom. I asked the city manager and he felt it would be appropriate that he report. Because there are multiple divisions and committees involved here, 311, MLS, Affordable Housing Office, it made sense to send it to the executive committee. I'm also recommending that we take advantage of the really, really skilled and thoughtful people we have on the Housing Rights Advisory Committee and get them a report within a year as well. I think that's fairly self-explanatory and simple. Everyone here understands that this was a terrible failure. And Mr. Grant, I think, was quite gracious and brave and responsible in taking responsibility for that failure. But I think we also have to look in the mirror a little bit. Between when the City of Toronto was amalgamated and 2023, this council ignored every opportunity to improve the services that we offered to people living in rooming houses. In fact, time and time again, this council instructed city staff to just go out and close rooming houses. Forget about the tenants, just go close them. And it was a fight that activists in the community took decades to win. We brought it here to this council 12 times that we were advised by city staff that we should make rooming houses legal right across the city, that we should enhance the ability to license them, that we should support the tenants living in those rooming houses as we made them legal. And 11 times this council said to city staff, no, just go close those rooming houses. Mr. Grant took his responsibility. We need to take ours. When this council decided those 11 times that people in the most vulnerable housing situation in the City of Toronto, people living in rooming houses, were second-class citizens, and that we shouldn't provide resources to secure their tenure, but instead we should just try to throw them on the street. City Council helped to create the conditions that the Ombudsman captured here today. It's not really the Ombudsman's responsibility to tell Council what you did is wrong. He's supposed to look on whether or not city staff are implementing the policies we approve. But I think there's a lesson here for all of us, all the elected officials who have oversight here. We created this problem as much as the public service did. We told them to do an impossible thing, and we gave them no resources to do it. There was one inspector in the city who was supposed to look at all these illegal rooming houses. One. Every time this council going forward considers any issue about housing vulnerable people, whether it's a supportive housing project, legalizing a rooming house, or building supportive housing through the mayor's housing plan, whatever it is, our shelter system, we need to put the most vulnerable people in the center of our thoughts. That's what our housing charter effectively says. Housing is a right, and we must progressively realize it. We have to carry the burden that Toronto City Council, as much as anybody else, created the circumstances we're investigating here, and make sure that Toronto City Council never takes another decision that makes the most vulnerable tenants in the City of Toronto still more vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have a motion to both expand the scope of the priority services and also to ensure that while we rely on tenants to file for work orders, that MLS does it themselves. This really just contributes to what we're working on to improve the systems that we have to protect tenants' health and safety. What happened here was shameful. What should have been dealt with in a matter of days for just a few $1,000s took over 6 months, where tenants, some of whom have disabilities, one who was 7 months pregnant, all of whom are Black, spend months sleeping in coats, living in deplorable conditions that not one of us would want anyone we love to ever find themselves in. And we made a promise to them as a city that, as we've done with all tenants, that when your landlord sees you and your building as just a source of income and not people's homes, if they're not willing to do the ethical and right thing, that we're going to be there for you. And in this case, the city was not there for them at all. The city needs to do better. And we need to make sure that we fulfill that commitment that we've made. I'm very grateful to the Ombudsman and his staff for highlighting this problem that we've been talking about for a long time. And that, yes, we need to have very clear and transparent, standardized operating procedures. We need to be willing to take remedial action far more often when a landlord is not willing to make the fixes themselves within a reasonable time frame. We need to change the culture of rent safe. Again, I'm proud we did it, but I'm not proud of how it's been implemented overall. But I want to be, and we're going to work together to make sure that it is what we expect. The culture can't be just a focus on compliance. It can't be a culture that is just working so nicely with some of the worst landlords that we're constantly giving them a break. That we're constantly hoping that they'll do something that they are saying they're doing or they pretend they're doing, but they're not really doing. There are times for carrots, but there are times for sticks. And when a tenant is living in deplorable, unhealthy, and unsafe conditions, it's time to wield that stick, to get in there, to get a contractor in there, get it fixed, and charge them after the fact. That's what protecting people looks like. So, I'm really happy to hear that city staff are accepting all of the Ombudsman's report recommendations. I'm very happy to support the mayor's amendments. I hope you will support mine as well, along with Councillor Perks. And ultimately, as we move forward, let's improve our systems so that no individual can screw it up like this was screwed up so badly. That there are very clear steps that everyone has to take to make sure that every single tenant, roughly half of our population in the city, are given the protections that they deserve, so everybody can come home to a place with heat, to a place with water that's clean, that's healthy. And then, yes, on another day, let's talk more about how we can also make sure that life is more affordable for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Ombudsman for bringing this report forward, and of course the Toronto Public Service for the collaboration that they would have done to support this report coming forward. There's a few distinctions in here that are really important to talk about. You know, the report tells us that this landlord was charging $500 to $900 a person for rent. If you average that out, they brought in maybe $99,000 a year in rent. And then I'm shocked to see in the report and hear even further in the chamber that after a fire, there were very small repairs that were required. Changing a furnace, I mean, that happens every day in Toronto. Repairing a wire, and that it could have been done with people still living there. So unfortunately, our process doesn't give us enough time at council to unpack all of these details, but I'd really like to know why this went on for 6 months. I'd like to know why the first call wasn't to the insurance company. If there was a fire in my house and, you know, a pot boiled over on the stove and my family couldn't sleep there that night, the insurance that we pay helps to put us in a hotel and sort things out and get a contractor in to get those repairs done quick as possible, because if you're staying in a hotel, that's really expensive, so there's an incentive to get it done. I don't know the answer to that question. There's a lot of details here that I don't know all the bits and pieces of. But I'm going to support the aspects of this report that do reflect on the work of MLS and why it's really important that they're able to step in situations of health and safety. And if the work's not getting done, enforce that it does. It doesn't matter if it was a multi-tenant house or if there's one tenant living in the house. It's still a situation where that individual is relying on the services of the landlord, in getting the place repaired. I think I read in here that the landlord shut the water off. So somebody needs to be there to deal with that sort of stuff. The one thing I disagree on, and unfortunately I can't support part 4 of Mayor Chow's motion, is then bringing the EPIC program into the mix. It's an important program. It has to do with stabilizing individuals. But what it does is if you expand it even further to situations where there's a failure of the landlord or a failure of the property, it then starts acting as the insurance of that landlord. Councillor Carroll asked a really important question, and I'm not going to infer in my speaking in any way about a motivation of a landlord, but if there was a situation where there was a desire to get people out of there, what a convenient circumstance where, the place wasn't, and maybe that could happen, right? If it goes this way, there would be landlords out of there that would say, hey, I'm going to let a situation occur where it's not inhabitable. The city will step in, deal with all the tenants, and then I'm where I want to be. I'm not saying that's in this case. We don't know. We don't even know the level of detail. But I'm worried about setting up a situation where we're ultimately backstopping shortcomings of landlords. And why I'm really worried is because the program is there, it's chugging along, and I'm worried that if we saddle it with additional circumstances, that we actually break the program and it doesn't become available and it goes off onto a tangent into a place that it was never intended to do. I agree that there are some questions still out there about how the city operates and what our role is in an emergency, right? If fire occurs, somebody has to leave in a building, all the tenants are gone. What is our role in stepping in? Do we enter people into the shelter system? Do we provide them temporary relief? There's probably lots and lots of questions for a long discussion. But what I don't support is suddenly just dropping this onto the shoulders of the EPIC program because I'm not sure that that's the right place for it. So once again, thank you to everyone for raising these questions. I don't think we have all of the answers, but I think at least once we get through this report today, there's a little bit of emphasis on acting swiftly when the landlord has not stepped up to their circumstances and made repairs that we heard today were straightforward. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope members of council will consider carefully the concerns I have about moving this over to the EPIC program.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to thank the Ombudsman, his office, and the staff that collaborated with the Ombudsman to bring this report forward. And also all of the motions that are trying to attend to making a systemic change here, fixing what's broken and moving toward care and prioritizing care. I appreciate that the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards took responsibility and that changes are being made, and that there's a reference to SPIDER and its importance as well in attending to people who are facing situations where they're made very vulnerable. I think above all, this is a report about how landlords exploit tenants for rent in the City of Toronto. And that this is happening all across this city is something that we really have to hold when we think about the level of work, the scope, the extent of the urgency and the amount of work that there is to do in this area. Because this is a kind of eviction by neglect and even abuse of people. And this is a truly horrifying situation. Landlords cannot in any way be supported or have the city take on liabilities or costs that really belong to them and their obligations to their tenants. So I am also concerned about changing anything that would allow for more public money to go into doing the work that landlords should be doing, particularly when they're collecting rent at the scale that was happening in the situation. So the design of the program in the Mayor's motion at the 4th point I think is really important so that EPIC doesn't change focus. These situations happen in Davenport all the time, and our office brings into action. We have spent weeks and months supporting tenants. We are on the front line alongside the public service, and I have attended in person with bylaw officers to prevent eviction, to put pressure on landlords. So I also want to recognize that that work is being done. And I want to thank the tenant union for bringing this forward. You know, without that work of having people on the ground standing with and alongside people who are being exploited, made vulnerable, put into such horrible situations, we wouldn't have this report here today. And I think we need to recognize that work, because that's volunteer work as I understand it. Ultimately, keeping people housed has to be a top priority. It is the number one thing for health. It's a number one thing for allowing people to remain employed, to be employed. And the facts in this situation have already been described. People are multiply vulnerable in so many different ways. Housing, a roof over your head, a safe place is the prescription number one for everything that ails our society and every individual. It has to start with that. So this is a really important report. And I want to thank all of those who have put us in a situation now where we can make sure this never happens again, and that we're holding those accountable who are truly responsible in the situation. It's negligent and abusive landlords.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now call on Councillor Speaker Nunziata. 1 second while I get you set up, please. Okay.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I find this very disturbing because it seems like it was one mistake after another. First of all, 311, the number of calls that came in from the same address and then reported that it was completed, then MLS. So it seems like there wasn't proper communication in any of the calls that came in. It bothers me that it took so long, though, that it was reported, that the union waited a year to report it to the city. The ombudsman took over a year to report to council. Like, these issues should be brought forward immediately and not waiting for months and months to report it. You know, when we debated the rooming house, and Councillor Perks, you remember that when we were debating the rooming houses on legalizing rooming houses, and a lot of the councillors debated against it. But this is where we go. This was an illegal rooming house that was running illegally. They should have been charged. Unfortunately, they sold the building before we were able even to charge them. But this is why it's so important, some of these rooming houses that we do have, that we do legalize them and they're licensed. Because if they're licensed, then we can lay charges and revoke their license, which I believe that's why we had that long debate at council a year ago on some of the rooming houses that we do have in the city. What I don't understand is why, and I was told by staff that they sold the building, why this landlord was never charged. Well, he was never charged because he sold the building and he made a lot of profit on the building, never charged. And we have to start charging these slum landlords, because there are a lot of slum landlords out there that we report and nothing. And I think we have to be a little more aggressive when we're charging these landlords. And if they repeat and repeat and they don't resolve the issues, if it's heat, water, or anything, that if you wait months and they haven't resolved the issue, we should start charging them and charging them on their property tax. And that's the way, that's how we can do it. And we've done that in the past where you know, high grass and weeds, garbage in someone's property, and the city goes in, hires a contractor, cleans it up and charges it on their property tax. I think we have to do a lot more of that. I know we used to do that years ago. I don't know if we continue doing that, but there are a lot of landlords out there that do not, that are not cooperative. And you know, it's not just this one. There's so many of them out there that we have problems with. And that's why I have never liked 311. And I'm going to say that. I never have. I never have. Because how many complaints I get from people calling 311 and they're told the issue's been resolved and they haven't, or they have to wait hours and hours on the phone. I'm sorry, but I've never liked it from day one, and I still don't like it. But, you know, what I try to encourage, Mike...
I didn't vote for it.
I didn't vote for it either. It was when David Miller was the mayor, remember? But anyway, what I try to encourage my tenants and residents, don't call 311, call my office. At least if they call my office, I can make sure that the issue is resolved, keep after staff. And I know, Carlton, how many times does my office call you and say, this wasn't done, this wasn't done? Because it goes through my office. It doesn't go through 311. And so it's unfortunate that these tenants did not call my office, because I think I would have been able to help them within hours, but that's not what happened. They call the union and it takes months, and here we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm up next. I'll take my seat.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I do have a motion here, and the staff were just amending the date for the report back to align with the date the mayor has on the September 25th meeting of, there we go now. So I'd just like to add these things in there. How no heat, no power, no water was reported out by 311 as property standards and maintenance violations. Sorry, I don't see the rest of it. Anyway, you can see it up there, right? The other one was the previous work that was undertaken by Wood Green, now delivered by Epic. They are specialists in these tenant matters. And then what steps were taken with the management supervisor and bylaw enforcement officer involved in the investigation. I'm assuming that will be an in-camera report. I just want to thank the Ombudsman, and I want to thank the Mayor, and also want to thank you, Councillor Perks, for being a champion of people living in rooming houses to make them legal over 12 reports or 12, however many years. It's always been so important. And the importance of this report, as when the mayor said, every single apartment that we can maintain, every single rent we can maintain as affordable, every single unit we can maintain as affordable, that is mission critical in this city. So here's 11 tenants that were now forced out of very affordable rent, under rent control, into untenable situations for themselves, very high rent, and a building that was a rooming house, which could have easily been brought into compliance. Although it looked like it was from the report, I didn't see anything that said there wasn't a fire exit or anything else there. And to what I read earlier, amazing opportunity to own this vacant 3-unit building in Toronto. Main floor unit has been recently renovated with new kitchen, quartz countertop, stainless steel appliances, main floor and second floor apartments. Wow! $1.5 million. 11 tenants out. 11 tenants gone. 11 tenants living with no heat, no power, no water for such a long time. That is unconscionable. That's egregious. And I want to say this. Normally I thank city staff. I cannot thank city staff here, because every single person handling this file, every single staff handling this file went home to heat, went home to water, and went home to power while these folks were living in these conditions. It is shameful, and I believe everybody is ashamed that this happened in our city. I believe, we've heard the Ombudsman, more training, more policy. That's where we always go. Oh, we need more training. Why would you need more training to keep people safe in their home? We should be a caring city. We don't need more training to know that somebody needs heat, light, and power to be able to live there. You just need common sense. And that's what was missing. And I think that's what was missing from your report, Mr. Ombudsman, because you were too nice. We don't need more training for the supervisor, more training for the bylaw enforcement officer. We need them to feel that these people, number one, mission critical, save every affordable, low-income apartment in our city. Mission critical, make sure people are not living without heat, power, and light. That's actually the job of municipal licensing and service and MLS. So I just think that this is a culture fail. And I'm glad, Mayor, that you've said, let's wake up. How can we have so many affordable housing plans and 11 people losing their affordable rent-controlled housing into a market they can't control because of inaction by our staff? It was a civil matter between the tenants and the landlord. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? A civil matter. These people calling and say, I'm sorry, it's a civil matter. We can't get involved. That is ridiculous. How did that happen? And if this ombudsman hadn't done that report, we would know nothing about this. I don't know if this is more endemic in this culture. I don't know if that was just the West End MLS. I don't know. But I'm expecting the city manager to know, and I'm expecting the city manager to report to September 25 on Mission Critical. This can never happen again. We have a development and growth division that says we're building affordable housing. I always say we're losing more housing than we can build. And here we've lost 11 units.
Councillor Fletcher, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And where do I start? Because this is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not the third time. I don't even know what time it is. But it is often and too many. I want to start by certainly thanking the Mayor for her leadership and certainly her motions, and I'll be supporting them. I want to thank the Ombudsman for his continued professional leadership and great work, he and his team. It wasn't long ago that we were in this very chamber dealing with a matter that we had not wanted to deal with. We had basically moved it as a quick item, and it dealt with a matter dealing with the Ombudsman and Peter Street and a group of, let's call them what they were, Black Africans who were treated poorly by our city and by staff. It appears that this is again the situation. We have Black people, I don't know where they're from, but all Black people, or actually all people, originate from Africa, so I'm assuming that there are Black Africans who were treated poorly in our city. What are we doing? What are we saying? We're saying that the staff made a mistake and the staff didn't do their job. Our response is inadequate training, improper training, or poorly trained. So we're going to train them to do better next time. Well, why didn't we train them to do better the first time? And again, this is not the first time, this is not the second time, and I will dare say this, Speaker, mark my word, it won't be the last time. I think it's really important in terms of the recognition that, yes, common sense wasn't utilized here, and it is a cultural war that's actually being exhibited against Black people and against all poor people in this city. And I think we need really to speak to that. There's a lot of comments have been made about the challenges for housing and so on and so forth. But let's call it what it is. It isn't simply the lack of training. It really is the lack of respect. It's really about the fact that people who don't have power are treated in a different way. You may not want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you. It's not a cultural fail. It's a racism fail. It's a systemic racist system that fails the people who were affected by this situation. I wanted to speak because I saw the pain on Mr. Grant's face. I've known him for about 30 years. I know him to be a credible person that's fair. He's responsible for a staff of people who don't always do their job. And this is what we're recognizing. And it pains me to say that because I want to make sure that they do their jobs. But he has to wear it, unfortunately, because he's the leader. But I don't think that he, if he was in the know, would have accepted any of that. I know him well enough to be able to call him at any time, night or day, as we all are. So I wanted to make sure that although he's responsible for that department, poor oversight, yes, not necessarily by him, but because he is in charge of that department, he has to absorb and wear it. And to a large extent, and to some extent, the city manager. This is not the standard of care that we offer anybody, but it is the standard of care that we offer to a lot of Black people in this city. Not just the city of Toronto, but just in general. And again, you may not want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you, because it needs to be understood, the way that people are treated. Some person who is doing their job looks at those individuals and simply say, you don't really matter, you're not as important, you don't have the ability to actually sue the landlord, although you may say this is a civil matter. If you don't have the resources, you can't fight them. You suffer. So you live in the city of Toronto, and you're living in a place where you're going without heat, without water that's been terminated by the landlord. And what do? They sell the building. They go on and they become rich, and we enrich them, and there's no penalty associated. Who suffers? The people who always suffer in this city, the poor and those who are Black.
Thank you. Okay. I think we have enough time to vote. So if we can ring the bells, we're voting on motion 2 first by Councillor Perks. Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. I just want to raise a point of order. I did try to work this out with the clerk. I disagree with items 17 to 20. That has to do with EPIC.
Yes.
And the fourth clause of the mayor's amendment. Otherwise, rest are fine.
No, we understand that. So we're voting on 17, 18, 19, 20.
Separately.
Separately.
And clause 4 of the mayor's amendment. Thank
Yes.
you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Pardon? Oh, yeah. Can I have a motion just to extend it for a few minutes so we can vote on this item? Moved by Mayor Chow. In favor? Carried. Okay, thanks. Okay, so our first motion is motion 2 by Councillor Perks. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, our second motion is 3A by Councillor Matlow. There it is on the screen. On favor? Carried. Motion 1 by Mayor Chow. Okay. Councillor Holiday has asked that on part 4 there's a recorded vote. So we'll have a recorded vote on part 4.
Part 4 of the motion, number 1, carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. So the balance of the Mayor Chow's motion as amended, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Our next motion is motion 3B by Councillor Matlow. There it is on the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Motion 4 by Councillor Fletcher. On the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item as amended. Okay, 17, we're voting on Councillor Holiday, 17, 18, 19, 20. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Bravo, how do you vote, please? And Councillor Thompson, please. How do you vote? Parts 17, 18, 19, and 20 of the Ombudsman's recommendations carry. The vote is 21 to 1.
Okay, the balance of the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Councillor Bravo, how do you vote? Balance of the item as amended is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. We're recessed to 2 o'clock. Could I ask members of council to please come up to the council chambers? Members of council, please come up to the council chambers. This meeting is now resumed. Please take your seats. Members, please rise if you're able to join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the 401 highway collision. Thank you. Mayor Chow, you wish to make an announcement at this time?
I do. It's a point of personal privilege. Please join me in congratulating Councillor Paul Ainsley, who I'm appointing as the Deputy Mayor for Scarborough. Ah, yes. Now, as you know, Mr. Ainsley has been a Scarborough councillor since 2006.
But it seems like yesterday.
Okay. That's 19 years of experience serving the people in Scarborough. Prior to that, he was the executive assistant of David Sanaki, former councillor David Sanaki. As chief of staff or executive director, he did most of Councillor Sanaki's work. That's not true. But so he has many years, over 2 decades of experience. And as you know, Deputy Mayor Ainsley is committed to relentlessly improving city services for the people of Toronto, especially for Scarborough. Okay. And also, I am also announcing that Councillor Paula Fletcher will take on the role of the chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Not to give away her age, she has many years, let me put it this way, many decades of experience here at City Hall. And she is known to be someone that could get things done, a lifelong environmentalist. She's taken on big projects, as all of us have heard, redevelopment of Portlands, waterfront, improving TCHC, renovations bylaw, fixing Cafe TO, and many more. So, yeah, these are my 2. Right. Former Councillor Dan Leckie. That goes to the 1990s. It's a long time ago. Councillor Fletcher was working with former Councillor Dan Leckie also. Yes, both of them have many decades. I think if you add all of them up, that's probably... Oh, okay, never mind. I think I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. Congratulations to both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Sorry. Members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. If we have 18 members, we can introduce these motions. Do we have 18 members? We have 3 virtual. So we don't have 18. Oh, Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole's up there. Councillor Cole, please come to your seat. No. With him, it still isn't 18? How many more do we need? 2? Okay, Councillor Pasternak. Oh, there's Councillor Matlow.
Hold on, James is right there.
James, please come in. Councillor Pasternak, come in. We need quorum. Okay, we need quorum. Now do we have 18? Okay, so please nobody get up and leave. Oh, Councillor Prusa was sick? Oh, okay. So he... Okay, thank you. Okay, so we do have some motions, so let's put them on the screen. Councillor Candeval. You have a motion to introduce. We're going to put it on the screen. You need to read it.
He's waiting for it to appear.
We're going through members' motions right now, guys. Okay. Let's give it a minute till it appears on the screen.
We're still working on the language.
No, there it is there.
We're working on the language. I don't know if... Okay. All right, I'll just put it... Okay, that Councillor Parthy Canville will be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting without notice concerning a Talmud genocide monument in Scarborough. Reason for urgency, the motion is to honor the recently passed May 18th, recognized by the Government of Canada as Talmud Genocide Remembrance Day and the conclusion of Talmud Genocide Education Week by the Government of Ontario.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I believe this is an authorized.
What?
Releasing Section 37 to a school.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Okay? Councillor Sachs. Oh, Councillor Sachs is not here. Who's the seconder? Councillor Holyday, you're the seconder. Would you like to introduce this motion on behalf of Councillor Sachs?
I can. That Councillor Holyday be permitted to add to the agenda of today's. I got good memory, but not that good. Councillor Holyday be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning administrative penalty administration during possible postal strike. And the reason for urgency is because the potential of an impending postal strike, and as such, action is required at this meeting of City Council.
Okay, thank you. On favor, carried. Who's next? Councillor Matlow. No, you have to go to your desk. There.
You're
You're at the wrong desk.
They all look alike.
There's a hint. Look for the red light.
I will wait for the motion to appear. That I'm moving this reopening.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Oh, really? Okay, waiting. This is a notice of motion asking that there is sunshine list reporting for those agencies, boards, and commissions that don't get captured on the sunshine list.
On favor, carried. Okay, thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
I'm ready now to release EY 22.30.
Okay, well, why don't we wait until we get to the item?
Whatever you like. It's a quick release, no?
No, I know, so.
You don't want to do quick releases?
Yes, I am going to do quick releases.
Okay, whenever you're ready, because I got
Okay, members, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Crescenti.
Okay. Speaker, once again, EY 22.30, technical amendment. There was two parts to this, and I believe clerks now has that amendment ready.
Okay, so we'll have to put the amendment on the screen. There's two parts to your motion.
Okay, well, two motions, I guess.
Yes. EY 22.30. There it is on the screen. On favor? Carried. Okay.
Part B is to move the money.
Okay, part B is to move the money. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
And Speaker, I got one more. PH 21.1. Well, technically, Councillor Perks is holding. We're good. Book with staff. Can we release?
No, I believe that there was somebody else that had an interest in that.
No. It was my.
Well, hold on. Yeah, because it's in Councillor Perks's.
Right, and he's releasing it.
Yeah, I know. So wait till Councillor Perks gets up and releases it.
Well, Speaker, he just did. What happened to him?
No, wait till we get to him, Councillor Crescenti.
Okay, all right, it's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
I've been informed that Councillor Carnos-Lynn has questions on the item. So.
Okay, that's what I thought. I heard other people say they had questions this morning. Do you have any other releases, Councillor Perks?
Well, I'll try. PH 21.2, the Toronto Local Appeal Body member complement. I don't think there's any reason to hold that.
Which item was that again?
PH 21.2, the Toronto Local Appeal Body member complement. And that means the amount of members, not giving them just one complement. Although I would.
Okay, so Councillor Perks would like to release PH 21.2. The Toronto Local Appeal Body. Members' compensation.
Members' complement.
Oh, compliment.
It's about how many members there are.
Okay, I don't
We
have
have
my
too many
glasses.
members.
Compliment.
Which I just think is a
On
general
favor?
truth.
Carried. All right. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to release CC 30.4, status update on city activities related to the Therma Spa project.
CC, what was that, CC?
30.4.
30.4. Oh, Councillor Candeval would like to be held.
What?
Well, he wants to hold it, so I don't know.
Okay, so
why.
I'll keep the hold then.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Trying to quick.
So I'm going to release EY 22.2. I'll move the report, but Councillor Fletcher has an amendment on my behalf.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I do have an amendment. Just for the CBCs.
Yeah, please, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Which number is it again? EY
22.2.
Yes.
Okay, there it is, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. So I'd just like to make that amendment for EY 22.2, please.
Okay. On favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, oh, Councillor Fletcher, you have a release. No, she doesn't, no. All right, now, council, we will now consider the mayor's second key matter. Item EX 23.4 to be considered with item 23.5. 23.4 is the update on the Auditor General recommendations on 911. And then 23.5 is update on SafeTO implementation. So if we have questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. Do we have any questions on the auditor's report? Councillor Candeval. We're discussing both items
The
at
two
the
items,
same time.
that's what I wanted
Yes.
to clarify. Yeah. So the questions are on both. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, what are other potential areas that are currently being serviced by 911 operations that are being considered or could be transferred to TCCS?
Through the Speaker, the Toronto Community Crisis Service currently responds to 5 call types: person and crisis calls, well-being checks, disorderly behavior, distress and behavior advised. We are open to considering more types of calls. We will work through with Toronto.
Is there any for consideration right now?
There's no additional calls for consideration at the moment, but conversations are always ongoing with Toronto Police Services for opportunities to expand transfer.
Okay. What are staff's next steps or vision for the data collected through SafeTO analytics and learning environment?
Through the Speaker, the SafeTO collaborative analytics environment involves multiple stakeholders, including Toronto Police Services and the school boards. The goal is to move towards a public-facing dashboard where information will be available, as well as to build out a scenario modeling that will allow us to try to identify predictive events that may happen in different neighborhoods and be able to deploy resources.
In the SafeTO goal number 5, invest in people, where does SafeTO see opportunity for a youth employment strategy as part of leadership development and youth engagement?
So through the Speaker, development of youth employment is a high priority. We know youth unemployment is hovering at 15% and even higher for equity-deserving communities, Black and Indigenous youth. So part of the work that social development does through the Toronto Youth Jobs Corp is to develop youth job supports. Part of the work that's being done towards peace is providing wraparound supports for youth who have been in conflict with the law to find job supports. So we are also working towards broader work with other stakeholders to try and get to the goal of 10,000 youth jobs and have a plan before council by the end of this year on that plan.
What is the framework or the relationship with TCH in advancing these goals?
TCH is a key community partner. They lead a lot of youth employment through their initiatives such as Youth Works and other key initiatives. So they will be part of the broader strategy to be rolled out for the end of this year and report back to City Council.
One of the challenges in my limited experience thus far is with community safety audits. Sometimes the silos within divisions create a lack of communication. Is there a strategy or one being contemplated to unify the different actions, tasks that are required for an effective approach?
Through the Speaker, safety audits done through Toronto Police Services such as SEPTEDs require multi-partners to help address the recommendations that come out through the audit of the safety work. We are coordinating through a multi-sectoral approach as part of our violence prevention TO office. So we are pulling together various different divisions, but also partners.
So where will that sit, that coordinated effort? With who's?
It sits under social development in terms of the broader coordination of multi-sectoral partners, but SEPTED specifically in terms of safety audit sits from services, but we work both.
In relation, in regard to post-program follow-up, what are observations or next steps as part of an attempt to lower youth violence?
If you could repeat the question, please.
So in terms of, I think there's reference to post-program follow-up.
Yes.
What can we see? What does that look like in terms of being effective at addressing or decreasing youth violence rates in vulnerable communities?
Yeah, through the speaker, thank you for that question. So the challenge around youth violence is there are multiple reasons and factors that influence it. So part of the work that our various different initiatives do, including our community partners, is to try and understand what the unique needs of each youth. So trying to address those core issues, be they around precarious employment, be it around precarious housing, be it around dealing with sense of loneliness and isolation and disconnection from broader community. So the follow-ups will really sort of flow from the specific needs of each of the youth that we're serving in our work. Broadly, the work that we provide through Towards Peace, but also through our community crisis response program, does provide youth with sense of community supports, does provide youth with pathways to employment, and does provide youth opportunities to engage broadly.
And finally, given I think this is the first major report coming out of the Safe TO strategy, what, at least in my time, what is the 5-year vision for the growth and accountability of this program?
So through the speaker, the broader work of Safe TO involves an inclusion of the multi-sectoral partners where the adoption of the action plan has been adopted by the Toronto Services Board, TCHC Board, the school boards. This ensures that there is a line of sight in terms of broader governance. As well, we are working towards public accountability through reports that we provide today, as well as the community report, and working towards more broadly dashboards. And last but not least, we are doing community conversations in various communities, working with various counselors, including yourself, to have those conversations in community where we report out the work that's underway, the challenges that each community faces, and how we can best support residents.
Deputy Mayor Malek, question.
Thank you very much. And on these two items, I guess my first question is related to Toronto Community Crisis Service, and it is encouraging to see the continued uptick in the use of this service as people across the city become more familiar with it and see its impact. And with over 6,000 referrals that have been made, I'm interested to hear a little bit more about how those referrals are tracked, and are people successfully accessing services with the outcomes that we can track?
Through the speaker, thank you for the question. The broader work of the Toronto Community Crisis Service has included 6,000 plus referrals. Those referrals have included referrals to housing supports, counseling supports, and employment supports. The tracking of the referrals is done by the Toronto Community Crisis Service community anchor partners, and they do provide rolled up data reports to the City of Toronto.
Sorry, what kind of update?
They provide rolled up data reports to the City of Toronto.
What does that mean?
They share the data with us on a monthly basis in terms of the referrals they make. They also track if the referrals are successful as well. And another key point, just to share quickly, is that the Crisis Service has also provided supports to additional spaces and additional counseling lists. So, for example, Family Services Toronto provides counseling for families. There was a wait list before. As part of the Toronto Community Crisis Service, we've been able to ensure that our partners have access to that service and have been able to pay for the ability to refer people to that organization.
So in terms of how those referrals, the accessing of services and the tracking of the folks who Toronto Community Crisis Service has interacted with, how is that represented and where is that available?
So the information in terms of the referrals made at the individual level are tracked by the community anchor partner who shares that data with the City of Toronto on a monthly basis. We review that data, discuss with the partners any challenges that they are experiencing in terms of referrals. As an example, one pinch point that was identified was the lack of shelter space sometimes. And so we were able to work with TS3 to identify additional shelter space and access for the crisis service.
So that data is being fed into our work here across divisions. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yes, so one particular example, as I shared, is the broader consideration of shelter space sometimes. Is the availability of shelter is a bit of a challenge. So we worked with our colleagues at Toronto Shelter Support and Housing Administration to identify the additional shelter space. In addition, the community anchor partners participate in our focus and spider tables. And so they bring cases there that require multi-sectoral partners, including city divisions like MLS and other divisions to help provide supports. So there are many opportunities to provide collaborative work through our anchor partners.
Okay. The incidents that are reported through the Community Crisis Response Program, it was important to see that often violent incidents are taking place during the nighttime, right? And we have a very dedicated approach around the night economy and putting a real emphasis on making sure that the vibrancy, the safety, and the kind of confidence of Torontonians and visitors when it comes to the city's nightlife. So can you share a little bit more about the work that's being done to address this particular kind of, I guess, pattern in the data that's being shared? What work is happening with operators at establishments that are where the night economy is very important?
So through the chair, we are working as part of the broader nighttime economy working group led by EDC and do provide broader information and supports through that table. Some of the concrete steps that we have taken is ensuring greater awareness of operators of things like the Toronto Community Crisis Service, the Community Crisis Response Program, but also more broad awareness of some of the funds that are available for local neighborhoods and operators to address some of the safety issues in their neighborhoods, as well as providing broader supports in terms of the work that we are doing with the BIAs. We have an initiative called Safety-O BIA, which brings together various BIAs to discuss some of the issues that they have across the city. We have about 16 different pilots that we are funding right now across the city to address localized safety issues across the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to focus a little bit on the discussion that Councillor Candeval started around youth and jobs. And if we have any idea how many summer jobs or how many youth from priority neighborhoods or Toronto community housing have been hired for summer jobs in the recreation division or the parks division. Do we track any of that? What? Oh, here's the city manager.
Can you repeat that question for me, please?
Yes. Do we track, hiring from priority neighborhoods or Toronto community housing youth, since we're talking about youth employment? We were talking about youth employment. There's Mr. Dayton.
So as a corporation, I don't believe we track that. I'll let Mr. Dayton answer in terms of some of the recreation programming.
Thank you. All my time got wasted there, Speaker, waiting. So if you don't mind, thank you. I'm just interested in that outreach. We've talked about that a lot before. North York had a very robust hiring process from Toronto Community Housing, from low-income neighborhoods as part of its outreach. What is that still in place? What's your outreach program? Do you track that? How many youth you've hired from communities of that nature?
Mayor, yes, so we have undertaken an assessment of our local hiring rates, and we can say that we have over 30% of youth hired from neighborhood improvement areas are working in close proximity to their communities. We don't track necessarily how many are coming from TCHC specifically.
So hired to what? Into recreation?
Into summer, primarily seasonal recreation jobs, correct.
So 30%. And has that changed over the years since you've started to dig in on it?
Mayor, yes, we only started looking at this following some discussions we've had with you, Councillor, so I don't have a historical view. We really have sort of the current state.
And I'm wondering if that's something that SDFA will also track, because that is one of the goals, and we don't usually leave that just to the division, but it's also more of a corporate tracking.
So through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, following direction from Economic and Community Development Committee, there is a broader set of initiatives underway led by social development, but involving multiple divisions and agencies to track and create an inventory of youth employment opportunities through the city, as well as to look at how else we can increase that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chief Jessup, we're still on track. You have 15 youth that are to be hired, found, recruited, hired, and assisted to become firefighters, correct?
Mayor, we continue to work, Councillor, as you know, with Councillor Bravo and yourself on that initiative with Sean Baird, and Toronto Fire has done everything at this point that we have committed to do to move that forward.
Thank you. There are some impediments to that for hiring or for summer jobs, and I wonder if we'd recognize that in recreation for summer programs for life-saving, that would you agree with me the impediments of $250 and $300 in order to get your accreditation, that's quite a barrier for families to take on in order to be a lifeguard, let's say. So I don't think there's many lifeguards because of those impediments. Am I correct?
To the Speaker, yes, that is an impediment. We agree.
So we have to shift that. I may move that motion today or later. I'm just going to go to police checks now. And Speaker, I did lose about 40 seconds in transferring, if you don't mind.
Yeah, don't forget, I'm going to give you more time.
Oh, thank you. I'm interested in police checks because we're unclear. We saw a youth who'd been hired by Metrolinx and then finally, great guy, couldn't get it, police check failed. Who do we use for our police checks for all our agencies, boards, and commissions in the city? Is it Toronto Police, or is it Durham Police, or is it somebody else?
To you, Speaker. At this point, when we, through our YIPI program and hiring youth, that they go through our background agents, so through our actual talent acquisition workers within the Toronto Police Service.
So the police checks are done for every division. I guess I'll ask one of our executive members, who does our police checks? Is that through Toronto Police or is that contracted out? I understand Durham Police does it for Metrolinx. Who does it for TTC? Do we know?
So to you, Speaker, and I apologize, I misunderstood your question. I was referring to those not necessarily city divisions, other city divisions. It's when we're hiring the Toronto Police Service youth.
No, I'm talking about divisions.
I understand
when
that. That's
somebody
why
applies and they have to have a police check. Who's doing the police checks for the City of Toronto? Sorry, I'm not
Speaker,
getting any
Toronto
answers.
Police.
Speaker. Pardon?
Toronto Police.
Toronto Police. And the barriers, has everything been expunged for those records so people are not being penalized for a card check or something of that nature? I think we really want to understand that, and maybe we need a report back on that. I'd like to understand that very clearly here, please.
And that was your last question. I gave you an extra minute.
I don't think anybody heard because Councillor Crisanti was shaking everybody's hand.
If I can
Speaker, if I can just offer a response to that. I think what we can do is provide you with the clarity of what happens in terms of the process for criminal reference check and what happens with the results of those criminal reference checks. So yes, we can provide that to you.
So the question is, thank you, Speaker, how somebody would get bumped off after getting all the way, and then police check is saying, sorry, you can't. I'm very interested in that because I don't think we want that to happen. So will you provide that to committee?
So Speaker, yeah, and as I understand it, it's the process of who does it, how it's done, and then what happens if there are issues with the criminal reference check, and what would be the process that might have someone not be successful in moving forward because of that. We'll provide an answer to all of those questions.
Thank you.
Speaker, I hadn't thought about where that goes, but which committee? Probably Economic Development and Culture. Is that the appropriate committee? Or anyways, we'll sort it out and get it to the appropriate committee.
Okay, you can
Thank
figure out. Councillor Cheng, questions?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm heartened to see in the SAFE-TO Phase 2 priority actions that there is a plan for a comprehensive gender-based and intimate partner violence reduction plan. I wonder if someone can speak briefly to the goals that the city is setting out to achieve in this Phase 2.
Through the Speaker, the city will be working with survivors and community partners to help identify the goals in Phase 2, as well as through our interdivisional working group to identify some of the service areas that need to be considered to help implement the broader goals.
And what kind of report backs can we expect here at Council? Because we did declare it as an epidemic, and it would be great if we maintained a line of sight so that we can see what progress is being made and ensure that meaningful change is happening.
So through the Speaker, we will be reporting it back out publicly and can commit to report back out as outlined in the report at the end of Phase 2, which is in 2 years' time.
Do you see an opportunity for the Toronto Community Crisis Service to play a role in IPV? Especially, we hear sometimes that, a police response, and we do have a lot of police response to domestics, 15,000, I think, reported last year. Is there an opportunity that TCCS could play a role? Because we do hear that there is a need for something more than just that moment in time, the resources, the referrals, things that are much more in depth than what police are able to provide in a moment.
So through the Speaker, the TCCS staff do receive in-person training on how to respond to disclosures of gender-based violence, as well as to how to provide the appropriate referrals. We will certainly, as part of the broader considerations of how to improve the service and how to expand the service, consider how else we can examine opportunities to include potentially IPV and GBV related type calls.
Thank you. And I feel that SAFE-TO is in such a unique position in terms of data. You have a very broad perspective of what is happening in our city and the complexities that we face. How is this data shared with our other levels of government to inform their policies and potentially funding opportunities to make sure that they can see what is happening in our city?
To the Speaker, thank you for that question. We do regularly try and publish reports and share information about the various data we're collecting. So as an example, through the Focus and Spider work, we do have a once-a-year conference where we sort of do a review of the data with our community partners and discuss some of the trends we're seeing, some of the vulnerabilities across our city. And as part of the broader work of Scale, the goal is to try and have public-facing dashboards, have more conversations in our various different communities, and as you rightly pointed out, to use that as a way to advocate for broader funding commitments from other orders of government.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions, and thank you for this great work.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I guess my first questions are really a follow-up of Councillor Cheng's questions. In Phase 2, we're going on to further partnership with Toronto Police Service on initiatives, chief among them IPV, intimate partner violence. So I'm wondering if Mr. Sharia could clear something up for me, because there seems to be a wide variance of opinion here. SAFE-TO was was developed in partnership with all of the various agencies, the emerging TCCS and the Toronto Police Service. How is that partnership going? Is the collaboration fully there?
I think through the chair, simple answer, which is the partnership is quite strong.
Thank you. So you're not without confidence that phase 2 will be a continuation of that partnership.
So through the chair, yes, I think through phase 2, we'll work closely with our colleagues at Toronto Police Services, as well as interdivisional partners to help advance the work plan provided to City Council.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I heard various reactions after the second floor briefings. My next question is about the issue of the who calls where, the Make the Right Call campaign. In the updates, the deep dive on the updates in 911, there's a passage about the Make the Right Call program being very successful. And I think it shows up in both reports, ATO and this, because what it uncovers is that people actually feel very comfortable now calling 211 about someone needing a wellness check or is having a personal mental health crisis, to the point where in some of your stats in 911 and those we see at the police board, we see 211 at times overtakes 911 in terms of people calling for access to Toronto Community Crisis Service. So from Safety O's standpoint, should Make the Right Call be funded on a regular basis? It went to market for 8 weeks. Should it not be going periodically throughout the year to keep building that understanding of the different lines, 211, 911, etc.?
Through the chair, the Make the Right Call campaign was successful and led to about a 4% increase in calls to 211. In conversation with our colleagues at Strategic Public Education, Strategic Public and Employee Communications, we will be running this campaign every year. We know that behavioral change does not happen once and takes several times.
Right.
Campaign
Okay,
to happen.
thank you. That wasn't clear. And lastly, in Safety O, there are a number of initiatives here, and we've got a number of programs now successfully going that were originally part of the Safety O vision that was developed together, focus tables, little programs like Towards Peace. Are those adequately funded, or is there potential for growth in some of them? Are you measuring the success and then looking at which ones need to grow? And will we hear about that come budget time?
Yes, through the speaker, we are funding currently the Towards Peace expansion in Scarborough as part of federal grants that do expire.
Right. Yeah.
And we will be reporting back out to City Council the successes of these programs, as we have done, and as through the budget process identifying some opportunities for additional investments in some of these initiatives that were funded through the federal grants.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions? Oh, before we go to that, sorry. Councillor Fletcher, you wish to make an introduction at this time? You have some students.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to introduce students who are here from Newfoundland that are on an exchange program through our Eastview Community Centre, which is one of the city's AOCs. Welcome to Toronto and to this really interesting debate. Welcome everybody to Toronto City Council. We hope you have a great trip here, and we're looking forward to hearing about the trip from all of our students from the Eastview neighborhood to Newfoundland. Everything, the whole story, not just the part you want to tell us about. Have a great time in Toronto.
Okay, Councillor Bravo, you're next.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to pick up on the line of questioning from Councillor Fletcher regarding the impediments to access employment in Toronto with respect to those people who may have something on their record due to police checks. To the city manager, again, the question would be what you report on. Do we know, for example, how many people have applied but were not had to be removed from the list because of this particular circumstance? I'm particularly thinking about youth.
Speaker, we'd have to bring that as part of a report back, so happy to include that into the information that we provide.
Great, that would be great to have at Economic and Community Development Committee. We've had these discussions several times, and this would be the people who were not expunged for possession of cannabis or had a note with respect to a stop and interaction with police. So thank you. I wanted to move over to the importance of having the connection between SAFETO as a big vision, Toronto Community Crisis Service, and the activities that take place on TTC. Is this what's before us pretty important, you might agree, closing of a gap that exists presently? For those of us like me that ride transit every day, we're often, finding service interruptions and also just situations because of people who are in crisis. Can you describe how this direction closes that gap and makes the connection with something that for me as a TTC new commissioner has been very much on my mind in an area of work?
Yes, so through the Speaker, the Toronto Community Crisis Service currently only responds to calls on buses and above ground, so not on the subway. As part of the direction provided right now in from the Executive Committee, the expansion of the Toronto Community Crisis Service into responding to calls at all TTC subway stations will provide a greater call opportunity, but also provide greater supports to residents across our city. This will be in addition to the great work that's already being done through the TTC as part of the multi-discipline MDOT program, as well as the Streets to Homes program. So this creates an additional tool for residents and the TTC to help provide supports for people experiencing crisis on our public transit system.
And this is complementary to the motion that was adopted at TTC board to have the CEO work with the deputy city manager to make sure that we have a really good line of sight into all of these services and how they're interacting with each other. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, that is correct.
Thank you. So pretty significant shift where we're going to have potentially response at the platform, potentially on trains where many of these interactions are taking place.
That is correct. We do see an opportunity for growth within the Toronto Community Crisis Service and see this as an important place for the service to connect to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for these comprehensive reports. I have received a request from the Kensington BIA for some urgent help from the city, and you talk about Goal 6 to be investing in neighborhoods, and you recognize the impact on businesses. What they tell me is happening right now with the closure of the other safe injection sites is that routinely there are 40 to 60 drug users, drug dealers congregating and basically intimidating the entrance to Kensington Market, which is driving away customers and doing real economic damage to the market. So what does that BIA have to do to get some focused support from the city to make this area accessible and welcoming to customers?
So through the Speaker, as part of our broader efforts, we do engage with all BIAs, and in this particular case, I'm happy to connect with the Kensington BIA specifically and discuss what their needs are and how we can best support.
Okay, and so we see that you've got particular pilot projects. Do I need to make a motion to get them some focused support, given that they urgently need it now?
Through the speaker, we can commit to working with you with or without a motion to help support the Kensington BIA.
All right, well, let's set up a meeting right away.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on this item? Okay, so we'll go to speakers. Get to the speakers list. Mayor Chow to speak.
I want to thank the staff for the two reports and the emergency frontline officer responder that are integrating the next generation of 911 calls. We are ahead of schedule, and I look forward to, by the end of this year, I think everyone would be probably integrated. And of course, the various streams of Safe TO, that takes a lot of work. It's the work in the Violence Prevention Office, and a lot of it is prevention work. It's interesting if we think about this. When a person is having a mental health crisis, that person or their friends and family around them, this person could be in a TTC subway, it could be in our libraries, it could be on the streets, it could be in an encampment, or they could be at home. And what happens right now is that a lot of those services depends on where it is. It could be the TTC special constable, it could be our librarians, it could be the police, it could be the public health workers that are assisting. What ideally would happen, especially with a mental health crisis, when it is not an emergency, not a life-threatening situation, not dangerous, then I think you have witnessed the Toronto Community Crisis Services have stepped up, and they have responded to over 25,000 calls. And these are the instances where the people are getting the right kind of care during a time of crisis. What it does also is it frees up, whether it's paramedics or police or any other staff, to respond to other calls and other services where they are needed most. I'll give you one example. I see in the report that there's a 11.7% decrease of ambulance calls, right? The first, you're talking about today we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Toronto Paramedic Services. And because in some cases the Community Crisis Service was able to step in, you are seeing a reduction on some of those calls. It is different in many ways because they do provide follow-up care, whereas in police, fire, and paramedics, they just come at a time when you need them most, and they don't necessarily do the follow-up call that matters. So what we are looking ahead is to ask the crisis services to integrate themselves into working with shelter support, into the TTC service, into all aspects of the city, so that there would be someone that would do the follow-up. There has been also campaigns that it said make the right calls. It's multilingual. When do you call 311? When do you call 211? And when do you call 911? It is difficult for newcomers, for example, or someone in a crisis situation. They may not know. So they immediately would then call 911, and some of those calls hopefully would be diverted. So I think we need to do more of this kind of education so people are making the right calls. it's an integrated approach so people don't fall through the cracks, and that's very important. And that's how we can build safer communities in the long run. So let's look at how we can improve the safety of the system for everyone. And thank you for building this service and building the citywide capacity. I am actively trying to push other levels of government, because Councillor Holiday, for example, is correct that on a crisis service, if it is mental health, it's really should be supported by the federal and the provincial government. It is very much needed. That's why we piloted it a few years ago. That's why we're expanding it. But let us push hard so that we could get some kind of funding support, especially as it relates to the mental health issues. Okay? So these two reports have my full support, and I look forward to whether the transformation from 911 calls, more of it can actually get into the 211 crisis work. And I see that the non-emergency call response steering committee have gotten active again, and hope you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion with two parts. I really hope this is something Council can support. It's something that's been developing out in Ward 2, 22 Division, so actually Ward 2 and 3. And that is a little bit of a regeneration of an old idea, which is Neighborhood Watch. And SafeTO, you know, the Mayor talked about certain aspects of it, but it's a fairly comprehensive program, and it's about making our communities feel safer. And one of the things, and I know you, my colleagues, know about this, is the prevalence of break-ins and even home invasions and those type of crimes that are either associated with very desperate people or people that are highly organized, and maybe even people not even from the City of Toronto. So my suggestion is simple. If there's a way under the umbrella of SafeTO to reinvigorate the idea of Neighborhood Watch, maybe we could turn our minds to that. And, you know, in discussing this with staff, you know, perhaps even just getting a toolkit online. And the second part of this is to find a way to make it a little easier for neighborhoods to get up an old idea, which is a Neighborhood Watch sign. If I could ask the clerk to display an image, it's something that came from one of the neighborhoods. And I can tell you about the success story in a number of neighborhoods. And I'm not advocating for a specific sign or a specific technology, but they've started using WhatsApp to talk to each other. And it really does literally take it to social media, where you've got a socially cohesive group of people that fight crime in their neighborhood by simply talking to each other and talking to the police. What a novel idea. And so some of these signs maybe have started to emerge, and you know, we're in this little situation. I think, thank you to the clerks, we can probably take them down now. We're in this situation that people are looking for an opportunity to install those. And it reminds the potential criminals that we do have a socially cohesive neighborhood that cares and looks out for one another, and they will talk to each other, and they will report something when it isn't quite right. And speaking about anecdotal evidence, I think if you ask the police, I think they will tell you that this program, you know, the social part of it has been very successful because we've seen crime trends change in Etobicoke Centre. I'm not saying that it's over and it's done with. It is still a topic of discussion in every neighborhood. But these programs that are truly grassroots really seem to have worked. So I applaud all of the work that goes on in the city and the things that we do as a Toronto City government, which are complementary to the work of the police. And I applaud the work of the police, who've done incredible things well beyond primary response in doing things that truly speak to crime prevention. But I think maybe under this plan, there's a little bit of room for some capacity building. And really, it's not something that I've come up with. It's something that's come up, that's being brought up through the community, through a grassroots process, and it has proven to go really well. And you know what? If we can share this idea in other places, let's do it. And finally, just about that sign, I mean, I think if you go look on the internet, there's all kinds of ideas about what neighborhood watch signs can be, what they can look like and what they can say. And I'm not here to tell you what they need to be. It just need to have some process so our transportation department can work with a community group to get a sign up that makes sense and meets all of their requirements. So with that, I see I have a question.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, questions?
Councillor, when I was a local councillor, I worked with my local residents to keep our neighborhood safe, having a neighborhood watch program. It could be very successful. But nowadays, they use WhatsApp,
yes,
Facebook, Instagram. I saw the sign you put up. It only said WhatsApp.
Yes.
And I know of groups that don't necessarily use WhatsApp. Are there signs? I mean, does it have to be that sign?
Well, I'm not trying to suggest. I just know that that was an example of one, so I wanted to show council it didn't have to be that old-fashioned neighborhood watch with an eyeball. It could be something that makes sense in 2025. The example we had is that the WhatsApp group worked in Etobicoke, but maybe something else works somewhere else. I'm not connected with that design.
Right. So you're really asking them to develop something that engage neighbors so they could connect with each other and the police and other emergency services to find out what's happening, where's the break-ins, how can they support each other, etc.
Yes.
What's the best way to prevent crime in the neighborhood, that kind of work.
Absolutely. And we can look to Etobicoke Centre for some examples that worked.
Right, because every neighborhoods are different. Right?
Agreed.
A downtown neighborhood would be different than a neighborhood. So,
agreed.
Why transportation service? Because it's really a community. It's a different service. That really, would you mind amending it so that it is all under Safe TO and have them develop it and then order the signs according to what the neighborhood wants? Because they all want different things. I would think
I like that thinking, Mayor. That's probably the next step in me discussing it with the Safe TO team. I think they were hoping that we could start with transportation services because the signs are physically in their jurisdiction. And if we can grow this into something a little bit more mature than what I'm proposing, like fully integrating with the program, I am all for that. But I think this was just the first step that I thought we could get everyone to agree to.
So can we actually separate your two motions? Because motion one basically asks the Toronto Police to work with the community and develop crime prevention strategy, which is totally fine.
Yep.
One of which could be neighborhood watch.
Right. Yes. Yep.
It's just the two that is transportation service putting up signs. They might put up the wrong signs. They might not consult with the neighbors, or some of the neighborhoods may want it in a certain corner and not the other street. It gets very complicated.
They must do it in conjunction with step one, is how I ended step two. I don't want them to do the signs in a vacuum. I didn't want to bring a notice of motion just to do signs. I wanted them, if they're developing neighborhood watch, we also have to talk to the general manager of transportation about, one day we'll get a sign up.
I see, but this doesn't actually say that in your...
The last words are in coordination with the work contemplated in recommendation one above.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, do you have a question?
Yeah, it's fairly quick. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm recognizing that the city loves signs, most of which are ignored, and we have a huge proliferation of signs that really become background noise. Do we have any evidence of the efficacy of putting up neighborhood watch signs? That is, people who are looking to break into houses will turn and go the other way when they see a neighborhood watch sign?
So I think of a few things. I think of the community groups that are begging to put these up. I think of some of the groups that have already put them up. And I think of the anecdotal things without pinning the anecdotal statement on anyone in particular, whether they're in law enforcement or not, believe that the signs work because they suggest that people are talking. And they're kind of fresh. They're not like some old sign that's rusty, that's been there for 50 years. They really show that the community is up to something new and that they're talking to each other. And, you know, I'm with you, Councillor Burnside, in some respects that I think if something lingers there for too long, it loses its value. But I think if a group has really come together and shown that they are cohesive, there isn't really a downside to putting a couple of these things up. And I haven't even gone so far to suggest that the city is the one to pay for them. It's just we need to find a way. Otherwise, they're just going to put them up themselves.
Okay, so I guess that my next question, and will be my last one likely, is when you said you didn't see a downside. Well, I suppose if someone's going to break into a house and now they see a sign and they're not going to go to that street because of the sign, they're going to go to someone else's street. So would you not just be pushing people onto streets that don't have neighborhood watch?
Well, let's hope that they get pushed into the 905. And, my God. You know, I'm not here to go and defend the world, but, you know, I understand the concept that perhaps, you know, one of the aspects of crime prevention, even as simple as things like SEPTED principles, is that, you know, somebody that thinks they might want to do a crime might get deterred from doing it there and they'll go elsewhere. I mean, that's just a basic principle. I don't know if this plan before us is going to solve the roots of crime, but I think there are things that people can do to help their neighborhood, and this seems like a really easy one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cheng, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. This is great. I fully support Neighborhood Watch. I think it's an important resident-led action that empowers them to do something about safety. And I'm just wondering, it's not clear here about the budget allocation. So has staff mentioned what kind of staffing or budget would be required? Because we want to strengthen the empowerment of our citizens, and it might need some resources to do it effectively.
So I did speak to staff in social development, and they felt that this is something that could fit under the SafeTO program, and that it was aligned with one of the actions. And I wouldn't have asked, and I don't think that they would have spent a lot of time working with me if they didn't think it was something manageable. With respect to the signs, they're about $250 a piece. I haven't even gone so far as to suggest who pay for those at this point in time. I just want to find a path to get them installed, of which, you know, it's sometimes not easy to do.
Are you expecting a timeline of some kind of report back so that there could be a clear budget and action plan of how this will be implemented across our city?
Yeah. So the report itself talks about sort of the second round for SafeTO, or the second body of work. And, you know, I haven't gone so far as to say what month, what day, what year a report comes back. Maybe it can just be included in the body of work and they can activate the city's website as soon as they're ready. I don't intend it to be a big policy piece or to reinvent the wheel. It's just, can we get a toolkit out there that helps neighborhoods self-serve if they want to put something together with respect to what Neighborhood Watch or Vertical Watch looks like in 2025. I just don't see it as an onerous project.
And so back in the day, a big part of it was also stickers. People had a sticker on a house, and children were even told, you can go to the home of someone who has that sticker, they're safe. And I'm wondering, do you envision that stickers might also be an extension of this program that you are launching through this motion?
All good ideas are worth talking about. I would draw one distinction, and that did come up in conversation, is that the idea of block parent or places for children to go might be a little bit of a deeper discussion than the Neighborhood Watch. And I'm not here to stop any thought threads. But I just would point out that that was a distinction that came up in the discussions.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Maybe I already have my clarification. Councillor Holiday, in your answer just previous, you said that all good ideas are worth talking about. I'm challenged though by your motion, because your motion sort of skips over what is actually the SAFE-TO action, which is to engage residents and build their capacity to lead. And then it just goes on to say by developing this program. So are you saying do this program regardless of engagement, or do you still want 5.1 to be engagement first with the community and then build the program according to the engagement with the community and how they see it unfolding in modern day?
So I approached social development with the idea of, what can we do with this idea of neighborhood watch? And very quickly the conversation turned to potential alignment under SAFE-TO. And it just so happened, this has been percolating for some time, and it came around the right time of this report to tie it together instead of me bringing a notice of motion on its own. And the logical place was under the existing action, which is 5.1, which is engaging residents in capacity building. And so capacity building, one of the things they can do is create this program. And I don't mean it to be the only capacity they build. It's just where logically it would have fit under the architecture of SAFE-TO.
Right, but the first part of your motion says advance this particular SAFE-TO idea, 5.1, and I think that is important, and I'd love the engagement to begin right away. But should we engage and people say, we didn't like that old program, it should take a different form, you wouldn't be averse to that. You would still want the engagement to happen first, right?
Sure, and I mean, the idea is you can advance one of the actions by creating this program. And again, I'm not trying to define the program, only in so much to raise the point is that there are examples in Etobicoke that worked really well. And so, I wouldn't want somebody to go and not consider that program because they disagree with it. Maybe it works differently in different neighborhoods. But if there's clearly something that made a difference, we should look at that and find out why it did and how it can be applied elsewhere. And again, I'm not trying to write all of this policy in a couple of motions. I mean, this is complicated stuff, but certainly there's somewhere to start the conversation with.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker. That clarifies it for me.
Are you finished your questioning, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it for questions. We'll move now to our next speaker, which is Speaker Nunziata. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do support the motion by Councillor Holyday, and I do support Neighborhood Watch. And actually, Councillor Holyday, you're correct. Years ago, we did have that program, and I had a number of residents in my ward that actually initiated that program, and then it was canceled. And so what I've done in the past is I've met with residents, and if they're interested in the Neighborhood Watch program, they would sign a petition. They would all sign a petition. They would appoint a captain for an individual street. There'll be stickers put on their door and also the signs. It made a difference because when people knew that this community, there's Neighborhood Watch and residents are watching out for each other. For example, some residents, if they're on vacation, for example, and then suddenly you look out your window and your neighbor, and there's a moving van outside moving your furniture, moving your TV set, that's a robbery because they're on vacation, right? So we need to watch out for our neighbors. And I think with that program, it gave incentive to residents to watch out for each other. And I think it was an amazing program. And actually, I've been working with Toronto housing tenants and going into their buildings and asking if they wanted a similar program, not Neighborhood Watch, but it would be, and I've had meetings with tenants, floor by floor. And actually, I've received a good response on that. It's just getting the tenants involved and, and so I've been reaching out also to tenants as well. So I do support your motion, and I think, I think it's important. that we watch out for each other. And because what's happening with the app, which I don't like about the app, is that people put things on the app and they don't call the police. So what I try to do is encourage them, if you've had a break and enter, if you had your car stolen, contact the police. So at least it's registered with the local division that this is happening in your particular community, rather than just put it on Facebook and everybody's commenting and nobody's taking any action. And they're just making these comments on Facebook. So I will support your motion, Councillor Holiday, and I think we could look at it, and this would be initiative by the residents. And if they want it and they work together, I think it could be very successful. I think it was canceled about 20 years ago or more, because I know that I was very involved. 10 years ago? Oh, okay, canceled 10 years ago, because I know that there were a number of communities in my ward where we did have neighborhood watch, and then suddenly we were told it was canceled. But I think it's something that we could look into, and I think it's a good program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to move to Councillor Carroll now and move myself down the list in a minute. Councillor Carroll?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I asked my questions about Neighborhood Watch, and I think Councillor Nunziata just demonstrated why you would do this. You do need to engage. I can support the motion, but I just wanted to make sure that we were going to put cart before the horse. The way the motion is worded, I needed the assurance that we're going to engage the community, because it worked very well until it didn't. And there are some instances in Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough where it was problematic. And so I think with some of the tools we have nowadays, we can very much update a neighborhood-led safety initiative, but we do need to do the engagement. So I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't off the table. To the questions earlier, I'm going to say the same thing that I said at executive. These things are going to need to grow, and SafeTO is always going to bring something to budget. And so if you haven't already, all I can say to the whole of council is, of this whole report, the best thing you can read before we get to budget, to make sure that you're familiar with every single one of the programs, is the community report, the SafeTO community report, because it really sort of expands in text on what each of these powerful little programs are. Sometimes, like Family Wellbeing Program, it's only serving 720 odd families, but that makes a huge difference, because sometimes one family can have a huge impact on a neighborhood, negatively or positively. It depends on how we support them. And so just knowing about each of these programs, so that when the ask comes at budget time, we really understand them all, and we can help with the prioritization is really important. I asked the question about police partnership, because I think that has evolved. And I didn't ask the question of Chief Superintendent Mann. I asked it of Mohammed Shariat, the Social Development Director, because that's what we need to know. Are our city staff able to partner? Because this only works if we're partnering. This community safety and well-being plan, which we call SafeTO, is required both for cities and for police services. We have to have this 10-year plan by provincial decree. And so they have to work together, and they have done. Make the right call is the simplest way to see that. We're all buying into the fact that there should be a fourth first responder, Toronto Community Crisis Service. We're all working for ways to improve that connection, both police and various city services being able to refer there. And so it's a success that the whole country is watching. It really is. And it's really at the heart of this whole plan. And so I have to ask that question repeatedly. Is that partnership still there? Otherwise, why would you have a plan that has a cover letter that has both the mayor and the chief of police making a comment on it? They both talk about it regularly. You hear Mayor Chow referring to SafeTO all the time. Over at the board, we often hear the chief referring to SafeTO. because both are invested in it and they have to continue to be. Lastly, I didn't ask a question, but I want to assure people I'm going to take as an undertaking. My understanding of carding data is that it is isolated. It's not to show up in criminal background checks anymore. That data has been isolated, and you have to have an investigative reason to see it, and you have to go through the chief to get there. That was a big part of the work we did on carding. Councillor Bravo used a couple of examples, police check, but also, a minor possession of cannabis while cannabis is now legal. That's not quite the same as those random checks that we work to build new policy around. But I am going to take it as an undertaking to go back to the police board and ask if it's truly isolated as was promised, because there seems to be some question of that. But that's not our understanding when we're at the board table. And so I'm going to go back and verify that. And Superintendent Mann was here to hear those questions as well. So I think we can get together on it and put that to bed as quickly as possible. It shouldn't be stopping anyone from having an opportunity. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Part of having a reliable and functioning transit system is making sure that all of our riders, all of our customers feel safe and comfortable when they step onto a TTC bus or streetcar or subway train. Unfortunately, for a lot of folks, if you've taken the TTC recently, you know that that's not always the case. I think a lot of the time on our public transit system, you see the acuity of the growing mental health crisis that is very much alive and present here in the city of Toronto and other major cities across the country. It plays out in our stations and on the platforms and inside those vehicles. It's not a good situation, of course, for the folks who are dealing with mental health crisis. It's not good for other riders on the vehicles. It's not good for our TTC staff or our drivers. And, I find when you step out here on Dundas Street and you get on the 505, you will see it. You will see it almost without fail every time. And it's those individuals that are dealing with crisis that are left without the proper care that are, of course, suffering on our transit system. And so that's why in 2023, I called for a better approach to improve the safety on our TTC vehicles across the TTC network, expanding the community crisis service on the TTC and integrating it with the Streets to Homes team and the mobile crisis intervention teams, bringing it all together. And I think that's because if we want folks to get back to transit, if we want to stop the delays that prevent people from getting to the job site, getting to the office, getting home to their family at the end of the day in a timely and efficient manner, this has to be dealt with in a coordinated fashion. It means safety for riders. It means having parents who are comfortable sending their kids on the TTC to get to school. And it also means the safety and the dignity for those individuals who are experiencing crisis and need support. So I think it's fantastic that the city has moved in this direction where we are bringing dedicated crisis workers directly into the transit system where those services are needed. I think it's fantastic that we are seeing the integration between the mobile crisis team and those workers and Toronto Police and TTC all being done in a coordinated fashion so we can get better outcomes. And I think it's fantastic to hear that 211 is effectively diverting more of those 911 calls so that people can actually get the type of servicing, the type of counseling, and the response that is needed with those who are best trained and best positioned to deal with those individuals in crisis when and where they need it. So I'm looking forward to the full report coming forward next quarter. I appreciate the strong coordination of the effort across the agencies. I appreciate our staff's work on this, and I really just wanted to rise to tip the proverbial cap to say, good work, keep it up, and let's see if we can do any better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Okay, thank you. I think this is an important debate discussion we're having. And I just want to remind people, but in my experience, I find one of the most important assets you can have in making a community safe is your local police station. We have all these services and enhancements and programs and all these issues that are critically important to address. But I find the most important asset I've had over the years in dealing with, let's say, issues of safety, security, combating crime, neighborhood safety, is having a proactive, friendly, local police station. And that is the most underrated asset that we have, and we've got to do more to invest in our local police stations. I've got one police station right now that's totally overcrowded. It's like a dungeon there. There's no room, and yet in fact, I've been trying to get them a van. I can't get the police service. I can't get city council. I don't know who to turn to. I may have to do a draw to buy them a van. Because what they do is that they deliver food to the food banks with the police van. But they can't get a van because the new vehicles, the vans aren't allowed or something. The minivans are out of style, I don't know. So anyway, I'm trying to get them a van so they can deliver food to the food bank, and they do pop-ups. They do, this is the 13th division, so they go to a community event, and they do pop-ups where they hand out information, they talk to the people, they sometimes they beg and borrow some hot dogs, and they can't get a van to undertake their local policing. So it's just not a matter of arresting people. It's not a matter of just fighting crime. You fight crime by basically knowing the community, involving yourself. I mean, I went to a BIA meeting one time, and they're all complaining. They wanted to hire a private police service to make their area safer. These are the businesses. And I said, well, listen, before you spend how many thousands of dollars of hard-to-come-by BIA money to hire security services, why don't you talk to the people at Local 32 Division? Oh, what's that? They didn't even know the police division. They had never talked to the cops. They never had the police ever come to a BIA meeting. And so they were going to basically spend tens of thousands of dollars hiring these hokey private security firms that basically all they do is park a security car in your street and try to let people know that they're there. So that is one of the things we've got to get back to, is appreciating the local work done at our police stations and listening to them and giving them the on-the-ground resources to basically do their community work. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm on the phone to the police every day. Okay, I got 3 divisions. I'm on the phone I was on the phone today because there's an illegal cannabis shop on Bathurst Street, right next to a yeshiva, Jewish day school. I find out that it didn't even get an AGCO license, whatever, but they're selling pot out of this store. So I had to call MLS. You go over there and check and see if they got a business license. So that is one thing I just want to emphasize, that we've got to appreciate, invest more, and support our local police stations, and make sure that we know who they are, make sure that we listen to them when they ask for resources, because they listen when we call and they try and do their best. So I just want to say there's no magic neighborhood watch thing and all this stuff that comes out from, that goes through cycles all the time. Just help your local cops do their job and work with your local cops. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a couple of motions there. We'll see which one comes up first. This is about your motion, Councillor Holiday, and it's simply, instead of directing the general manager to report back on such an effort, and I, taking up what Councillor Cole just said, taking everything into account, including the fact that how people in BIAs didn't know about their local police divisions, et cetera, what's available before we start with more signs, because I agree with Councillor Burnside that we have a lot of signs and not everybody reads them. So I think it'd just be better to say, instead of doing it, let's have our general manager report back. That's the first motion. And the second one just has to do with the question I asked our general manager, just about a number of programs, because I know this is about safety, but we also have said it's about youth access to growth, to jobs, and to success. And one of those ways we can do that, as we heard, is hiring for, whether it's TCHC hiring or Parks and Rec hiring, for 30% hires from neighborhood improvement areas and Toronto community housing. But there are programs that we have that are our programs that actually cost money. So to become a lifeguard, it's at least $250, another $250, and families cannot afford to do that. So I think that possibly, and I'd like to hear back on that, does that just kind of dissuade youth from thinking, well, I won't bother getting those swimming levels, I won't do that because I'll never be at that pool at Monarch Park, or I'll never be at that pool at Centennial Park because I'll never be a lifeguard. Family can't afford it. It's just not one of those goals that you set for yourself. So are we hampering people by having those costs? How can we overcome those costs? And how can we encourage youth to really take up the challenge of these great jobs and great skills that we offer through the City of Toronto? And this is those are my two motions, and just to thank the staff and the SDFA, our SafeTO crew. They really have been working very hard on this, and I know the mayor has said our 911 has really stepped up and become much better. So this is a partnership that we've developed with the Toronto Police Service, and thank you very much to the officers here today and members of Toronto Police that have been such a willing partner in seeing this as an important step forward to not have so many silos. And if you were here earlier for a discussion about the tenants, we had so many silos. We had people calling one division and calling another and calling fire, and yet these people were sitting there without any ability to have heat, water, or power in their unit. So the more we can bring together all of the people that care so much about a safe city, about pathways to a safe city, about discouraging and keeping youth out of the bad pathway, which isn't to safety, it's to trouble. To me, that's a really encouraging thing. And on Councillor Bradford said about the TTC, and I want to thank the mayor for taking this up, because really and truly, that is what Torontonians are talking about. I don't want to go on the subway. I'm worried about going on the subway. Somebody's on the tracks. Somebody's living at the tracks. I can't get into the subway safely. I feel scared on the train, because under previous administrations, everybody had been removed except the driver and somebody sitting in the ticket booth. And this is now bringing people into our stations that can assist with feeling safe in order to take our TTC and bring those numbers back up. So Mayor Chow, thank you very much for grabbing that issue and looking into how we can do that. So it takes partnership, takes a village to raise a child, it takes many partners to make a safe city, and I think we're on a very good path.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
I know.
Councillor
Councillor
Perks.
I thought it would be from the mover.
Councillor Perks,
okay.
3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Well, in this instance, you're the mover. So we're actually investing a lot in a campaign in Toronto called Make the Right Call.
Yes.
And it's been a tremendous success in one of the main issues we're dealing with here, which is to try to manage the call volume to 911 better. Would your request, you're turning it into a report request, give staff a chance to see if just doing neighborhood watch the way it's always been done would be counter to that effort to try to manage calls to 911. Would that be one of the things you'd be looking for in their report?
You having brought that up in that way, and I think staff are listening, that yes, that would be something. I see our DCM of Infrastructure Services overseeing Transportation Division is hearing that. That would also be, we should look at a number of things, and this is a good idea, but let's have that report. Is that the best use? Is that going to create any issues with the call volumes for 911 and being effective? So
Thank you.
yes, Councillor Perks, thank you very much.
That's why I'll be supporting you.
Will you? Oh, thank
I will.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
I thought,
Yeah.
okay.
So Councillor Flesch, you do realize that signs are going up as we speak.
I hope not on city property.
Yeah, you know, that's the reality of life
Well-
in the city is people do all kinds of stuff. And so do you think that taking it in this direction introduces risk and conflict?
No, I don't think it introduces risk of conflict. I think it does what Councillor Perks indicated, which is have a wider palette for looking at
Right.
how to work in the neighborhoods. Councillor Cole has said, how do we let everybody know, even in a business district, that the local police station is here and here's who your community safety officer is, without just using signs. So if it's on our property, I have a problem with mattresses for sale and everything
Well, of
else that people
course.
put up on our city property. So I would think those ones would have to come down until we heard from this.
And so
Transportation.
by making a science project out of it and taking
science
it all
project?
into different directions,
Oh.
do we now lose sight of the issue at hand, which is people are going ahead and doing what they think is right, rather than us staying ahead of that and trying to get it into some kind of process where we get the signs up where they make sense and signs that make sense?
You know, Councillor, I think that there are so many groups. There's already a WhatsApp group there in that neighborhood you're talking about. There's a Facebook group. There's there's so many groups. I'm on many in my neighborhood. Putting a sign up saying, here's this group, rather than the ones you're on. I think probably, I would think our police divisions and others are in those groups to say, here's what you do, watching. You know, there was a group I was in and a coyote killed a dog devastatingly right on a main street. And right away, somebody says, here's what you should do. So I think that maybe that sign should have gone up 5 years ago. I think we're way past that, but we'll hear from the general manager. So I don't want to send staff off as in a direction that might not be as useful. And I don't call it, I forget what you called it. What did you call it, a pizza? What did you call it?
A science project.
Oh, science project. No, I think a science project is something that's scientific, it has data,
Okay.
and that's what I want. Thank you.
But are you comfortable if this now goes into directions of make the right call signs and BIA signs?
Well,
when
I'm
it
not
could have just
sure-
been a simple
Yeah.
neighborhood watch sign, the thing that people are asking for, and if they don't get it from the city, they'll print their own.
You know what, this is what, I'm not sure it's a sign. I think we want to have a look at all those different avenues that things are happening.
Exactly.
That Neighborhood Watch was disbanded. There is no Neighborhood Watch, Councillor. I
Well,
don't
there's
know
several
if you
of them
didn't.
out there.
There is no Neighborhood Watch
Okay.
any longer. It's gone. So we're looking like we're saying there's a Neighborhood Watch. So what is that? It's a brand that doesn't exist. I don't want to just tell the general manager, go off and do that down a rabbit hole or whatever you want to call it, a pizza. I don't know what you're calling it, but it's not with residents. It's actually using our staff time
Okay,
judiciously.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Perfect. There you go. 13 seconds to get to my chair. Thank you, members. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible work that has been done. As one of those who perhaps less than gently encourage city staff to go faster, 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 faster on the community crisis response, I'm just delighted with where we are. I'm delighted with where we are. Councillor Bradford talked about all the problems on the Dundas streetcar. Well, I ride the Dundas streetcar to City Hall and back every single day. And I agree. We're not providing enough of the right kinds of supports to Torontonians. But I want to remind us all that the reason that those problems are on our transit system is that the province of Ontario has reduced the kinds of supports that are available to people looking for housing. They have reduced the supports that are available to people who've had experience with the criminal justice system. They've reduced the supports to people who have arrived in the country with nowhere to live. They've reduced the supports to people who are suffering from a health or mental health problem that prevents them from being able to maintain a home. There's context for this. There's always context for this. Also, we should be reminded that the province of Ontario still has no affordable housing policy. None. None. Their idea of affordable housing policy is to provide rent supplements to private landlords. And we all know that doesn't solve the problem. So yes, it's important that we remember the context and do what we can. And do what we can. As someone who grew up in a pretty white neighborhood that was a neighborhood watch neighborhood, I will tell you that the calls that went into the Toronto Police Service were less about, oh, there's someone who needs support, and more about, there's someone who doesn't look like us and they shouldn't be in our neighborhood. And I think we have to have that in our minds when we consider what Councillor Holiday is putting in front of us. Now, it's a changed world from the 70s when I was a teenager in the city of Toronto. You know, the music is, I say, less interesting than it used to be. But Toronto is also a much more interesting and lively and diverse city than it used to be. So there may be some way of building neighborhood capacity that is different and better from what Neighborhood Watch was when I was a teenager. And that's why I think it's important that we ask city staff to take a look at it and give us advice on it before we simply tell them to go and implement a program that is from a different time altogether. And particularly given that we have two reports in front of us, one of which comes from the Auditor General saying the response times to 911 calls are unacceptably long. That's one of the things we're deliberating on here. How does putting up signs encouraging people to call 911 help us solve that problem? It does not. I think that the work we're doing with campaigns like Make the Right Call, telling Torontonians who may not even know that we now have a fourth emergency service, or may want to reach out and help someone who's in crisis but don't know how, that there is a path to provide those supports, is really valuable work. So let's ask staff how we blend providing supports in neighborhoods with our effort to try to get people to make the right call, and with our ongoing efforts to persuade the province of Ontario to once and for all get their head out of the sand and start investing in supportive and affordable housing. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. While it's displayed, it's further to the line of question to the city manager regarding some of the structural barriers for youth to access employment in the City of Toronto. If you could just display that motion. It's to direct Executive Director of Social Development and the Chief People Officer to include as part of a report that's coming to Economic and Community Development Committee in the fourth quarter about youth jobs programs, to identify these barriers and to propose some policy revisions. We know that there are a number of people who are carrying things in relation to a police record check, whether it's a cannabis conviction or it's because of a now defunct carding program. And we need to make sure that we remove those barriers, because I think we're all collectively seeing here that while certain kinds of crime, property crimes like break-and enters, car theft, have gone down significantly in the City of Toronto, we're all concerned about the rate of youth crime. Youth being trafficked into the drug trade has been reported out of Toronto and into Thunder Bay, youth that are engaging at a younger age in violent crime, and this is a really important lever that we have in the City of Toronto, which is hiring. Furthermore, it's a key part of inclusive economic development framework, which we adopted as part of an action plan for Toronto's economy, and it looks at how community economic development is really a crucial way that we take care of each other. So what's before us here with these two reports is excellent news. Excellent news because when the mayor ran, I remember her committing to looking at 911 wait times, and we're taking action now to make sure that we're reducing those times. Make the right call is absolutely crucial so that when you need police, when you need a Toronto Fire, when you need paramedics, you can access them more quickly because people understand where to call. Those are life-changing emergencies. They're life and death emergencies sometimes, and so we need to make sure that that path is cleared. Further, I think that it's something that we need to recognize that SafeTO is not just about crime, it's about keeping each other safe in a holistic way. So when we talk about people in a mental health crisis and the groundbreaking sort of leading work of the Toronto Community Crisis Service, admired all over this country, it is really about the care work first. It involves not just a mental health response, but you need to have a shelter bed for that person so they can be stabilized. We're dealing with the failures of the provincial government to really take care of the mental health care and to provide affordable and supportive housing. The excellent news that we're going to extend that service right through to the transit service. I ride transit every day. Yes, there are interruptions. And yes, some of the interactions with people who are in a mental health crisis make people feel afraid. But please, let's not pretend that not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people are riding our transit, and that it is an excellent service that can always be improved, and this will do that. Closing the gap, aligning services, putting the best minds together to solve these problems is absolutely crucial. And I think another thing that we need to also lift up here is how incredibly affordable these interventions are. It's so important to remember that we need to provide the stable funding. Some of these programs that are in the report from SafeTO, some of the groundbreaking work around youth justice or diverting people from the criminal justice system so that they have better outcomes, less recidivism, et cetera. Some of that work is funded by other levels of government and not in a sustainable way, and we need to make sure that that's nailed down because this is groundbreaking, it's cost effective, it's in collaboration with all our emergency services, and ultimately a key way to keep our community safer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to commend the work behind the two reports before us and appreciate the extent to which staff has answered a lot of good questions. And also in recognition of the work before us and that needs to transpire to address obviously a very multifaceted challenge for all Torontonians. My comments are in relation specifically to the concerns many of us have with growing youth violence in our city. And as we see the progress of this work and as it comes before us, the analytics and the learnings coming from that is one item I want to flag. Number two is how do we invest in people? How do we invest in young people? Over the last few months, we've had good discussions and progress and advancement of work related to youth employment. We've seen two realities emerge over the last 2 years. Youth unemployment rising significantly, disproportionately to the past, as well as rising youth violence rates. There's a clear correlation, especially at the City of Toronto, with rising disparity, particularly obviously in income and by neighborhood, which is a lens that's required to be placed on this conversation. Who are we serving and where are they located? And that's something I'm looking forward to as SAFE-TO and this plan expands and grows, is how are we looking at this from a lens of geography. And finally, the last piece that I'm looking for clear progress in the coming months is removing the siloed approach. We heard that through many voices here on the council floor, but in our local communities, we know this is a challenge to advance work, and it's something that if we are truly looking to be effective, we need to remove this culture of silo that would enable us in our communities to see the benefits from the tremendous resources we're putting into this program. So I'd like to leave my comments on that and share my hope. And I know many communities that don't have voice are looking for us to lead through an effective strategy that addresses the impacts of severe income disparity in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Do we want to ring the bells? Okay. Okay. Which motion is first? Okay, Councillor Fletcher's motion 2A comes first. We can put the motion on the screen. We can stop the bells now. Is that okay to the clerk? Okay. All right. Okay, this is amending Councillor Holiday's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please, and thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Perruzza in favor. Councillor Perruzza in favor. Mayor Chow? In favor. And Councillor Thompson? In favor. Thank you. Motion 2A is adopted. The vote is 21-3.
Okay, on Councillor Holiday's motion, as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Thompson, how do you vote? And Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote? Motion 1 carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, next motion. Motion 2B by Councillor Fletcher. On favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Bravo. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On 23.5, on favor? Carried. On item 23.4, on favor? Carried. Thank you. So we will now go to the top of the agenda, and we're going to hold down SC 21.1, which is held by Councillor Myers, till tomorrow when he comes in. Our next item is EX 23.1, improved active transportation water access to Toronto Island Park. EX 23.1. Who was that said that? Well, what did he say? All right. So we'll give a minute or two so everyone could put their names on the list for questions, and we're waiting for staff to leave. Thank you to all staff. All right, so the staff that are here for this item, are we all here? Put your hand up. You're here. All right. So we're going to questions. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report that's in front of us, and I just have a few questions about what's been laid out. First, can you outline how the recommended task force will coordinate and implement actions to improve access to the island in coordination and leadership with Waterfront Toronto?
Through the Speaker, and thank you for the question, the task force will action, accelerate, and coordinate short and medium-term improvements, but also undertake due diligence on long-term options for improving access to the island. The process will build on existing initiatives and tables, and will consult with outside agencies, interested members of City Council, users and community organizations, relevant city unions, and we will undertake public and Indigenous engagement as necessary.
So one of the concerns that was shared with me was about the environmental implications, and can you speak to the stakeholders who will be a part of making sure that that is key to the consideration, Toronto Region Conservation Authority, and I guess other relevant bodies?
Yes, through the speaker, we will definitely be engaging the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. Sometimes the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources has expertise that can be added. There are also naturalist groups and birders and so on that we would consult with as part of any broad-based public engagement.
Thank you very much. And while the task force starts its work, there are immediate enhancements and improvements to access to the island, and of course to the ferry passenger experience that are being implemented this season and for the short and medium term. Can you speak a little bit more to those improvements that that users of the ferry service, fans of the island, and visitors will be able to benefit from?
Yes, Mayor. So we have a number of improvements underway, such as the provision of comfort needs at Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. For example, the provision of shade both on the city side and the island side for folks who are waiting. We have added customer service staff to assist with line management and wayfinding. We have added things like Wi-Fi to help with online ticket sales on site. We've added bike share on Toronto Island to help people move from landing to landing. And I would say that we're continuing to work to find improved queue management strategies, particularly within the waiting area, while there's other changes being made, such as additional shade within the waiting area that we expect to have in place this summer.
One of the most considerable improvements in terms of accessing the island for this season is the addition of options around water taxis and where they can land on the island and from the mainland. Can you speak a little bit more to that enhancement of options and improving the access to the island this summer?
Yes, Mayor. So we engaged the water taxi operators per council's direction to understand how we could help support them with the important service they're providing. Pleased to say that following that engagement, they have committed to adding approximately 5 new vessels. We estimate that could add approximately 46,000 passenger trips this summer. We also are assisting them with communication, wayfinding, to help people find water taxi operators. And we are in the process of installing a floating dock at the center island, which they identified to be a key barrier to adding additional vessels and help get vessels in and out faster. We expect that dock should be in place by Canada Day weekend, although they haven't committed to adding additional vessels beyond the 5. We're certainly advising them of that development and hoping that helps them. At a minimum, it'll improve the speed in which vessels are getting in and out and back and forth from the city.
And my final question is just in the short term, we are preparing to welcome 2 new ferries, higher capacity, faster electric ferries. Can you speak to how that is tracking and the improvement to accessing the island that will bring by the end of next year?
Yeah, so we are tracking to have the first relief vessel in place late 2026, the fall of 2026, which will replace the vehicle ferry, and then we will have the first passenger ferry on site by April of 2027. That will increase the number of passengers significantly that we can carry to and from Toronto Island. And I also will say that we're in the process of advancing the shoreside infrastructure work to support the electrification needs of those vessels. So that work is expected to begin imminently.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Thank you. Yeah, through you to staff. Not necessarily on par with Central Park in New York, but would you say that the Toronto Islands are sort of the jewel of our park system, or right up at the top?
Mayor, yes, we would say that the island is a jewel in our park system.
Okay, cool. These water taxis, an additional, I think you said 46,000.
Okay, stop interrupting, please.
An additional 46,000 trips potentially. Is there a cost to taking one of these water taxis?
Mayor, there is a cost for individuals to take the water taxis to and from the island, and the 46,000 is the additional passengers for the 5 vessels mentioned. In total, we estimate water taxis take approximately 600,000 passengers based on 2024 data that we received.
Okay, and do you know the cost of these water taxis to take them? Is it like $10 or $20 or?
The cost, and this is my understanding of it, we don't manage the fees rates, but approximately $15 per trip.
So $30 return?
That would be correct if you're taking a return water taxi.
Okay, so our inability to have proper ferries over the years, and I'm not blaming any one administration, but if you said, I think, how many trips? 600,000?
We estimate that based on data we've received, we understand the water taxis as a whole last year took approximately had about 690,000 passengers to and from Toronto Island.
Okay, so that's about $10 million we're asking Torontonians to pay to access our park system. Interesting. Okay, that's just more of an observation. So, but the nub of my questions comes down to this. The report has, it states short-term, medium-term, long-term sort of path forward. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct.
Okay, what does that mean? That's very opaque to me. What do you define as short-term, medium-term, and long-term?
So through the speaker, I would define short-term as things that could happen this year and possibly next year. Medium term would be things that could happen next year or the year after or the year after that. Longer term would be beyond that time frame.
Okay, sorry, you went too quick. Medium term is next year?
So through the speaker, I would say 2 to 5 years.
Okay,
is medium term, 2 to 5 years.
Hold on, just one
okay.
sec. Hold one sec. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Crescenti. There's questions being asked to staff. And, okay, please. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Burnside.
Okay, so then long term is more than 5 years, so it could be 5 to 50. Is that what you're saying?
Through the speaker, it would be more than 5.
But it could be 50. If you're saying more than 5, it could be 50 years from now. Is that correct?
Well, we haven't defined that. You know, in terms of the fixed link opportunities, we have not studied them in detail. We would have to do considerably more work to understand the implementation timeframes. In the report, we've talked about 12 or 18 to 24 months to do a feasibility study and then possibly 10 years to implement a fixed link. But that's without a design, that's without any serious engineering work being undertaken.
Okay. Would it be reasonable to ask for, like I'm looking at recommendation number 1 here, would it be reasonable to ask for a report back in the first quarter of 2027 with just like an update in terms of your progress? I'm just kind of confused that there's no, I don't see any time period for even reporting back.
Through the speaker, yes, that would be a reasonable time frame, and that would be a good amount of time in order to be able to report on the implementation of short-term improvements, and then also get traction on some of the meatier technical issues associated with the medium and long-term options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candaval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few questions to start with on, we certainly have the data on ferry usage. This might seem obvious, but just for confirmation, there's no way to catalog the thousands, hundreds of thousands of Torontonians who may want to take the ferries but choose not to because of the wait times. Is that fair to say?
Through the Speaker, we do have estimates on the number of visitors to Toronto Island. We estimate approximately 1.5 million visitors annually, particularly high during peak season. And we do know that the majority do take the ferries at least one trip.
Right. What I'm asking is there's no way for us to know of the opportunity cost of those who are not taking it because of the wait times. I just wanted to confirm that.
I mean, one could guesstimate related to the water taxi usage, but there's no way to know they for sure would take ferries.
Yeah. Thank you. On the topic of consultation, has there been any historic work done to get a pulse or sense from Torontonians on different options? Is there any context to that?
Through the Speaker, we did in 2024 a passenger experience survey, earlier this year. So the results are being tabulated, and those results have, though I would say early results, helped inform.
But
some
nothing
of them,
citywide in terms of...
It wasn't restricted in terms of who could complete it. It was citywide. It's anybody who has an interest in accessing Toronto Island. Yes.
Thank you. With Toronto Island and the surrounding water, has an EA ever been performed?
Well, there would have been very project-specific environmental assessments for different types of projects, but in terms of the full island, in terms of anything related to the potential for a fixed link, that kind of environmental assessment work would be part of any go-forward work program.
And on the topic of a fixed link, has the city ever explored conversations with landowners or the development community in relation to a fixed link and their position or interest in it?
Through the Speaker, so the engagement that we did was consistent with the direction that we got from the Economic Development and Culture Committee, and we did consult with the Toronto Industrial Network, Ports Toronto's, and those involved with shipping and boating. However, any broader consultation would be part of a go-forward work program that we would come back to council with recommendations on.
In relation to the time frame proposed in the report, the feasibility study is pegged at 18 to 24 months. Why was 10 years shared as the build-out? Why such a long time? And can we say that with certainty?
Yes, through the Speaker. So we would be, the up to 10 years would be cumulative time associated with a feasibility study, with design, which would start as conceptual design and extend to detailed design. We would have to do lots of groundwater, geotechnical analysis.
Is that number us erring on the side of caution, or can we definitively say 5 years is impossible?
It is erring on the side of caution to an extent, but these processes take a very long time. There would also be an environmental assessment built into this process.
Is that necessary, or would that be an optional scenario?
That we would rely on a professional engineer to advise us on whether an environmental assessment would be required.
And finally,
last question.
What's the position of the Government of Ontario on this option? I understand they own some of the lands.
Through the Speaker, we have not had conversations with the Province of Ontario or other landowners beyond Ports Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you're up next.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wondered if we had done some analysis or have an understanding, some sort of a graph or a histogram of the popularity of visits to the island. I mean, there's raw data out on open data, but do we have a good handle on the profile of people's movement?
Through the speaker, I don't know if we have a profile on the types of visitors necessarily.
Just volume.
Sorry?
Just volume.
Volumes, absolutely. 1.5 million visitors to Toronto Island annually.
No, but entertain me here. Like, can we break that down and really understand at what points in time do we have an acute bottleneck that represents the problem we're discussing here? How often does it happen that, you know, the ferry waits are unacceptably long? And even that in itself is a long conversation, but do we have the tools to really zoom in on the magnitude of the issue?
Speaker, yes, we do. We understand the peak weekends, particularly for us, are considered Victoria Day weekend through till Labor Day, any holidays, and when there are events happening on the island. The bottlenecks, we know the times of day.
Right.
Right.
So what I'm getting at is, you know, how do we, council will probably have to make some decision in the future. Let's, you know, play out a strange scenario. There's some massive capital investment and some alternative means to get to the island. How do I, as a councillor, understand how often this problem occurs?
Speaker, I mean, that can be something we report very specifically on what those bottleneck periods are. We have data for every day in terms of what our passenger volumes are.
You've got it down to, I think, a 10 or 15 minute window. And we can go online. I don't really want to move a motion, but could you accept that as a request of me or somebody or an idea of any report back? You come back and you really help us understand what this movement is so that we can size that up.
We can absolutely provide that information, yes.
Would it be a fair thing to say, without getting too far into the quantity, that it's not every day that there's a problem getting to the Toronto Island, that there are certain really busy days or really busy points in time, events on the island? Clearly, you know, big event, sure, there's going to be lots of people waiting for the ferry, but that's not every day.
Speaker, we would say that, as I mentioned, peak periods for us are Victoria Day weekend through Labor Day, particularly when school's out. It could be busy there every day if the weather is good, particularly on weekends. Off season, it's not as busy, absolutely.
Okay. There's one other piece I wanted to ask about. This goes back to the airport. So I wanted to know if I remembered correctly that we talked about 3 options for a runway extension, and we endorsed a particular option, but do I remember it right that one of the runway extensions had this feature that it would have a roadway around, I call it the bullnose of the runway, but there was a way around the airport that was proposed. And we turned that down. Do I remember that right?
Through the speaker, you're correct that there was, as originally proposed by Ports Toronto, a pedestrian way around the end of the runway. Ports Toronto did walk back from that proposal through their planning process.
But that was one of the options before council. We could have endorsed that.
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Okay, and that option wouldn't have cost us anything. It would have cost somebody something, but it wouldn't have cost City Council or the City of Toronto government anything, would it have?
That is correct.
Okay. So just back to sort of basics. Can we go back to that option? Is that possible, or is it too late?
We are in the process of implementing the decision made by council on the runway and safety improvement areas back in the fall of last year.
Fair enough. Just to make sure I'm clear on it, though, the eastern gap is like, I don't know, 100 meters, maybe less. And there's a little ferry that takes a few seconds to cross that gap. And there's also a tunnel. So that gap, the eastern gap, the western gap, my apologies. The western gap is much, much shorter. And should there have been a roadway around the runway, we could have had a really simple link to the island.
That was your last question.
Thanks.
Do you agree?
The western gap is narrower than the eastern gap. It would not be uncomplicated to get people across the western gap, though, over to the island. It would still have its complications.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. Let's cut right to the chase. Who owns the property on the east side of the eastern gap where everybody would like to put the footings for a bridge or a gondola?
Through the Speaker, most of the land is owned by Ports Toronto.
So the Ports Toronto land,
correct.
If there was to be such a structure, it would have to be on Ports Toronto land in order to have a span to go across to the island. Am I correct?
You are correct. There is also a gap that connects over to Cherry Beach Park, but that's what would be.
There's a tiny, small little piece of land there. It's a little rump. You could not put footings. How big would the footings be for this so-called bridge to the island?
The footings would be very significant.
How many square feet of footings?
Councillor, please allow the staff to answer.
Sorry. I'm allowing that.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We would have
Thank you.
to do a design to be able to answer that specifically, but the footings would be substantial, in particular for a high bridge.
I guess that's substantial. How about an engineer? Let's stop my time so I can ask somebody who builds things. In order to have a bridge, how big is it? 200 meters or 100?
Well, the gap is from 220 meters to 265 meters.
So 220 meter gap, not 100. And the bridge would have to be at least 200 or 250 meters if it was to cross it, and 150 if it was just to be a swing bridge. So I'd like somebody to tell me, for such a size of bridge, what would the footings require on both sides of the gap? I don't think that's asking too much, since this has been the 6th time this is here, and I don't see anything in there. Who would like to answer that question, Madam Speaker? Because I'm so tired of hearing about it without any science project attached to it, Councillor Holiday.
Okay, can anybody answer that question? Go ahead.
Councillor, through the Speaker, Engineering and Construction Services has been part of the initial scoping of the report back, but we don't have an answer to that question at this time.
Sorry, Engineering and Construction Services has not been a part?
They have been a part of
They have been.
Yes. But
and so for a 250 meter bridge, we have no idea what kind of size of footings would be required for such a bridge. Tell me where a 250 meter bridge currently exists in the city.
We don't have that information for this location at this time.
I meant anywhere in the city. Where's a 250 meter bridge in the city of Toronto? Sorry, pretty good question.
Yeah, you have the answer to that one?
We have many bridges that are 250 meters or more, but I do not have the statistics on the size.
I'd just like to know where they are so people can imagine what each side looks like, not the bridge part.
I don't have at the top of my head a bridge that would be a comparable size.
So maybe they can get that information for you, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, I think it's important for the report, and I'll be speaking about that. So number one, on the east side of that gap, confirming Ports Toronto owns the land, correct? And have they indicated to you, I'll ask the chief planner since he's on the task force, have they indicated to you that they're interested in using their port for the footings and for the bridge? Have they given permission for that? Where are we at?
Through the Speaker, no, they've not given permission or expressed an interest in having that structure on their property.
And how many times have you asked them if they're interested?
Through the Speaker, we've had conversations on 4 or 5 occasions.
And they've said, yes, go ahead.
No,
we'd like to use the port in that way, or we're concerned about it. Which one?
They have expressed on each occasion that they are concerned about it.
And did they acknowledge it's their land and that they would have to give permission for that?
Through the Speaker, absolutely.
And how many places do we have in the city of Toronto where we have built significant footings on environmentally sensitive wetlands? Name one place.
Through the speaker, I can't think of one.
You can't think of one place in the city of Toronto where the city of Toronto on its own lands is given permission to build a very significant structure in a significant wetland. Nothing. There's nowhere.
They
Just
said they
checking.
can't think of any.
Can't think of any, or there aren't, or not sure. Who
They-
knows? Wetlands would mostly be in parks. Mr. Dayton, how many are there?
Councillor Fletcher, they don't know. Okay.
Mr. Stonehouse doesn't know. Maybe Mr. Dayton knows.
No,
What?
I don't.
I don't have that information.
Oh,
And
nobody has any information.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Councillor Fletcher, take a deep breath. Okay. We'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow, did you want to speak first on this item? Okay, Mayor Chow to speak.
I have a motion that I believe has been submitted. May I have it before you start my time? Let's see the motion. And perhaps you want to reset the time. I'm waiting for the motion to load. Oh, here it is. The motion basically said that we are not increasing the ferry rates for this year. Why? If you add it up, let's say 2 adults with 2 kids, it's close to $30 to take a ferry over to the island. If you add up the parking in that neighborhood, down by the waterfront, it's a substantial amount for a day. So right off top, you're looking at perhaps $50 before you can, once you get there, buy food, etc. It is quite expensive in some ways. Now, typically, the fees for the ferries go up each year. But what is happening for this year is the ferries that we have...
Mayor, just hold on. There's too much noise. Can I please have quiet in the council chambers? Everybody's talking. Councillor Fletcher. I know, just take a deep breath and relax. Okay.
Thank
okay,
you.
Mayor, go ahead.
It's not a long speech. All I'm saying is that people should not be asked to pay for more of the same service when our ferry, the fleet of ferry boats are very old, is aging. And last year we saw that some of them have broken down. So the amendment basically frees the ferry tickets and not increase it for the 2025 summer season until we look at these fees again through the next budget. I don't think people should have to pay more to get over to the island. A lot of these folks that go over to the islands, they don't have a cottage. This is their place where they could, the whole family can have a wonderful time. It's a beautiful place. About 2 million people go over to the island. And there are some that live in condos, towers, and they don't have a backyard. And they can just escape over to the island, enjoy the parks, the beautiful lake, the beaches, and take in our skyline. It is a very precious place, and this year is going to be easier to get there. There's a team of staff there that have been helping to make the situation, getting over to the island, a lot easier. There's going to be floating docks for people so that there's more water taxis that can pick people up and drop them off. We like to welcome bike share that are on each of the ferry dock and Ward Center and Helens Point. It's been requested by many people, and now finally bike share is available. I believe our staff is working on improving the public ramp, and if you go there now, I believe there's a shade structure making it a lot more pleasurable for children and families to wait for the ferry to come by. And I know that staff is working on leasing relief vessels. There are many other items in this report that could make it easier for people to go over to the island and enjoy a beautiful day. So I hope I can get support for not raising the fare this year. Thank you.
Councillor Burnside to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion.
On the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, there
thank you,
it
Madam
is.
Speaker. Yeah, this is fairly benign, but we've heard how the Toronto Islands are basically the jewel of our park system, and Mayor Chow has mentioned how, for a lot of folks, this is their time to be at the water and to get away from, I'll say city life. They don't have a cottage. They may not have the funds to go away and get outside of the city. But, shamefully, these are the same people we're asking to pay $30 round trip on a water taxi, or to wait hours in line for a ferry. And as we know, adults pay somewhere around $9 on the ferry. So I'm a little concerned of a defeatist attitude that could be amongst some members of council about trying to find ways that we can improve access. And yes, there are obstacles, but pretty much everything we do in government is about getting around obstacles, overcoming them, having patience, asking the question 10 times, 20 times, whatever it takes. Governments change, circumstances change. And so I really think it's important that we keep investigating and bringing groups together and looking for ways that we can make the Toronto Islands accessible to all without having to fork out, in today's dollars, $30 per person taking a water taxi, or whatever it is, $20 for adults, or $10, sorry, I should say, for adults on ferries. The one concern I have with the report is there are no timelines, and my limited experience at council is that when staff don't put in timelines, issues can get lost in space. So that's the purpose of my motion, is to just have a report back, giving them lots of time to have those conversations and further investigate the issues, the challenges, the opportunities, and to report back with a progress update in the first quarter of 2027, which for those of you that don't count in months is about 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. I think I heard my clarification at the end of Councillor Burnside's address. So if all of the engagement and the review of the ideas developed in the community aren't ready, you want at the very least an update at that time.
Yeah.
Is that what I heard you say?
100%. It's always important to get updates as to where we're at. That's all. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just need to clarify that.
Madam Speaker, I don't know how to get on the list. I have a question for Councillor Burnside as well as Peruzza.
Is that it?
No, Madam Speaker, Peruzza has a couple of questions of Councillor Burnside.
No, but his name is. Can you put him on the list? Okay, Councillor Peruzza, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I just, in clarifying the motions, for example, Councillor Fletcher talked about at length about footings and putting footings. So, as you know, there are lots of different construction techniques. I-beam, steel, footings in the water as opposed to on land. You can make bridges in a whole manner of ways. And there's never been a construction challenge that we as humans haven't been able to match without offending any property owner or necessarily getting, impacting someone else's property in a negative way. Would your report include taking a look at some of those things? Because clearly no work has been done in this area. And we really need to sort of focus on that because, as you say, the island is a jewel. It should be accessible to everyone. It should be accessible by bike, on foot, without any fare or fee. Is that what your motion is getting at? Looking at that and looking at those ideas that.
Okay, Councillor Prusa, please ask your question.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't think of that specifically. I hope staff would. All I'll say is if we can't figure out how to get across 250-meter channel when everything else is going on in the world with all the new technologies out there, then we have bigger
gondolas, flying over it, right? Going over it, right? Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to add that, if that's necessary, if you feel that's necessary, by all means, thank you.
No, I mean, but we really know it, and I was looking forward to Councillor Fletcher actually moving that motion where we explore those ideas and see what is doable from a construction perspective in allowing people to be able to access the island on foot, walking across something or sitting on something and being hauled across,
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Candeval, 3 minutes clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the mover, I see your request is for the first quarter of 27, which is more than a year and a half away. I'm wondering the context, perhaps why you didn't choose something in the latter half of 2026 or at some point in that year.
Well, more than anything, I just want to make, there is a complexity in terms of the number of people and agencies involved. And so for me, it's just making sure that staff have the time to have those meetings. If you make it too short, then staff will come back and say they have nothing to report. I'm hoping that by giving them 18 months, there will be a little bit of meat on the bone there that they can give us some quality updates.
You don't believe a year would be sufficient to move the dial on these questions?
Well, certainly if you want to do that, that's, that wouldn't offend me. But whether it's a year or a year and a half, the reality is a year from now, everyone's getting ready for an election anyway. So I think a new council with fresh eyes, with more information would probably be the optimal. But by all means, if you feel differently, then that's fine.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to begin by thanking city staff from the Waterfront Secretariat, the Chief Planner's Office, Parks and Recreation, Transportation, and Engineering and Construction for the report that's in front of us. I also appreciate and thank my colleagues for their care and commitment to our shared priority around improving access to the island and making sure that we're able to do that in the best ways possible. I love Toronto Island like so many Torontonians, and I've been visiting there my whole life. It is that big backyard, it's that cottage for so many of us, and especially people like me who live in condos and apartments in every part of the city, and particularly in our downtown. And I know it can be an ordeal to get to, especially in our peak summer season, where that is where so many of us want to be all the time. And improving access to Toronto Island and better connections while there in all seasons, in our peak seasons and every time of the year is my priority. And with Council's support, I moved the motion last summer to direct staff to look at all options. And I welcome the report's commitment and focus on short and medium-term solutions alongside consideration for those long-term options, which I wholeheartedly support. The recommendation to establish a Toronto Island Access and Inner Harbour Transportation Task Force of senior city staff with incredible expertise and of senior staff from Waterfront Toronto is a strong statement of commitment by the city and our partners to improving access in all ways and looking at all those options. Toronto Island access requires and deserves dedicated, ongoing focus of this expertise to explore all opportunities for better access to the island, again, in the short, medium, and long term. And I would say that this focus is long overdue. This is a framework for consistent action on better access and a place to examine immediate and longer term ideas. And as a city, we can do ambitious things, and we have done ambitious things on our waterfront. Just this past year, we have unlocked a new island in the city of Toronto on our east waterfront. We're doing amazing things there, and how that was done was through dedicated work, collaboration across levels of government with partners, and really tackling those jurisdictional challenges. And we know that that work doesn't happen overnight. It takes thoughtful, careful work and clear consideration to make sure that our efforts and our resources are best placed as a city. A fixed, active transportation link to the island deserves a close look, and I'm encouraged that the new task force will take on the work to do that. And we know that this idea isn't a new one, but taking the effort and the dedication, the commitment, and the focus to do it right is critical. As this report makes clear, we will not stop on the immediate improvements to the island. We will keep going. I'm so excited that this season we will be able to feel the impacts of those efforts. That includes, for the first time, bike share on the island, and I was thrilled to be on the island this past Friday for that inaugural ride. And this coming season, right this year, we will have more water taxis, more opportunities to be able to reach the island, a better customer experience at the ferry terminal and the landings. And that means shade structures, better queuing, and improved ticketing. And keeping the delivery of new electric ferries with bigger capacities and faster on track. That is the work that we're doing in the immediate term, and I'm so proud to be a part of that. Thank you to Mayor Chow for her motion to ensure that we are freezing the fees for ferries and making it possible for many more of us and many more families from across Toronto and visitors to be able to rely on that fare to visit the island. And I appreciate the motion from Councillor Burnside as well for us to stay on track and to be able to report back on the progress that is laid out in this report, and for making island access a priority. And I welcome the support from my council colleague to continue this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm going to call on my Vanna White, the deputy. Here he is here. Is it on screen yet? Thank you. Because two sides to every story, two sides. Yes.
You said Vanna White. Can I buy her an
Yes,
M?
you can. You can buy a B for bridge. Two sides to every story, two sides to every bridge. And this is one of the sides. So there it is. And this is where this is the island, but you can't see it, 250 meters. And here is the land that bridge would have to go on, or the gondola. Please hold it up, Vanna, because we don't own that. That is owned by the federal agency, Ports Toronto. And I know, Councillor Candeval, I think you thought it was Waterfront Toronto that owned it, where we had a few members on that board. Friends, we have no members on that board. They're all appointed by the federal government. And in my questioning, it appears that Ports Toronto isn't really interested in having those footings on their land. Now, there were some questions about the water. I don't think people know who owns the water here. Do you know who owns the water? Ports Toronto. They also own the water. They have the water right. So this is not as simple. I know everything looks really simple. This is probably the most complicated area of the city. You see all the colors? They're different land owners. And one of the big landowners down here is the federal government through Ports Toronto. So I believe, and I haven't moved it here, but I will be, I would like an answer long before 2027 from Ports Toronto that they are more than interested in having this on their side. Because while everybody's excited about the island, and yes, Deputy Mayor Malik, that's on your side, this is my side. It's industrial. There's a concrete plant there. There's a movie studio here. Right there, there is a, where large ships come in. There are 270 ships that come through the Eastern Gap in order to deliver cement and salt and sugar and everything else. So those of you like you, Councillor Holiday, that were so concerned about growing the port, I'm really surprised that this isn't caught in your radar yet, that you can't grow the port and shrink the port at the same time. So we can't grow the port if you've got a big bridge there. But I'm really willing to look at it, but I want your eyes wide open. This is the reality of this side of the bridge. 2 sides to every story, 2 sides to every bridge, and this is one of the sides. We don't own it. When was the last time we planned for a big project where we don't own the land? You'd have to tell me. I can't remember. We may have done that somewhere, but I don't think we do that very often. So we're having a big plan where we don't own the land. So we would probably ask the landowner, here's our big project. This is what we'd like to do. Are you with us? And I think there's been 5 meetings, and they haven't said, oh yeah, I'm with you. So I just want to say, this is our challenge. Many acres, it's about 20 or 30 acres that they own right there, and I'm not sure they want it used for that. Having said that, I do want people to the island. I've been working with Deputy Mayor on getting those ferries going on time and making sure they're arriving, so the tripling the number of people that can get there. But I also want to say this about the parks. We're so hyper-focused on the island. There are so many beautiful places in the city that could use a little bit of, I'll just call it, you know, when you call in the person that gets your home ready to sell. What's that person? The staging. The island's great. They have lights, they have a little cafe, they have bikes, they have lots of different, they got water. We have a waterfront. Councillor Candeville, what could we do at Bluffers Park? That would be so exciting. That would bring thousands of more people to Bluffers Park. That would be easy to get down that hill. Maybe a gondola
5
is
seconds.
the answer to get from Kingston Road to Bluffers. And I think we should be looking at that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Vanna White should stand up because we haven't solved the puzzle yet. You said Wheel of Fortune. You have to solve the puzzle.
I think it's Deputy Mayor White.
Yeah. Councillor Chernis Lynn to speak next.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, can you?
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Chernis Lynn, go ahead. Your timer is on.
Thank you. So I didn't bring any. I didn't bring any props, but I do have a comment on this. I understand Councillor Fletcher's concern that we go into this with eyes wide open, but I also think we have to be imaginative and open to creativity about the city. And I think there are large swaths of the city that would like access to the island in different ways. And I think particularly on a bike is one of them. I'm not ever suggesting a road over there or anything like that. But I do think that there can be creative solutions, and I think they can be done working with all levels of government. And I think that should be our aspirational goal at times. And I think this is one of those things that we could be considering. And I know people laugh when we talk about our experiences in Taiwan as our trip, but one of the things we did was we took a gondola that was at the end of a TTC line, well, the equivalent of a TTC line, but at the end of their subway line that goes out into the mountains, and it takes you to a region that's further to go. It was given to their transit system by the federal government, and they then use the revenue from that to help fund their transit system. There's a couple of pieces that they have. They also have an amusement park that does this. So I do think that we have to be looking at places around the world that are doing creative things that can become tourist attractions and add value and imagination to their city, to our city, but that also can be done in creative ways financially that may actually bring in revenue and help us in multifaceted ways. So I just offer that as a nugget for us to think about. And I want to thank Councillor Burnside for bringing forward this additional piece. And I'm actually really excited to see what part one brings, especially through the different people who sit on that committee and what those different ideas can bring us. So I'm looking forward to this report back, even though it may come for not some time, but hopefully it will be done really thoroughly and really well, and we'll get some great ideas out of it.
Sorry about that. It's Councillor Holiday. Up you are. Here you go. Hang on 1 second, please. There you go. Thank you.
Over here.
Oh, you're over there. Okay. Do you need any help from here? Or are you good?
No, I need that to work.
Clerks are telling you what
I control it myself, all right.
Are you good now?
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Yep.
Speaker.
Okay.
If you could be patient with my time. I wanted to take a sec to show a picture of the map, so I don't know if the clerks can, thank you for putting it on the screen. Sometimes it's helpful just to have a picture of what we're talking about, and Councillor Fletcher arranged a really great picture of the gap over here, but if you look at the island and you want to think about what's the shortest point from A to B, right? It's a straight line. What's the shortest distance? It's the Western Gap, and that's over here. And it's about 120 meters. You have to trust me because I measured it on the map tool. And what's 120 meters? 120 meters is about the width of this building, the podium of City Hall. And it's kind of hard to spot, but there's a little ferry terminal here. And in fact, there's a tunnel under the island. The point I wanted to make is that council sometimes is the maker of its own problems. And, we're talking about gondolas and all sorts of, far-fetched ideas. The previous discussion, we were arguing over neighborhood watch signs. So we couldn't agree on that. So I'm not really holding my breath that there's a plan for a bridge or a gondola or something radical. But the point I wanted to make, and you can see my cursor on the map, if we could get people to get over that Western Gap, and there's a little ferry there that runs back and forth, it's a short trip, and there's a tunnel. Back when we had the discussion about the Toronto Island Airport, there was a lot back and forth in this chamber. I certainly was critical in that discussion, but the third option that council turned down was this idea of a runway extension right here. You got my cursor. And the feature that it offered was an unrestricted roadway around, I call it the bullnose, around the end of the runway. Now that's really cool in itself because if you like watching planes, you can stand there and watch the planes come in and out. But imagine if we're trying to solve the problem on how to link the mainland to the island, you look for the smallest gap and you figure out, how to bridge that. And we already have in a few different ways. And yes, you got to kind of get around the airport, but literally for free. We could have had this road around the front of the runway, which is the big separator from the mainland and the edge of the island that holds people back. Because, we're not going to let people walk across the runway while planes are coming and going. And then, look, you find yourself right on the western edge of the island and the trail system. And so the point I want to make here is, unfortunately, Mr. Stonehouse told me that they're starting to implement option number 1, which doesn't give you an unrestricted roadway. But there are solutions right in front of us. And it's ironic that we had such a vigorous debate on the airport before, and everyone turned down, I know I wasn't against it, but everyone turned down that option number 3. And then just a few months later, here we are wondering, how is it that we'll get people to the island in a more efficient manner? Because, I agree. People want to use their parks. They want to have easy access to their parks. It's hard to ask them to take a ferry or some other conveyance system, people mover, whatever it is, to get into the park. And that creates a bottleneck, especially on a really busy day. And, guess what? Ironically, that's the day when everyone wants to visit. And then it's even harder to have a conversation about some major infrastructure investment like a gondola or a bridge or even putting more money into more boats and so on, when you realize that there's a certain number of days in the year that are actually the peak days. And all of the other days, the ferry system is not so busy. If I pull up the data, I'm sure we would see there's hours where there's 1 or 2 people that might go across. So, everyone wants to think big. Sometimes we should just think back about the decisions we've made and whether they were the wisest decisions when we think about all the different priorities that we have in this city. And we had the solution right there, right in front of us, but we turned it away. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Candeval, 1 second while I get you going there. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. I'm learning on the job. Can't get that off, I'm sorry. We're just trying to get you up. 1 second, please.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we've got an update there. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor
There you go.
Candeval to speak.
There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been this month a year and a half for me as a city councillor in this chamber, and it's been a time of reflection. This item or conversation, I think, captures 3 areas of culture that I've noticed in the city. One, this conversation's about citywide assets versus ward assets, and this captures really well, given the reality of what's happening at Ontario Place, or formerly Ontario Place, and the tremendous loss of green space, and connected with it, the loss of the Ontario Science Centre, another important city asset moving to the core. So this conversation, I think, has to reflect the impact the Toronto Islands have across our city and the need for access. So for all the improvements we are making and looking to make, it doesn't do the justice required for increasing accessibility. So I welcome this commitment in the report. Number 2, it speaks to perhaps, as articulated earlier, as a defeatist mentality or the lack of ambition. And I think that's something that we feel as a city, and this is not a reflection of the current administration, but I think since amalgamation that we haven't sought opportunities for big and bold projects. And I think this is an opportunity to do that and change the culture of what we're doing in the city and how we approach it. Which brings me to my 3rd cultural observation, is the siloed mentality that we sometimes practice when we're looking at big transformation or cultural pieces that require many divisions and departments. And this is an opportunity for us to pass that culture, change it, and incorporate a mentality and a positive approach to political will, which undermines and underlies whether this project, particularly the long-term solutions, become viable or not. So I wanted to underscore that these pillars of how we do business, our culture at City Council, are embedded in this project, and an opportunity for us to think big. We've tasked our city planner, chief planner, to beautify our city amongst a host of other priorities that we've articulated as a council, and this is a clear opportunity for us to speak to those 3 areas that I think are very clear on how we do business in the city. And it's a question that really is asked to us as members of this chamber. Are we going to be stuck in the past, or are we going to be a city for the future? And I want to close with that question before us. And on a lighthearted note, to come back to Councillor Fletcher, for those in the chamber who know history, geology, and geography, the Toronto Islands only exist because of the Scarborough Bluffs. And I think the history nerds know the context behind the Ice Age. All right, I'll close on that. Thank you.
That's our new one.
Gondola to the Bluffs?
Okay, Councillor Candival, I shut your mic off. You don't, okay? Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was inspired to speak after hearing my fellow Councillor Chernos Lynn. And I have been on gondolas in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. And so I just want to say, let's be visionary and let's be fun. We want to be a city that attracts people. We want to be a city that provides multiple options. And I don't know about you, but my favorite ride at the CNE is the SkyTrain. It's something that I rode since I was a little girl with my family, and it's something I look forward to every year as a tradition. So if we add something else, that could be a gondola, or maybe it's a moving tram across the water. Who knows what we can come up with, but I hope that our staff and our team have heard from us councillors that we want to be visionary and we want to be fun. Let's lift the box and get out of the box and see what is possible. So I look forward to the report and I look forward to the possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, yes. I was going to bite my tongue on this, but I couldn't resist. I think that people have forever had these schemes about these mega projects and transportation modes. Now we're hearing about water trams across to the island. We hear about gondolas, electric ferries, roadways, bridges. Leave the damn thing alone. Leave the islands alone. Can't we just leave part of the city that's in its imperfect natural state? There's everything on the islands. There's an airport. There's a tunnel connecting to it. There's the ferries that go back and forth. There's a diversity of people living in the island. I think they still live there on Ward's Island. We had that debate for 30 years, 50 years. And we've got Hanlon's Point, which is very unique. And you talk about history, let's not forget Ned Hanlon. And when Babe Ruth hit his first home run, where did he hit it? On Toronto Island. They're still looking for that ball, but they haven't found it. Babe Ruth, that's history. The history is Ned Hanlon. When people used to go across on the ferry to the island because they didn't have cars, they went to the island. So now we're trying to reinvent the island into this, maybe we should call it Coney Island North and bring Joey Walnuts in here for his hot dog eating contest. Is that what you want? Yes. And you want these magical infrastructure projects which never come on budget, never on time, and they do huge environmental damage. The damage you will do with these mega connections will be forever. You'll never be able to go back. Once you pave over that island with your dreams, you can't go back to the wetlands, to the parklands, to the swampy areas. You can't go back. So just put aside all these gondola dreams and keep trying to improve the island access, but you're never going to make it part of the mainland. Leave it alone. Maybe more people should visit the national park in Scarborough. Why aren't they going? Why aren't you guys pushing for people to go to the Rouge Valley National Park. It's empty. Nobody knows it's there. So promote Scarborough. Go to the Rouge National Park. It's fantastic. Deer, every bit of wildlife you can imagine is there in the national park. Instead, we got to send everybody across on the island. So let us not dream these technological dreams. Elon Musk would love this. Maybe he could build a Starlink across to the island. Get him involved. I'm sure he'll finance it. Leave it alone. We're losing all kinds of natural green spaces throughout the city. I mean, we're right next door. We're losing Ontario Place. So do you want maybe put a spa there? How about the Island Spa? That's what you want. I'm sure, don't let Premier Ford hear that. He'll want to put Thermes number 2 there on the island. And then they'll have to have a parking lot. Mammoth parking lot on the island. Sure, we got to accommodate the spa goers with their parking. Then we're going to build condos for the spa goers. So let us just, for once, not waste money, not delve in these fantasies that are going to ruin a real magical place with all its imperfections. Leave it alone. And if you want to go to Coney Island, go to Coney Island. This is not Coney Island. And this is not one of these fairy tale places with, what was the Jetsons? Remember, you remember the Jetsons? Yeah, okay, that's what they want to do. They want to have all these magical things going across. Not going to happen, Vince, in our lifetime, hopefully.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay. Okay, motion by Mayor Chow. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Next motion by Councillor Burnside. We'll put that motion on the screen. There it is on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Okay, I hear you. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Pasternak, please, we close the vote. How do you vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please. Thank you. The item is amended. Carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay. Our next item, EX 23.2, Ontario-Toronto New Deal, advancing the delivery of transit-oriented communities along the Eglinton Crosstown. And this is just in Ward 2. So we'll wait for staff to come forward. Okay, so Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions?
Mike, thank you. Could staff explain how we got here? And what I mean by that is that this report identifies several parcels of land along the Eglinton corridor which are destined to become transit-oriented communities. So who came up with those parcels of land?
Through the Speaker, those were identified by the provincial government through Infrastructure Ontario and their TOC program.
So the provincial government forwarded these land descriptions to the city. You've put a report together to council, and council has before it the question as to whether to endorse to turn these lands over to the province. That's what we've got here, correct?
That's correct.
And we're turning them over for nominal consideration, in other words, more or less for free.
We are, they are being transferred for value and consideration as part of the New Deal negotiation.
Right. So part of some other negotiations. And in that New Deal negotiations, did they say, well, you know, here's the parcels of land? Or did they present an idea of, hey, you know, we have a transit-oriented communities program across the city, and we'd like the city to cooperate with that?
Speaker, during the New Deal negotiations, it was understood the general areas they would be in. They were around stations for TOC. The actual property designations is something that's come later, which we understood through the negotiations of the New Deal.
Fair enough. And so would I be correct in saying that there are 4 parcels of land here, and 3 of the parcels are on top of transit stations and 1 is not?
Through the Speaker, that is correct. One is by an emergency exit building.
Wincott Drive.
Wincott and
4600 Eglinton.
That's correct.
And the other stations are above Islington and Eglinton, Royal York and Eglinton, and of course Martin Grove and Eglinton. And we know that the Eglinton West Extension Program means that they're going to dig down into the ground to open up the ground to create those stations. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, they're tunneling for the Eglinton Crosstown West. I'm not familiar with the exact technique they'll use for constructing the tunnel or the station boxes, but it probably will involve some digging as well.
Right. So at some point they're going to put stations at those points.
That's correct.
We know that. That's not a secret. And so the provincial government and the TOC program normally would say, hey, you know, we're digging up a hole for a station. We'd like to locate some development on those lands because, hey, you know, you're not going to build much else on top of a station. Is that correct?
That's the premise. You're correct. That's the premise of the TOC
premise.
program. Yeah.
And yet there's this one other parcel of land that's out there that's just being added on because it's along the linear strip. Does that stand out to staff as an outlier?
So there are some other lands besides the lands just used for stations where they need lands for construction purposes.
Okay.
They sometimes use those for TOCs as well, where they get access. But this one is a bit of an outlier at Wincott and Eglinton. You're
Fair enough. And is it true that 2 of the parcels of land out of the 4, including the one at Wincott and Eglinton, were designated as parks by the city?
That is correct.
Very deliberately by council. Sorry, it may not be fair to you, Mr. Pertula, but just generally speaking, do we have a parkland strategy plan? Do we have a parkland strategy where we think about places in the city that we need additional parkland to help meet growth?
Through the Speaker, that is my understanding of Parks and Rec's approach, yes.
And there'll be maps out there and other things that help us describe what these things are, where these hotspots are.
Yes.
Okay. Do we know what the province is planning with respect to the buildings, the design? Has anyone gone out to the community to talk about them? Has anyone got any plans to talk to the community about what's going on? Or is this all relatively new? I think, I don't know, a week or 10 days old?
Through the Speaker, we've seen some early concepts in conversation with the province at Martin Grove and Eglinton. We have not seen any concepts or ideas for the other 2, for Royal York and for Islington.
Okay.
So we don't know the scale of the buildings they're thinking of there. Normally, they will come to us early on before they submit a formal
And no
proposal.
public consultation.
Public consultation does happen. IO does that at 2 points in their process. After they've got a formal submission into the city, they will go out to the community. And then when they have the final approach, they will go out to the community again.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that was your last question.
Speaker, if you can just be patient, I just want to go over because I got to show some stuff on the computer.
Okay, I just want to know if we have more speakers. Councillor Chernes Lynn, questions?
Thank you. The terms of the New Deal between Toronto and Ontario have obligated the city to provide the lands identified through this item for the purpose of advancing construction of the Eglinton Crosstown West Extension and accompanying transit-oriented communities. Do we have any similar obligations for TOCs around other projects such as the Ontario line?
There will be TOCs across the Ontario line, including in your ward, Councillor. The difference is this is involving city-owned lands. In most cases, it's private lands that Metrolinx has acquired for the purposes of the subway construction that then are turned into TOCs.
Right. So do we have any that would be similar to this in terms of like where they're looking for city lands that...
This is the first time, and I'm not aware yet of other places where they may be coming for city-owned lands. I didn't mean it that way.
Well, this is a worry. How much control does the city have in the development of TOCs? What ability do we have, for example, to advocate for...
Councillor, can you just ask questions on the item that's before us?
Well, this is related to the item that...
No, we're talking about the Eglinton line.
Well, I think it is a TOC, Speaker.
No.
Okay.
It's not. Just please ask questions on what we have before us.
Well, I'm asking about these ones, and this is one of the concerns that I think we have is related to the deals that are being negotiated with the province, and how is the city ensuring that we maintain adequate protection for parks and public spaces? This is the issue that Councillor Holyday has raised. It's an issue that I'm concerned about with respect to my ward when it comes to the Ontario line.
Okay, but we're talking about this line on Eglinton Avenue. If you want to talk about the lands that it's in Councillor Holyday's ward, that's fine.
So with respect to these particular lands, like what was our ability to negotiate around parkland, for example? Because I do note that we're giving up parkland.
So through the Speaker, as part of the TOC program, we engage directly with Infrastructure Ontario in helping to shape the overall design of the development. And there is an expectation that in a typical TOC, they would be dedicating parkland or cash in lieu as per our policy. This is the first time that we have had parkland being transferred for the purposes of a TOC, and this is something we will need to work through as part of the due diligence that we're looking for the city manager to be able to negotiate.
Okay, and so what are we putting in place to ensure that we're able to have these type of protections in the future?
So we have an agreement with the province about the way in which they will engage with us in the development of their TOCs, but to be frank, all TOCs are developed or implemented through the use of ministers' zoning orders. And so we can influence, but the final decision on many of the features or the scale, the nature of the development does rest with the provincial government.
And at what point is the city councillor or community consulted on any of this?
So when we receive an initial proposal, when we start to receive proposals for these TOC sites, we will be presenting them to council with our initial assessment as staff. And at that stage as well, IO will be going out to the public. And then we will submit comments. They will, and the public will make comments, and they will choose how they may adjust the TOC development proposal based on the comments received from the city and from the public. A final TOC proposal will be submitted, and there will be a second round of public engagement at that point.
But is it fair to say that the local councillor and the community are cut out of the initial phase of this where this land is decided without them?
So in the case of TOCs, as Councillor Holiday pointed out, it's lands where we know there's going to be a station and that they've got the lands for the purposes of subway construction, and they will be using that. So we have a general sense of where TOCs will be coming across the city based on the way the program is structured. And as we start to see things or hear of potential opportunities that they're pursuing, we will have conversations with the local councillor, and certainly when we get a formal proposal from the province, we come and talk to the local.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. We'll go to speakers. Councillor Holiday. Okay, Councillor Holiday, you want to put something on the screen?
I do, but I want to raise a point of order. I just want to make sure we've got quorum here. Apparently, this isn't important until it gets to their ward.
Okay, let's do a quorum call, but
Members, if you're present, would you please indicate your presence using the voting panel?
okay, thank you.
May I proceed, Speaker?
Just stand by, please, Speaker. Speaker, there are 19 members present.
Okay. So, Councillor Holiday, you're ready?
I am. Thank you, Speaker. So I have a couple of motions. I'm going to go through some slides, but I'll let you know. The first one, I'm going to ask that the item be referred, and then I have a couple of other motions should that not pass. Members of council, I'd like to let you know how egregious this is and how upsetting this is for the community of Etobicoke Centre. And I want you to fully understand what we're doing today, because not all these bits and pieces are in the report, this level of detail. And, you know, when this happens in your community, you'll be prepared for it. So very quickly, that's the Eglinton Crosstown West Extension. We're talking about the 4 points from left to right.
Hold on, we have to put your motions on the screen.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. And then speak to your motion once we put it on the screen.
Could you just hold my time?
Okay, there it is. Okay, go ahead.
And the second one.
There's more.
And the third.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
That's it.
One more. Okay, now.
Speaker, if I can beg your indulgence on the clock, I'm at 1:20, and I got to get this information out. I'll be quick. So we're talking about these 4 stations. The middle arrow, you'll notice, is not at a station, and that'll be relevant in a second. So from left to right, you've got parkland, neighborhoods, and neighborhoods. That's the official plan use map. This is what it means in real life. Martin Grove on the left, Wincott Park in the center, Islington, and of course Royal York. And here's what Eglinton looks like. And that is Richview Park. So there's our city's website. It says a 10.9 hectare park. Mr. Dayton, you're going to have to update the website after this if this goes through, because some of those lands will be transferred away. This is the central spot. This is most upsetting to the community. That's 4600 Eglinton Avenue. It's next to a large development site on the left. The left is what council approved. The right is a new application for a very dense community that's to be built there. This is what the park looks like. So this is something that this report suggests giving away to the province. It is something that was designated parkland in conjunction around the time that we passed that other development I just showed you. There's nothing being built below this, by the way. There is an exit building, a small stair exit at the back corner, but there's not a station here. This is midpoint between the 1 kilometer wide stations along Eglinton Avenue. And just to prove it was a park, we actually passed the motion in 2021. Here's our parkland deficiency map. I put the arrow there. Look how red and orange it is. It shows that this community needs parkland. And finally, you've got the Islington TOC and the Royal York TOC. Those are the two ones that are being built on the corners, taking out that green space, but I think people understand the benefit of transit that's coming along. So there's the park. And so members, what I'm suggesting is, if we have no idea what the province is going to build, why on earth would we give these lands away without going through a public consultation process and at least bringing to the public what it is that's happening on these particular sites? And my motions are, look, if you really are dead set on doing this, one of them, as Mr. Pertola stands out, is this particular site in the center. There is no reason other than convenience that the province is taking this square of land. And this is parkland. I don't know how this council intends to make up the loss of parkland to the community, but it is gone. And as we know, you can't produce new parkland from thin air. And as we also know from even the previous discussion, how sensitive and important parkland is to the citizens of this city, and from other council discussions, how sensitive it is when somebody builds on top of it or proposes something on top of it. And we have nothing. We have like a week and a half's notice of when this report came out. Imagine my shock to see that particular parcel of land on there. And to hear it wasn't the staff that came up with this. This was a demand of the province that was somehow under the umbrella of the New Deal and the transit-oriented communities. So if you think these type of proposals build trust by the public in governments at large, think again. People are furious. But I'll tell you, where the buck stops right now is with City Council. We have the opportunity to turn this down, or at least modify it as I'm suggesting to you in the motions. And remember this conversation today, because it could be your ward next and your community next. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for letting me talk about this. I think this is of vital importance, and we are giving away parkland in this city, which is unprecedented.
Now, there is a referral motion, so if anybody wants to speak on the referral for 3... Oh, okay. But the referral motion will be our first vote. Okay, so who's got questions? Councillor Pasternak first. Questions to the mover? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't see a report back date on any of these motions. That always runs a risk around here. Was that an error or is that intentional?
Sorry, Speaker, if I could have a microphone. Speaker, I have not intentionally put a report back date on this. If council feels that it's important to fix a date, so be it. As far as I'm concerned, they can report back in 100 years. But I know that that's not realistic. What's more important to me is the action of this, is that the city goes out and speaks to residents about how they feel about this transaction, of which, other than the council process over the last couple of days, there's very little consultation.
So I know this is probably a question for staff, but if we support your motions, will the province proceed with expropriation, or that's an unknown?
We have no idea. And, you know, just like things like the Ontario Place discussion, some of these properties have a deeper conversation about how important they are or how practical they are, versus the one particular piece of land at the corner of Wincott and Eglinton that is just happens to be there. It's a piece of parkland. It's a grab. And so, you know, maybe if they go and expropriate, or maybe we can reach a point where the province could use the 3 parcels of land, but they leave the 4th alone. which is the most aggravating to the community.
So, if we support your motions or if we fight this transfer, the forced transfer, can the transit still be built?
So, yeah, I mean, the tunnel is already there. The plans are in place to go and build the stations. We're talking about the transit-oriented community layer of the program, not transit. We've already made the zoning changes, and the temporary licenses are already in place to facilitate the construction of the transit. That is very, very distinct from the TOC program, which is about developing housing and employment space. It is not to do with transit other than that they are proximate to each other.
So, last question. We normally do not build underneath parkland for a number of reasons, particularly underground parking. Is transit infrastructure going underneath these parks?
So there are different pieces of infrastructure, and yes, there's a tunnel deep below Eglinton Avenue. Whether it's directly below this park, I'm not sure. And whether anyone cares, whether it's below the park, 30, 40 meters underground, I'm not so sure either. It's the removal of the parkland to put probably a mid-rise building or something bigger that is so upsetting to people.
Okay.
That was your last question. Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, through you. So the most concerning of the 4 pieces of property is that woodlot park, is that correct?
It is the property at 4600 Eglinton, which is the corner of Wincott and Eglinton. And it's the most upsetting because it's a standalone park and there's no transit infrastructure, like there's no subway station below it. It's just a park.
Yeah, I know, but there's that 800 meter area. But anyway, I like grass, I like trees, I like all those things, but what do they do in that park? I'm just trying to understand. There's not like a soccer field or anything like that? Is it just sort of an area?
It's new as of 2021. And so it has to be, that exit building has to be built. But I showed you the picture of it. It is a flat, planar piece of land that is ready to go. And so how we program that is not known yet.
Sorry, what do you mean it's new as of 2021? That park didn't exist?
City Council designated it, along with the woodlots, as parkland in 2021. It was previously land reserve.
Okay, and so you'd like consultation with the community about transferring the land. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, because City Council is not the one that's creating the TOCs. We don't even know what the province is proposing, so that's not ours to consult. We simply have the decision before us of should we transfer this land, and within that question are TOC lands above stations, and TOC lands that are parkland, and TOC lands that are parkland that have no station below them. And I think the community has a lot to say.
So, not to be argumentative, but we know the community, you've already said they're infuriated. What would the consultation do?
I think that council would be better informed because this is literally days old about how to make an informed decision about what should be transferred to the province. And we may want to rethink which parcels we are ready to transfer and which parcels perhaps council may want to pause on and think through all the iterations. For instance, City Council is disposing of parkland. How are they going to make it up to the community?
Well, yeah. Do they not, did you say there's a development application already?
So adjacent to the particular parkland is a very large development application. It was part of the reason that the park was created. Because of the density and growth in the area, and as shown on the parkland allocation map, there's need for it in the area.
Yeah, we have that need all across the city. Hey, last question. In terms of the New Deal, and do we not have an obligation, and you're way better versed in this than me, I'm sure.
Okay.
Do we not have an obligation? I know, it's my last question.
Yeah, that was your last question. That was your last question.
I know it is. I know, but if you keep interrupting me, it goes on longer. But, so my question is, are we not obligated under the New Deal to transfer this land, or do we have, if we didn't do this, where would we do? That's my question.
Okay, you're way over 3 minutes now.
Would you like me to answer it, Speaker?
Just answer quickly because we're running out of time here.
So
Councillor Holiday.
the wording of our agreement is up to council to figure out what it means, and it says to work with the province. But if I may point out that there's transit-oriented communities above transit stations, and there's land grabs right in the middle of the block. And I think there's a difference here to be parsed out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, please, 3 minutes, just clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I'll stay to 3 minutes. So you're referring this with an instruction to consult with the community. What would be the substance of those consultations?
Well, the question before us is whether or not the city should transfer these lands. And subordinate to that, of course, will be all of the questions about the city getting rid of parkland and how it makes it up and what possibly controls we have on the use of those lands.
Okay, so the province of Ontario has told us, they haven't asked us, and I went and confirmed this with staff, they have told us they are taking this land. So given that the province has told us they're taking this land, how can we have a good faith consultation?
We have to explain to the citizens of Toronto what has happened here, of which there has been absolutely no consultation.
Okay.
And I don't accept that council has to turn over these 4 parcels of land. The province may have told us that we have to cooperate with them, but we have a job to represent the interests of the citizens of this city, and I don't think it's in the interest of the citizens of this city to give away this parcel of land.
All right, I hear you loud and clear. The piece you said at the beginning, though, intrigues me. You're absolutely right. What the province has done to the city of Toronto with these transit-oriented communities and with the Eglinton Crosstown and the Ontario line is awful. I agree. And the people that I represent and you represent need to better understand that. You and I agree 100% on this. Wouldn't it be better to, instead of referring and having a consultation with people that is quite frankly bad faith, wouldn't it be better that if we just spend a little bit of public resources informing people about what the province is doing to their neighborhood? Would you amend your motion to do that instead?
No, because if we want to make a decision at council, which is to authorize the transfer of these lands over, then we should be asking people about the decision that's before us. If we have no decision before us, then I don't know why council's voting on anything at all.
Okay,
but there
you've
is a
given me your
decision
answer.
before us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Chow. Just clarification of the motion.
Quickly, I heard in your answer to Councillor Burnside that the New Deal that was presented here at Council, where it was approved and unanimously, I believe. Have you taken a look at the term sheet?
I did.
And what does it say precisely about transit? Transit land?
Yeah, to be fair,
What was
Mayor,
the agreement?
To be fair, my memory's good, but I can't read verbatim what's in my mind. But it was along the effect of cooperating with the province for their transit projects. Among them was the transit-oriented communities. But what wasn't in that New Deal term sheet was 4600 Eglinton, because I probably would have been standing on this desk if that street address was in the New Deal.
But councillors, you know full well that the New Deal was very precise in saying that they want the control over the transit-oriented land where there are stations, and you know full well in your ward, there are stations that will benefit your local residents. The province was very clear. Your local councillor, your local MPP, who happens to be also the cabinet minister responsible for Infrastructure Ontario, had been very clear, had been saying for quite a while now that on land that are on top of stations, LRT stations, that they want to have control over the land so they can build more housing, provide more density, provide more housing, and have some of the funds come back to the province of Ontario in order to continue to build public transit. So that was the agreement that we made with the provincial government. You understand that?
Yeah, and that would, and if that is true, then all of council should be really comfortable voting against my second motion, which is to strip out 4600 Eglinton from this transaction because it's not on top of a transit station. It is mid-block. It is a land grab. There's no rationale for it other than convenience.
But that is along the transit line. So it is an agreement. I just want to ask you again. You do understand that the term sheet is a legal agreement between the province of Ontario and the City of Toronto?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't say lands all along the transit line. And I don't know, how you define that.
Okay.
This is important, and this is the important aspect of this conversation.
Okay, we have the referral motion on the floor. Okay. Okay, and we just have 5 minutes and then we're going to recess. Okay, so on the referral, let's put the names on the screen. Councillor Carroll, you want to speak on the referral?
Yes, just quickly, Madam Speaker.
Okay, quickly, please. 2 minutes.
I just want to caution councillors that you have already spent the $4 billion, which are our side of the deal that we call the New Deal. This would be essentially taking everything that's on your side and then reneging on what you offered to them. And I'm not surprised that the province proposed this because, in my experience of canvassing this neighborhood in various elections, the people in this community very desperately wanted to have an Eglinton Crosstown West extension built. And this is what it takes to build that transit. Living in the area of the Shepherd subway, and even before being a councillor, living through the building of it, I often sit and listen to us advocate for transit expansion and think, wow, be careful what you wish for, folks. I'm thinking about Scarborough. I'm thinking about Etobicoke. These are the things that happen if you're going to develop major transit. But this community has long said they wanted this major transit. The only other reason that I think the province may have felt comfortable adding this to the term sheet is that while we may have designated the land that the councillor is highlighting as late as 2021 to be a park, prior to that, it was leftover land sitting there doing nothing because it had been on hold for decades by Metro Toronto to build an expressway. So if not a subway, this land was going to go to an expressway, the Richview Expressway, that was abandoned, just as the Spadina Expressway was abandoned. And so here it is, going to what I think we all know in modern times is a better use, mass transit to carry more people, and the bonus is housing. So I think we really have to remember that we've already spent the dollars that put this on the term sheet in the first place. $4 billion to our benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perks, we're going to recess in 3 minutes. So Councillor Perks, if you just want to speak on the referral for 2 minutes, and we'll have to hold the item down. Councillor Perks.
Okay. Members, Councillor Carroll has already done a really good job of telling you the financial consequences here. If you support Councillor Holliday's motion, you're literally burning up $4 billion. Huh. Yep, you're just saying, oh, remember that deal where we got $4 billion that we've already spent? Well, we're reneging and I guess we're out $4 billion. So Councillor Carroll did that well. I want to talk about another aspect of it, which I think is really important. The other thing you're burning up is people's trust in government. Going out and consulting with the public on a decision that's already been taken, it's in the term sheet, no matter what Councillor Holliday says, and then, getting them all riled up. This is terrible. We can't do it. I went to the city's consultation and I agreed we shouldn't do this. And then we come back to council and we do it anyway because we've signed an agreement. What you have done then is what is called bad faith consultation. That is literally what Councillor Holyday is asking you to agree to. He's asking you to go out and talk to Torontonians as if they had a choice when they don't. This is the way, the single way that we lose faith and trust in this government and governments completely. This is how you drive people into the conspiracy theories on Facebook, by having fake consultations. So, you know, I will tell you, I completely sympathize with Councillor Holyday. We don't always agree on specific instances of this, but when the province was trying to grab the land at Ontario Place, you know, Councillor Malik and I, Deputy Mayor Malik and I, and Councillor Bravo worked to try to block that land grab.
Okay,
Now,
Councillor Perks, you're up. 2
Okay.
minutes. All right, so we're going to hold the item down for tomorrow. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Moved by Councillor Thompson. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Thank you very much.
There you go.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 30 on May 21st, 2025.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow.